Hello, y'all. How is it going? Oh, great. That's one of my. How is it going? Hope y'all are doing good. It is the day today. It is Thursday. And, well, doing what I planned to do. What I mentioned the other day, the other stream. Um, bit of a Metroid Prime stream. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Randomizer. Now, let me explain why exactly I'm hedging a little bit in like the title, the description, and all. And hey, if the VOD later just says it's Metroid Prime 2, that's what it is. But let me say right now, live in the moment, I don't know if this is gonna run good. I don't know if we're gonna get in here and find out like, oh, it's running at like 2 frames a second or something. I have tried this offline and found it was a mite bit chuggy in some spots. But that's without OBS running, and OBS and also the thing that lets you throw Pikmin at me. Those things add a little bit of overhead to the equation, and I'm a little bit worried that GameCube games might be off the table as far as like what I can run on my PC whilst also doing a stream. I will say it looks like this menu is working pretty well, so that's good. But look, that's a menu. We can't really say, that's not anything, I'll say, if it turns out that this is just not feasible, it's not feasible, whatever, we will switch over to Metroid Fusion Randomizer, which I've done on quite a few occasions. I know it pretty well. It was part of the randomizer roulette last year, and for that I practiced a good amount. And, well, it's been at least 6 months, I think, since the last time I did a seed of it, but I'm up for one of those. That sounds like fun. So if this doesn't work out, we still have a fun stream ahead of us with, like, some randomizer Metroid action. I also have one little bit of like upfront stuff to talk about, but it's like really quick, just one thing. I mentioned last time that that it seemed to me that when you hit the clip button and you didn't put in a title, it wasn't saving it anymore without telling you. Turns out it still does. I don't know what was going on the other day when I tried to do a clip and I just exited that window, and then I looked at the. Usually after I do this, or like, I get a clip that I need to like redo, right? I usually go and I delete the one that is created inadvertently, and it was nowhere to be found. Well, turns out it just took Twitch a little bit for those to appear. Eventually they did appear. I don't know, it was just being screwy that day. Hopefully they do change that in time, but I just want to, correct what I said last time. They did not fix it, sadly. Anyway, that's it. Yeah, so anyway, let's get into the randomizer. I will say for my part, I have, like I said, tried the randomizer off stream. I set up like my own custom variants, custom rule sets based on their easy template, easy settings, and I made it a little bit. I streamlined it a little bit more, I guess. I think I tweaked a lot of the values. I tweaked like how many items are in like multiple locations. Oh, and I also made it so that like any missile, any power bomb capacity upgrade also gives you the ability to use them. So, we're going to be much more likely to have missiles and super bombs. Power bombs? Power bombs. Than if you had to get the capacity and also unlock them, period. Also tweaked a number of other things, such as, like, the amount of damage you take in the darker world, as well as the amount of health you recover when you're in light areas. Pretty handy that you can mess with that stuff. And I think given that, like, given how in Metroid Prime 2, if you're like low on health, you'd do a lot of standing in like light areas. I think it is convenient to mess with those values and turn them up a bit, such that you're not going to be spending too much time standing around in light cones. Well, at least we'll be spending less time than if it was the default values, which I don't even know what they were. I think I went with 2.5 a second. I think that's like maybe twice as fast as normal. Don't quote me on that. I, went off my previous settings, which I don't know how generous they are. I don't know, like, what if I'm in the right ballpark. Anyway, messed around with some stuff. The settings, not terribly important. I think we're just gonna get in there and we're just gonna, explore the world. The locations are shuffled around, like the different regions. Corvus, the Sky Temple Grounds will always be in the middle. Will always be the main location that we go off from, the branch off from. I said it that way, but the rest of them, they've been like swapped around, randomized a bit. And also, to beat the game, we just have to beat the bosses. We just have to beat the 3 bosses in each area, and that will unlock the Sky area in the, the final boss, basically. Which I have put in that we need to fight. I do find that battle to be a bit annoying, but, it is what it is. I'm also not sure, like, if we can get this done in, like, a single sesh. But, I'm willing to do another stream down the line if that doesn't pan out. I don't know. We'll see. Also, we're gonna be starting in the like central area, in the Great Temple, basically the place where you fight the first boss in the game. I believe that's our starting location. So we'll be branching out from there. Also, we'll start with 2 items. I think that sums up most of the things that I customized. Who remembers? That was a couple days ago. Let's get into it. And I'm also going to start the live split. Or am I? I have, oh, yeah. I can start it. That's right. Yeah. That's what these 2 buttons on my stream deck do. Okay, cool. Ready to go? Ready to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Space Jump Boots Violet Translator. Okay, cool. Space Jump and Violet Translator are our starting items. Fantastic. Let's see what happens here. Alright, like I said, we're starting in, Hey, you know what? This looks like it's running good. Haha. Hell yeah. I like that. I am happy to see that. Let's go. Little bits of, like, maybe chug when... What? It's a cutscene, so it got a little bit letterboxed. Don't worry about it. Looked a bit weird for a second, didn't it? Okay, now there are enemies, so, maybe we should hold our horses about, like, whether it runs good or not. Choose an aspect ratio. Don't know what, Maybe I should have the window for Dolphin in a I don't know. I don't know why it's being all funny with the aspect ratio. Hopefully it stops doing that. Hey, though, this is working. This is perfectly playable. I don't know if you could tell, but playable, playable, playable. Can you jump over the wall with the double jump here? Yes, you can! Okay. Hey, buddy. Can I just shoot through the walls as well? Oh, this is great. The walls don't have a backside. So... look at this. This guy is fucked. Can I just walk through the walls? I think I can. Also, one thing that I didn't know when I tried this, like, offline is that, Scan Visor apparently can let you find hints in the world. Can let you find hints, so some, like, lore stuff has been replaced with, like, a hint system, which I didn't know when I played it offline. Maybe that'll help us. I'll tell you, I actually don't know, like, where precisely those hints are. If they're in just, like, scannable terminals or something. Or, like, the lore things that are on the wall, you know, like the ones with, that require the translator to get. Not sure, we'll find out. How's the audio, by the way? Is the audio good? I calibrated the audio based on the menu music. Hopefully that's, indicative of the, whole game. Let me, pull up a thing that does a mic test for me. This seems fine. Let me know if y'all want it to go up or something. Mention that at any point, and I'll do a thing. What was that? Did I just get something? Missiles. I just got missiles. That's pretty important. That's this one, right? Yeah, missiles. Good. I can hover over to see what's what. We have the violet, so we can go to the pathway to Aegon, which is great, because, hey, that's the first place we would want to go. I think it's possible with these settings, with like starting here, we definitely need to get like a translator from one of these first couple of items or the starting items that I start with. And indeed I did, but you know, if you're wondering, that seems like a coincidence. It's not. You know, the seed is set up so it can be doable. Simple enough. There are some items that there are multiple copies of that, you know, I really want to get, like suits and, now let me, I don't want to mess around with, like, hey, that's the planet we're on. Okay, we now have the, energy, we have this, we have the violet translator. And we also have, there we go. Okay, just gotta make sure that I'm, like, tracking all this shit so I know what to check and what we can check, etc. Not sure if I can, on the tracker, like, and maybe this is my fault for doing the thing where, there are all the different, like, maybe I should have done it where the shuttles are, the elevators aren't randomized, so that the tracker wouldn't have to be like set up all weird. But basically, I'm gonna be able to use the tracker somewhat to see stuff. I might have to like set up some I don't know, ignore logic or something to let me mark up ones that it doesn't know I can get. Morph Ball Bomb. Oh shit, I thought that was gonna be... Shows how much I know the things. Hey, is this a hint? Yes, okay, this is a hint. Ing Hive Key 3. Right, we need all the Hive Keys. Umos's reward for returning... Oh, well, right. Like I said, the Hive Keys are in the bosses. They're in the bosses for each of the areas. So that's simple enough. I will say a few more things about this randomizer. One thing is, if I tap up, I can get, like, a cheat menu that lets me, like, save, death, warp, inventory. So if we get soft locked, I have, like, a, I have, like an out. Is this not... I did this to show y'all. I didn't think about whether I'd be able to exit. I don't think you can exit it without doing... Now that we're in the reload area, hopefully this doesn't screw something up. Seeing on the Twitch manager... Let's see... Okay, welcome to the chat. Good. I assume this... Let me just check, make sure chat's working. Good, okay. In OBS, it says, welcome to the chat room 3 times, which suggests it's had some disconnecting already while I was setting up, which, you know, does make me worry that I might miss something, but looks like it's fine. Definitely don't want to miss something if y'all, you know, have something to say. A couple of hiccups here and there, but that's playable. I can play this. I have the bomb. Is that all I need to do this part here? Yes, I believe so. Seeing it on my tracker as well. Energy tank. I don't believe I have energy tanks on my tracker. That's fine. Or do I? Oh, yes I do. That's the energy tank. The big blue, blue thing. Yeah, right. Of course I do. Do I have missile capacity on here? No, it's just a upgrade thing. Plus... No, that's dark light ammo. Yeah, I don't think I have... Oh, missile capacity. It's the one on the right. We have 5. Alright, cool. This way to the elevator. Now, I wanted to have this one as the starting point first off, because if you have just the default one, the ship, it's kind of a big, long hike that's mostly vanilla until you get to, like... you know, the first thing that you can check, which I think is pretty unfortunate, you know, as a result, the start ends up being very plain, very, like, by the books, just going to the place where the first power-up is in the game, which takes you a while to get to, and then, what? Okay. That door we can't get through with the weapons that we have. Huh. Well, ain't that... Ain't that a bucket of shit? Well, fuck. That is, not nice. Maybe the one disadvantage of starting here is... I think the way that you're spawned into this room, you spawn in when a door is open. First time, so, you know... The seed is possible, maybe in this case. We got the... That was the Morph Ball Bomb. And yeah, we don't have the split missile, so... How about we... I'm going to, save and... Let me just reload the area, maybe, and that would put us where we were at the start of the game. Either that, or we can warp to the room where you originally came in on. Yeah, you originally came in over here. So this is where you would start the game normally. At least this seed normally. I'm gonna do it this way rather than resetting the game. You know, maybe... I think in one of my previous, like, setups, I actually started in the room with the guy. And that probably was the better thing. I wasn't sure which one that was, so I just made it the main room. Should have been the room with the guy. That would make this weirdness not a factor. You know, whichever translator you had would be where you had to go. If that was the case. If that was it. We're gonna see a lot of missile expansions. Mostly those, if you're wondering. That's probably, what, the most common item in the game? Very good. Alright, so if the elevator on the other side is the wrong answer, this one must be the right answer. Also, you know what I could have done? You know what I could have done in the settings? There's totally a way to be like, just to say like, okay, you know, certain gates can just be unlocked. You can actually make it so that all the translator gates are unlocked if you want. You know, in like the settings for the randomizer. Like many randomizers, it's pretty flexible in what you can set up, which I really like. Also, if you're wondering why no music, there's no music because apparently there's a bug when you're randomizing the load zones. If the music is on, it gets all confused. So, you know, don't worry about that. We'll just have some silence, you know. Alright, hey, here we are in the actual open world. You know, not open world, obviously. I've heard rumor that the new one's gonna be kind of open worldy. Maybe like, or at the very least, the hub area is going to be very, very large and free roamy. Which, sounds cool. Y'all heard this rumor? I don't know. I don't know, like, where it came from. But I heard someone who would know also say, like, yeah, that's about right. It's not open world, but it's close, you know. It's like open-y. Who, I would never say, have a source, you know? Wait. Would it be? No, I'm not gonna. And I say no more. Say no more. Say no more about that. Okay, I got that. Coming over here. All right. Trying to keep track of where I am in the tracker. I am on the industrial site, and I can either go down here to this whole area, and you can see on just like the map that they had dots where all the items are, which is pretty handy if you've you know, forgotten or don't know by heart where all the collectibles are in this video game. But also I have a tracker as well that'll tell me where to go. I say where to go, where to look. You know, it doesn't tell me like where stuff is precisely. I have 2 of the things. Let's go. Ooh. Oh yeah, these are the temple grounds. Welcome. Pretty cool. Okay. Dark guys are appearing. That happens. This will be another lift that'll go, I don't know where. It might go back to the central area. What is... It almost looked like a swarm of shit, rather than the blast of an enemy. What's up with that? Was that because they couldn't find the enemy that they were supposed to infest? Go figure. I think if I go through there, the doors might close. Oh, and one more thing the randomizer does do. If in a save room, you say no to saving, and if you say you don't want to save when you go to a save room, it'll give you the option to just, like, return to the starting point of the game. You know, your origin, which, in this case, is going to be central... You know, tower, whatever. Oh, it was Hornets, guys. So, if we ever get stuck somewhere with a save, we can warp back home if we want to. If we get stuck somewhere without a save, like I said, we do have some options there as well. Is there a thing around here? No, I'm thinking of a different room. You guys are annoying. Stop. Let's see. What is that? Is that Seeker Missile? Oh! 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 That there is something. We want that. We gotta do this room. I think all we have to do is find, like, the morph ball entrance, and we'll get the thing. It's over here somewhere. And of course, that is something we can always do. We can visually inspect something with our eyes and know if it's worth getting. In this case, absolutely. Got that. Translator gate. I don't know why translator gates have to be, like, marked on the map. I don't know, that seems needless to me. Alright, shit. We can now go through that door that stymied us earlier. That door is now an option to us. We have, you know, loads of options right now. Loads of places that we can go. Through there is somewhere that we can go. But we would need to blow up a thing. And for that, we would need a power bomb. That's a power bomb thing. Don't have a power bomb on me, so that is not currently on the menu. Let's see. What is that? What is that? Bomb? Power bomb? It's just explosives, regular style. Boost ball! Pretty good. Boost ball, there we go. Pretty good fucking luck right out the gate here. I'm happy about that. Okay, is there anything we can get in Storage Cavern A? Well, if anywhere would have something, it'd be Storage Cavern A. Oh, it has nothing. Oh, have I already been in here? Might have already been in here. The flying-in cache contains a missile-related upgrade. A missile-related upgrade? That sounds pretty good. Well, shit. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize also... I guess the in cache, as you scan them, they'll tell you what's what. Tell you what they got on the other side, which, hey, easier than going there. If they just had, say, you know... it could be like Dark Super Missile or like Dark Missiles, Dark Super Missile. Or maybe upgrade just means capacity. Do you think upgrade means capacity, or can upgrade just... is upgrade exclusively like stuff you would want? Not that you wouldn't want... Not that you wouldn't want capacity, but it wouldn't be, strictly speaking, necessary. This whole path is kind of the, It's kind of the default path you go down. If you, like, you know... Why isn't it going? Oh, crap. Well, I guess we're... You know, this is... I don't know why, but... This isn't doing the thing where it lets you through the first time. I thought it did that the first time you went through, but whatever. Anyway, this is kind of the first path you would take it when taking the game. You know, when you started the game, you would go down this whole long pathway. What's that do? I don't remember what that does. It looks like it does something. Well, maybe that's just for flavor, you know, to show like, yeah, you could try to call home, but no, not gonna work. You know, you're stuck here. I knew that, so, you know, didn't have to try. Right then. Right now we have 2 elevators available to us. They will take us, we don't know where. One's behind some, like, purple platforms. You know, some purple seeker things that we know how to deal with. We are good for. Let's see where this takes us. Also, we have 25 missiles. I have cards this stream. I don't know how many we'll use this stream versus next stream. Hey, it's Sky Fortress. Fantastic. The thing about a randomizer stream is there's kind of always something to talk about, you know, as far as like, you know, where to go next, what we can check, what we can't check, what we're hoping to get. Whether an area is maybe pretty hard for us to go into with, you know, the health supplies that we have. This is, of course, the last world of the game. Oh, cool. Okay. Hey. No, we don't have super ball. Super bomb. Super ball, what the fuck. We don't have the super bomb, so turn around and head back. Wonder if I can configure this tracker to... Oh, elevators. Okay. Oh, so I can totally, like, set up what each of these things are in the tracker, and it'll you know, adjust the tracking accordingly. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're not, like, boned or anything. Let's... I should probably, like, start filling that out a bit. Which ones go where. So, this one would be... Let's do that. This one would be... the transport... Oh, geez. Is this A? Is this B? What is this? Oh, no. I don't know. Temple Transport A. Temple Transport A. Temple Transport A. Prime to Echoes. Transport A access. Oh, well, some of them are going to be named like access whatever, whatever. So let's see now. Here's the meeting grounds. The Dynamo Chamber. Collapse Tunnel. This is Storage Cavern A B. Does this mean that this is Temple Transport B? Temple Transport Dream. TG Temple Grounds. Okay, yeah. Let's say this one's B, and instead it is transport to Sanctuary. Vault side. Not sure what vault side is, but if that's like from Torvis or it's from AW, you know, Aegon Waste, I'm gonna guess Aegon Waste. Jeez, I don't know which elevator is which, just by memory. You know, hey, what the fuck? You know, maybe I could set this up to like automatically check the seed or something. I don't know. Or I could like maybe check the spoiler log beforehand. That'd be weird. Fill it out ahead of time. Spoiler log, I bet, says which one is which, like straight up. Oh, I'm looking at the dark side. Wait, no, I'm not. This is the light side. Where's the fast travel room? Wait. Is it because I haven't been in those? Oh, I haven't been in those, so it's not going to tell me like which one is which yet. Okay, yeah. Because it's a spoiler to know. I got it. Okay. Right. Okay. Maybe setting up that stuff in the tracker. I don't know. Maybe it's not really going to be all that feasible for multiple reasons. Maybe I should have just went with default. That'd be the easiest. That'd be the simplest. No setup required. But I don't know. I like to go through a door and go through an elevator and not know where I am. You know, that's fun to me. That little extra little elements, you know. Right, so from here we can head over here to this whole area, including the landing site, which has 2 items. But also it's pretty, like, out of the way. If we can, let's do that. And, leave the tracker... Wait, what does it say? So if I had power bombs, I could go through there. Okay. Because of where we started, we can't go back to the starting area yet, because we started outside of it. Okay. So then, that explains why we got the, why we found the splitter missile, because we need to go through that door. That's the next place in logic. Going back from whence we came, and, going from there. Cards? Cards. Let's do a card. I got cards. Did you see that Pokemon Stadium 2 and the trading card game are now out on Switch? That's right. Pokemon Stadium 2 came to Nintendo Switch Online, finally. That's very good. As did the trading card game. 2 games. Well, that one game that was announced like last year at a Direct on the N64, and another that was announced when Game Boy games were announced. And, you know, in both cases we knew about them ahead of time, knew about them for a while that they would be coming. And it's, hey, it's good to see them. Wait, are you going to be able to get over there? Wait. The door is still locked. That door is still locked. But we can... Wait. Return to the starting location. XXX. By doing that, which would place us where exactly? Right here. Oh. No door. Cool. Whatever. We didn't get the green translator, so I guess it's just... The door is... They removed it for... Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm not gonna question it. Don't know why it works that way, but, you know, hey. When you first entered this room from the very start, that room from the very start, that door is open for you, so... Maybe that's just how it is logically. Go figure. Anyway, Pokemon. Really happy with that. Pokemon Stadium 2. I remember having a lot more Pokemon minigames. It also had like a quiz thing, both of which are like happy additions to the best part of that game, which is playing the minigames and stuff with like some friends or something. The minigames, best part of that game. Where are we? We are in Aegon Waste. Okay, good. I don't have to mess with the... You know what? In some cases, because of the way that elevators work, we might already have access to an area as far as the logic is concerned, as far as the tracker is concerned. So, I don't have to do shit. I just... Okay. Is that a big missile? Unlimited? What the fuck? Did I... Okay. We got unlimited missiles. I forgot that was a thing that they put in there. And I turned on. Okay. Now that I have it, I feel like that was a silly thing to turn on. Just, you know, really quickly, like, kind of makes it so that, like, one of the most common items in the game isn't quite as useful, doesn't it? Doesn't it do that? I mean, I guess I'll say I'd be interested in infinite light ammo, infinite dark ammo. Like that I'd be interested in. Just an item that makes it so that it acts like just the default thing, but I would want it to be like you know, I want it to be incremental first off, where like, oh, first you get the light ammo, light beam, then you get like the light super move. And then if you get all three of them in like the set or whatever, maybe they're like in progressive, you know, progressive items. Then you'd get infinite ammo, and I think that would be a fair place to put it, you know, as the third of three progressive things. But it's just a thing you find in a random ass place. I don't know. I don't know about that. Well, there's no point in being weird about it. We got it. I guess let's fire a lot of missiles then. Let's see. The next thing that we can get is in like a tube over here on the right. We can also go back through the elevator in this area and see where it takes us. Somewhere different, obviously. Here's something we can get. Missiles. Doesn't do anything for us now. In fact, we really just can turn around every time we see just regular ass missiles. Assuming it's not gonna be like the super missiles or something like that. Yeah. We still have to find the super missiles, I guess. Anyway, I'll say of Prime 2, or sorry, of Pokemon Stadium 2. Pokemon Stadium 2, I don't remember much about like the single player modes of that, you know, like all the stuff there. You know, I think it's basically just Pokemon Stadium, but now it has like Generation 2 Pokemon, which hey, that's a pretty good thing to add. You know, a whole fucking 100 200. I don't know how many Pokemon Gold Silver had, but it adds like a whole bunch from those games, and yeah, those are good additions to the game. Those are good additions, and the mini games are good, and they're a little bit more robust than they were before. Where's that tunnel I talked about? Tunnel. Oh, I already got that right. So now I'm in here. Which I can see a missile that's up above. That one. There. So I should be able to see if it's any good right now. Won't be able to get it until the spider ball. That's an energy transfer module? Do we need that? I'm not sure if we need that, but maybe. I'm gonna mark that on my tracker. Let's see. Is the energy tracking energy module a thing that you have to collect, or is it just like, you know, a default item? Is that just the equivalent of like, oh, there's nothing there? Basically, that's big fat nothing. I don't see anything on the tracker that I can track that with, actually, come to think of it. So maybe that's just nothing. I'm gonna leave that alone. You know what? Maybe eventually we'll find another one and we'll collect it and we'll know, like, oh, Bupkis. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry. There's one thing in here that we can get. And then ooh, hey, it's a key. Good looking out. It's a Dark Torvis key. Fantastic. What the fuck are those on the map? Let's see. Torvis key. That would be green? Yes. Green. The green one is Torvis. Also, hey, there's another one of these guys. Oh, wait, no, it's not a... Just a dead guy. Not one of the key bearers. Through here is nothing we can get until we have the dark beam. So, let's not go in there. Instead, we're going to head out to the pirate... Well, we can go two places. We can go to the pirate encampment, or we can go to the energy control thing and do a mini-boss real fast. I'm leaning mini-boss. Pirate encampment, that sounds like a whole thing, you know? And to get to there, that sounds like a whole to-do. Let's start with this. I'm looking forward to trying out Pokemon Stadium 2, doing a bunch of that. I definitely want to do a stream of that sometime soon. Maybe like the last one, where it's like, you know, get a couple of people in, and we do some multiplayer on that. In fact, that's you gotta do it that way, right? I will say there's also, of course, the trading card game. I'm gonna just pop the volume down just a scotch. Give me 1 second. There's also the just to be like, you know, cautious. Just like a little bit. There's also the trading card game, which I'll say I've never played the trading card game. I don't even have a rudimentary understanding of how the trading card game works. You know, I've played a number of CCGs over the years. I just don't know how. Wow, what the? What is with this aspect ratio shit? Stop switching the widescreen. I'm seeing this too in what happens if I like let me just like increase the width of the thing and let me move the thing over a bit. Oh well. Gotta crop out the... One second, let me straighten this out on the PC. Go over to the PC real fast. To the computer. Obviously, this is all PC, but no. 1 second here. Prop that. Prop that. And just go ahead and, like, center it nice and good. Good. For doing that, it's, like, a lot tighter. I don't know. It'll look Alright, that should be about right. I tried making it wider so that when it goes, maybe when it goes to widescreen, it's not going to like go you know, it's not going to get that weird. Hopefully, I don't know. Back to the thing. Oh, hey, what the... my camera controller is not responsive. Go ahead and close it and I'll reopen it. Hey, hang on, let me reopen the camera software, webcam software, so that I can you know, be on camera in like a good position. You know what I mean? All right. There you go. Please find me. There I am. All right, perfect. All right. We're good. Right, let's continue here. Fucking. Still doing it. But, I don't know. Maybe a little bit less disorienting when it's doing it this way. I feel like maybe there's like a setting I can set as far as like widescreen on off, and it'll, you know, stop like trying to do it automatically. It has a bit of life. It's one of the easiest boss fights in the game. Shouldn't be that hard. I guess if we had like a more advanced beam, that would help. I'll tell you, when I tried this like before. It wasn't giving me any of these issues. That was on a different version of Dolphin, I will say. Slightly older version of Dolphin, which that version of Dolphin had like some error when I tried it on this on this, so had to update my Dolphin, you know, which caused it to work, but also, you know, seems to have come with some other weirdness, maybe. Let me look at the graphic settings real fast while that goes. Graphic settings. Aspect ratio, audio, auto, no. Force 4x3. Okay. And let me just, I'm gonna go back to the PC and reverse some of the stuff I tried earlier because it's smaller on my screen as a result of that. 1 second. Alright, and that's a big goose egg. That's a big goose egg, that item right there. Just gonna make this really just that big, and here. Stretch that out. As wide as it can go. A little wider. There we go. Okay, there, and center it up. Okay, that should be centered. How's it look? Looks good. Little line. It's hard to be perfect, you know? Okay, that looks good. Let's go with that. Gonna go back to the couch and continue. Take my mouse with me. Oh. I'm over here. I swear, sometimes the presets seem to drift. I don't know. Maybe my couch is moving. Maybe the secret is my couch has moved a little bit, and whenever it tries to like narrow in. But then again, this is preset 3, and that looks pretty much centered on the couch. So, and hell, that's preset 2. What the fuck? I don't know. It's weird about it sometimes. Go figure. Go fucking figure. I will say this has been running a lot better than I expected. I'm pretty happy. Feel like, you know, hey, this opens up a whole host of options as far as, like, other GameCube randomizers, as far as, like, other GameCube games. Well, most GameCube games that I would want to stream, I already own the GameCube copies of. But, like, GameCube mods, I guess, are, like, more on the table now, given that this is working as well as it has. Also makes me feel a little bit better about the plans to do StarCraft as like the next thing, which I will say I thought about it and realized like, oh shit. I thought about it and realized like, oh wait, that whole series, that whole playthrough is gonna be at the computer, gonna be at the desk, which you know my best camera, the one that you know tracks me a little bit, is at the couch. So you know it'll be a bit weird to have an entire big chunk of like the next couple of months here, you know, as far as like going through. Hey! Dark beam! That's fucking important. That's fucking huge. Oh wait, we don't need to see this. This is a cutscene. Okay. Sorry you died, bro. That's terrible. That was a good one to go get. That's killer. That's amazing. Dark beam, that allows us to do a whole bunch, including like go into the dark world, right? Or is the first dark portal just one that you scan? I forget, but dark beam is probably what, one of the top 2 most important items in the game. I guess morph ball bombs are pretty important as well. Definitely one of the top items that we could have found. For sure. Like, it's gonna open like 1/4 of doors. It's gonna let us go to the dark world in like a variety of different places. It is very, very useful. A real big get for us. In fact, looking at the map, this gives us one more thing that we can get over here. Already, it's paying off. Little thing in here. What's a key? What's a key? I remember this one. This one can be... This one's a whole process, isn't it? A whole to-do. Basically have to, like, go around the cylinder and do a bunch of stuff to, like, you know... go around the edge. We can do that. I can do that. Go here. Down here. Wait. Fuck! You do something there, I don't remember. I'll tell you, we definitely need that, so let's keep on trying it. Going back to Pokemon for a second. Going back to Pokemon. I've never played the CCG. Want to give that a try as well. Figure out, you know, go through like the single player content there. Hello, Lord Bowser, how you doing? Definitely want to do a stream sometime soon that has like a focus on Pokemon. You know, those two new, you know, and those two new games that are on Nintendo Switch expansion pack, you know, and Nintendo Switch Online. Those two games, and also I was sort of thinking about playing a little bit of Pokemon Unite, which I haven't done in a while, but I occasionally, you know, pop in and hope to get the quest that's like, hey, returning players, here's some bonuses, and I'll be like, ooh, bonuses for about a month, and I'll play for about a month, and then I'll say like, okay, I'm good. Here's what you do here. There we go. No 5GH tomorrow because you're too tired. You're gonna do it next week. I understand, man. I'm pretty tired too when I build my things. What was that? Shit, I didn't see what check my inventory real fast. See where that was. Keys, miscellaneous, Dark Temple keys. That was Ing Hive key 2. Okay, so we got one of those, and I guess the way that it works is you just start off with all but 3 of the Sky Temple keys. I understand. I will say for my making, been working on my my new level. I've been trying to figure out what exactly it's going to be. Some good ideas have come together with that, but nothing really concrete yet. But it's coming along. I have considered. I feel like I've talked a bunch about like streams I've been considering doing. I have considered doing another making stream like this weekend or something, but I think what would be better if I just like, you know, just like found some time this weekend, like, you know, between doing things or whenever, to like work on that that new level, like hopefully start getting it into a place where it's actually real, you know. I mentioned it on the Discord, but it's now got more of an idea, more of a concept, more of a high concept. It's Ripsaw Rainbow, and the original concept was that it's just, you know, was just that it was what's the word? A rainbow level with saw blades. I'm thinking the concept will now more be that it is a rainbow that is being demolished, that is being like cut up by these saw blades, and as a result, like the pipe theming that I've like put together, where there's like a bunch of pipes that are like rainbow colored. Yeah, I'm gonna just like strew a bunch of those all over as if they are debris in some places, to like form solid, solid, oh, here we go. Solid, like, places to platform through. And I think that'll be a good, like, way to, you know, theme it, as well as to, a good way for it to be thematic, and a good, like, way to, like, sell the idea that, like, oh, you know, this is, like, some sort of construction site or something. Just having, like, what the, oh, it blew up a thing. Just having, like, a bunch of shit strewn around. That'll be cool. It's still not great. No, hey. I feel like that's a thing with my Mario making that's like holding me back a lot, right? Like, you know, this is like the end of a super world, you know, World 8. There's only 4 levels left, and the 36 that are in there right now, they're all like stellar, you know? So I need to figure out, I need to think until such time as the level is stellar. And until then, like, I don't know, you know? I just keep looking at it and going like, I don't know if this is stellar yet, you know? Pressure from that, I guess. Anyway. How's the sound, by the way? Is the sound good? Can you hear me all right over the game audio? Now is like in the middle of a battle, so probably about as bad as it will be, as far as loud as it will be. Perfectly good. I'll take it that it's perfectly good unless you say otherwise. Barely hear the game audio. So you want me to crank it a little bit. Right now it's sort of an atmospheric thing. Right now it's sort of atmospheric, so okay, this is good. Yeah, okay. So, you know, listen to the sound of my blaster. For like more of a comparison. Hey, plastic bags, how's it going? Good to see you. There's an item. There's an item in this room. Oh no, it's in the next room that we can get right now. Okay, we can't get this one until we have the spider ball. It's in like the main pirate area, which we can just walk into. But let's do it the normal way so it doesn't get all screwy or something. You know, normally how it would work is you'd go through the whole undergrounds. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do this. We have the dark beam. Let's stand up, Link. I said Link. What the fuck? Stand up. How come I can't? It's not letting me like you know what? Whatever. We'll just go through this. It's fine. We're doing Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer, which I'm unsure. I was unsure if it would run good, but hey, it runs good, so you know we're doing it. You know, I had a backup game prepared, Metroid Fusion Randomizer, but looks like we don't need it. Ooh, how about another card? I got more cards. Did you see them new Pokemon? There was new Pokemon announced at the Pokemon thing the other day. The Pokemon Presents. That was like, other than the new N64 online games, I think like my main takeaway, well, I think maybe the internet's main takeaway with that event, you know, like, hey, there's some new Pokemon being added as part of that their event, you know. I put some pictures of them so I could show them. Like, here's Diplin. I saw Diplin, and I said, Dippin! I was so happy to see Diplin. I later realized that there was an L in there, and said it accordingly. That's a great design. Candy apple Pokemon. What the fuck? That's good. Good evolution of that silly apple Pokemon. Very funny. Very good. The other one that, like, has caught my attention, and, like, the one that I would actually, like, want, I guess is also the one I can't really get. Which I'll say, I can't really get a lot of Pokemon because I didn't do the post-game content of Sword and Shield. And also I haven't done, like, any of the raids that they've done to, like, give away legendaries or whatever. So, you know, even if they gave away this tomorrow and I had the right version, I couldn't actually get it. But, you know, I do really like the design of this thing. This thing right here. Fucking Stormcloud Ryolu? I forget what this one was called. Raiko? I forget what this was originally called But really, really cool redesign of like the Primal Beast version of it. I think that's great. I look at that and go like, God damn, that's cool. I like the last one that they did of like not Entei? No, they didn't do it. Entei is the last one that they need to do, but they did like another one of Suicune. Suicune. They did one of Suicune like months and like near launch, and that was awesome. And I'm hoping that the Entei one will be just as good, you know. I'll say, you know, I have the tech version, and so I get like, if I were to have like a high enough Pokemon level to do endgame raids, I could have, if I had known at the time or cared, I could have gotten like a robot deer. And there is another robot deer that was announced part of this. I will say those deer, they don't do nothing for me. You know, they're just like, so they're remakes of like deer legendaries from like Generation 5. I don't remember these legendaries. I guess though, here's the thing. For the future, I feel like the robots, the Gigas, would probably be a little on the nose because they're already robots. You know, where is it? Oh, it's below the ground. That's the echo. That's the echo beam. Well, I gotta go get that right now, actually. I regret not going in that direction. I guess you have to do that through the underground Morph Pulse area here. Been a while since the last time I played this game, like, vanilla. Well, I say it's been a while. I guess it's been like 2 years. It was like slightly before I started streaming. Like a few months before, like October or something. 2 years ago. You go through here, right? Yeah. Ooh, Annihilator Beam. That's a good ass get. Where is that? There? No, that's light. Here's Annihilator. Beautiful. What was I saying? So we get some, so like the other version gets deer. I don't know these gear. I guess you already did birds like last game. They did remakes of the birds. And I looked up the Gen 4 Legendary Trio and they're just like identical. You know, clearly they couldn't do those guys. But I don't know, these deer, they just don't hold a candle to the beasts for me. Maybe some people like them more, but whatever. Hell. Okay. I was worried for a second. It stuttered. This room seems a little more performant, but still in a manner that I would describe as playable. This performance, I don't know what performance means, if it means performing badly or performing goodly. I just say it when I am going into an area and it feels all chuggy. That might be that might not be an accurate use of that phrase. Hey, we got the Dark Burst, which I guess because we got that silly thing that gives us infinite ammo, we should just go ahead and infinite missiles. We might as well just do. Oh, wait a minute. Also, doesn't it cost like dark ammo as well? Maybe not quite so spammable then. Yeah, it costs 5 of those. And, yeah. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm gonna mark that off. I should mark this off as well. Make sure that on my tracker I am marking off these things as we go, so that I know what I've checked. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm gonna move some stuff around my desktop, on my screen, so I can see the map, my tracker's map a little bigger. Don't y'all worry, doesn't concern y'all much at all. Here's this room. Hope y'all are doing well today. Here's another thing that happened in the last couple of days, well, since the last stream. There were some Tears of the Kingdom patents that got out that people thought were pretty funny. I say pretty funny. I thought they were pretty funny. That Nintendo would, like, patent some of this stuff, you know? Some of it is very specific, having to do with things that are, you know, specific to Tears of the Kingdom. You know, quite fair to like, you know, patent things about how rewind works, whatever. Other things are a little bit silly, like patenting, 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 there we go. Patenting the ability to like, put an object on another object and, like, have it move with that object. So apparently they described how the physics of, like, Link works. You know, how, like, moving Link works in that game, and, that they got a patent on it. Where's the up and the down? Oh, they're over there, aren't they? Other side of the room. We need to move these around. Like, I mean, I'll say, like, their description was pretty neat. Like, yeah, instead of, like, applying to force to Link while he's moving on an object, right? Standing on an object that's moving, we instead just, as the object moves, we move Link the same amount of space. You know, before any other physics considerations are involved. I think we need one more. Before any more physics considerations are involved. Which, that sounds pretty clever. I don't know if you can really patent, like, standing on an object, you know? Like, standing on an object and everything not breaking. You know, yeah, I guess... Ooh, suit. Dark suit. Sick. I haven't even stepped foot in the dark realm, and already we have the dark suit. That is pretty goddamn nice. We are not gonna have anything to worry about the whole Dark World thing. Let's see, we do this twice more. 1, 2. 2. There we go. Seems a little ridiculous to patent some of these things, and, you know, people were even saying, like, you know, even if that is a clever implementation of that, yes, I see. Even if that is a clever implementation of a physics system, you know, to move a character who's standing on a thing without the physics system getting involved. Even if that is a clever implementation of it, I don't know that you can patent it, because I don't know if you could say for sure you're the first one to do that, ever, you know. And also, I do think it's weird that you probably should, like, refrain from patenting things. And that's just my 2 cents, but I find it a weird thing to do, you know, patents and all. I found the idea of patenting gameplay and like programming type things to be a little bit silly, you know? It's like, look, I think about Threes, which has been cloned to death. There's a million billion Threes clones out there, and they're all the exact fucking same. I don't know if there's a million billion, I don't know. Are Threes clones still popular? Is Threes still popular? I don't know. Anyway, point is, Threes was like cloned to death, and yet Nintendo thinks they can own standing on a box. You know, that to me is absurd. You know, like Threes could not own anything about it apparently, but Nintendo can own standing on a box. I don't know. That doesn't seem defendable to me. I feel like if the idea is it's just like as a precaution, as like, oh, you know, we got our ass covered. Anyone comes up to us and says like, hey, you can't have stuff during loading screens because we did it first. They can say like, well, you can't have standing on boxes because we did it first. You know, if it's all defensive, that's one thing. It is maybe also worrisome. What is standing on a box from? It's from Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. There was a patent recently. Nintendo did some patents of Tears of the Kingdom, and one of them was the idea that when you stand on a moving object, instead of using physics to move Link, it just moves Link the amount that the box moves. Which sounds really intuitive and also obvious, but they do make it sound like it's a new thing that they came up with. Who could say? You know, could be. Isn't that just an elevator? Well, it depends if there's, like, physics working on it, you know? Oh, hey, I have the boost ball, so I can get up here. The thing is, usually I think, when something moves, when a character is on it, a force is applied to something that you're standing on, right? I think the idea is that usually it uses physics and applies the same force to the character that's standing on the box, which should move them about the same. But they just like cut to this chase and be like, yeah, if what we're looking for is for them to move the same amount, why don't we just move them the same amount? Seems obvious, but they make it sound like they're the first. Why isn't this on? Oh, there it goes. I am sure that, like, if anyone were to, like, challenge that, it would probably collapse. They can't be the first one to think of that. I mean, I give them credit for, like, putting together an amazing game, and also one that is very jank-free, considering all the physics stuff that is going on in there. And I'm sure, like, ideas like that are a big part of it, right? Like, oh, Dark Aegon. Perfect. First one of those. Where's the way forward? Oh, right here. Right, let me mark on my map, or I say mark on my map. Let me remove the things from my tracker. Oh, hey, we got a boss fight here. We have to do the boss fight? What would be the point of the... We have the Dark Beam, so we can't go back. Oh, this is like blocked off. Let's go fight the boss. We gotta fight the boss if we want the item. Apparently. I know, it's absurd, and everyone's saying it's absurd. I don't think anyone's really sticking with Nintendo. I will also say, I don't know that they should really be patenting, like, Recall and, what's it called? Shit. Ascend. Because I would really like it if, like, other companies and other games tried some of that shit out, right? I think Ascend is really cool. I would like to see Ascend in more video games than just Zelda. Like, I think it would be cool to have a 2D platformer that used Ascend. Or a 3D platformer, shit. I mean, Ascend is not that different from, like, the part in Celeste where you dash through, like, a solid object. And that's pretty cool. You could probably make a whole platformer around that if you wanted, you know, ascending through objects real nice and snappily, you know. Make it feel good. What? I don't know what that explosion was, but whatever. Should we be charging our beam up more? Can we use... Oh, we can just use missiles. So she's gonna block some of them. Maybe all of them. Stay away from making the clear ahead. Come back next week strong. That's always a good idea, you know. Time away, a break. And I'll say, like, one thing I believe is that, you know, the more time you spend away from something, when you come back, you'll have all sorts of ideas. At least in theory. And, you know, if you don't, maybe even more time. And eventually you'll have the ideas that you need to, like, overcome the writer's block, you know? I mean, with writer's block, creator's block, whatever, you know, is there anyone who says just, like, keep working, just, like, keep thinking about it, just, like, really, you know, dwell on it? I'm pretty sure the advice in like, almost all cases of writer's block is, like, yeah, don't... Just let it, like, slip into the back of your mind, you know? Put it on the back burner for a while, and, like, you know, watch some television, play some other games, and you might get some ideas, and you might have a breakthrough when you're not even, like, trying, you know? This is maybe as loud as it gets, I would wager a guess. I don't know. Alright, what are we gonna get from this? Now, we do have the dark beam, so we can go into the... It's not even loud? Okay, you know what? You're saying it's not even loud, so you can hear me perfectly. Okay. I'll crank it then. I'll crank it. Yeah, let's do that. How's this? This is 30%. It was at 20% before. Because of the way that Dolphin works, I have to, like, manually... I have to capture this differently than I would capture other PC games. Because it's just playing into my headphones, and then I'm capturing that. And they should be the same volume in my earphones versus thing. Yes, that's right. This is... Look, this is the randomizer. Dark Aegon key. Fantastic. This is the randomizer. I mean, hey, look. Let me show you something. Taking longer than I thought it would. Here it is. I do have it. I do have it. You can see right here. It's right here. That's what's running. Don't worry. That's right. Goes to get a physical copy. Don't worry about it. I love this game. Had it since I was a kid. But this is the randomizer, so to randomize it, I had to do a thing, and I don't know how do you get this like on a GameCube. I don't have a Wii. I only have a Wii U. I have a Wii U, and I have a GameCube. So I don't think you can really do homebrew anything of the sort on like the GameCube. You know, unless you like press the disc or something. That's not happening. Maybe there's Maybe there could be like a special thing that like loads off a... How does Project M work? They probably do it off... You know what? They probably do it off Wii's when they do Project M. I don't know how any of that stuff works. I don't have like the equipment, homebrew settings, whatever. So, you know, running it here. I will say, there is one game that, like, I would maybe run regular, like, off an emulator in here, and it's only because I've lost the physical copy. I don't know where the disc is. I only have the box. And, you wouldn't believe which one it is. It's fucking Cubivore. Which, by the way, if you don't know Cubivore, it is a game now. It's very, very, very rare. It goes for like $300. And at some point, the copy of it that we had that me and, you know, my sister and me had as kids, at some point, the copy got replaced by a second copy of Mario Party 6. I already have Mario Party 6. I have 2 copies of Mario Party 6 because of this. Doesn't make sense. Where the fuck is my Cubivore? Who has my Cubivore? I don't know. Wish I had a copy of Cubivore. It's a weird game. You know, I could see streaming that at some point. That's a weird game. Probably not like a full playthrough, but hey, maybe a full playthrough. Why not? It's a fucking thing. What is it? Oh, that's a good question. What is it? Cubivore is like a survival game. You play as like a cube monster, and you eat things that are smaller than you. You sort of lunge at them and like take off like 2D panels off them, and eventually you get to like mate and procreate, and you know, become a slightly bigger thing. Slightly bigger cube guy. It's not like Spore. You're actually like running around as a beastie, and you have all sorts of configurations. Like, you have all sorts of configurations where like and by the way, we have the dark suit, and like I said earlier, I did mod it so that I did tweak the values a little, such that we will be healing pretty fast when we're in the light areas. So we won't have to ever wait to do like a dark, to like get our energy back if we need to. But also, because we got the dark suit, we're not gonna need to. Maybe 2 is a good number rather than, I think we're losing like 1 health a second, and we gain 2.5 back. It's like an IO game. You're like running around, you're like eating stuff, and like you can sort of like do a lunge. You can like lunge at them and then like bite onto their limbs and go like ah, and you tear off a limb, and then you go and you want to sort of like complete certain objectives so that you can mate, and your kid is going to have 1 more limb than you do. 1 more limb than you do. And basically you just let like bigger and bigger kids until such time as you like switch species, and then you sort of start from scratch. It's kind of weird. It's a very weird game, Cubivore. Definitely should stream that sometime. That sounds like a game that I should have on my channel at least once. I guess it's IO-like. It's a very weird game. And I don't know if I'm really doing it justice here. You are a cube. You are a cube with a mouth, and you have just, like, squares for your limbs. And they can be arranged in, like, Tetris-like configurations where, like, each species of them has, like, a different arrangement of their pieces. Whether they're just, like, under them, and they just go, like, scoot, scoot, scoot. Or whether they have, like, you know, 2 legs that are just, like, squares that are, like, off them, you know. I mean, I could maybe take a pen and paper and like draw something out, but let's not. How do I get through here? What do you do? Is this a boost ramp situation? That's okay. Yeah, Google it. Google it. That's maybe a simpler way to do it. You could Google it. You could see. It's a weird. Where's the next thing? Oh, that can move. Right, we need to hit this with a beam of some sort. Forgot. Yes, there we go. That's much easier than what I was trying to do. Good, a save. One last piece of, like, news stuff that's been going on that I prepared ahead of time to talk about. That is, did you hear how Disney Plus and Hulu are up to some shit? You might have heard either of these stories. There's been two stories that have been going around about those two. The first one is that rates are going up. They jacked up the rates of both services. And I said when I saw that, like, I'm pretty sure that our Hulu Disney Plus is like a bundle deal. I'm pretty sure my sister gets both of them like together for like a bulk deal, which I'm not sure if the price of that's going up. So I wasn't sure if it like really quote unquote affected quote unquote me. But then there's the second piece of news, which is that yeah, they're looking at the thing that Netflix did recently. You know, that was kind of a success for them. So you know, now they're looking to get in on the whole cutting people out who haven't like you know, paid for the service thing. They're looking to do that as well. And password sharing, which is definitely worrisome. Like, god damn it, you guys. Like, I fucking knew this was gonna happen, you know. I feel like it was all down to whether Netflix, like, was happy with this or sad about doing it. And so far, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know the numbers. And not like Netflix, like, releases the numbers good and proper. But Netflix seemed to say that they were happy about how that had been going. And, well, now that Netflix has done it, I guess everyone else is starting to look to dip their toes in to that. Kind of fucked up, and also, I will say, I think if like I think if they do go ahead and do that, I think let's assume that works like Disney, that it works like not like Disney, like Netflix, and there's like some surcharge that you can get to get more people onto your plan who are like in different locations, you know, like family members, you know, like me. Let's say there is such a service. I don't think that that either me or my parents would say to my sister like, hey, yeah, go ahead and do a thing to get us on. I'm pretty sure we would both just say like, no, it's fine. That really doesn't matter to us, you know? I don't really watch Hulu that much. Disney Plus, I don't watch that much either. I think I would be perfectly fine losing one or both of them, and not having access to them. It isn't like Netflix even, where it's particularly hard. I feel like whenever I look at Hulu, whenever like, whether I'm looking alone or if I'm like over with my parents, let's say, and we're looking to watch something, you know, we just had, you know, family dinner, and now we're looking to, you know, now I'm looking to like spend a little time hanging out with the folks and you know, eating food, not eating food, but you know, watching a movie or something. I very rarely has Hulu had that, or had like what we landed on. Maybe Palm Springs was the last one I can think of, and that was you know, a year ago, 2 years ago. Not the service I think of when it comes to like content. That said, They do have a couple shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer in good quality. And also Always Sunny, which I haven't seen the last couple seasons of. Maybe I won't, you know, hey. I was at some point wondering, like, should I, like, rewatch all of Always Sunny? And then I watched an episode or two and like, oh, this is this is hard to watch. I don't know how I ever got through the parts where they were just being, like, openly horrible and racist. I know that's like the whole idea, but, like, it is, parts of that show are cringe or really challenging to watch. Even if there are, like, tons of parts that I think are super hilarious to this day. Ooh, what's this? Double damage. That's sweet. There's double damage as a thing you can find in one thing that we can do is in the event of going into a room and finding out we can't leave, I can just do this little menu thing. If I reload the area, am I gonna be in the doorway while it's open? I can warp to the area right outside if not. We'll do that then, yeah. Feeding pit. Feeding pit. Dark Outgown Waste. Feeding pit. They include this this menu in case you get, like, soft locked, and I appreciate that. You know, I wouldn't want to have to reload just because of getting stuck in a place that is weird. You know, some of the Metroid randomizers, they're not, like, down with that. You know, they say, like, you know, hey, you got soft locked, that's on you. And, you know, I'll say, like, I'm not sure if it's, like, if you're raced. Obviously, you could just warp anywhere if you really got right down to it. So, like, maybe just don't warp, you know, anywhere. Where's that one? Like, below the surface or something. Well, I think to un-soft locked us, it's okay. And also, hey, who's counting, you know? This is all for fun. Can we actually leave here? These are light doors. Apparently, the battleground is on the wait. Is it on the tracker? The battleground is not telling me we can do any. I don't think we can do anything in the battleground right now. We can do the judgment pit though, which would be another mini boss. Let's go ahead and leave then. Now, we could... I think the way that you would get home is using a light beam to, like, shoot a thing. And I don't think we can do that as of yet, so... We can either do two things. We can go to a save room and warp back to the start, the very start of the thing, or we can just, like, you know, warp somewhere. Warp somewhere we've been, let's say. Where's the nearest save room? I feel like using warps to get around is a little bit shady. You know, we ought to walk places if at all an option. We ought to just walk. We ought to just, like, you know, stroll to where we need to go. You know? When I tried this offline, you know, on my own time. I was trying the randomizer off on my own time. I did eventually find that, like, yeah, you can really just crank through it if you eventually say screw it and start warping around. You know, just like, okay, take me. Okay, I don't want to know how to get back to Torvus Fog. Just warp me to Torvus Fog. You know, and we could totally set up rules for ourselves. Honestly, we could set up rules and be like, okay, we can only warp to elevator rooms, or we can only warp to ones that elevator rooms that we've been in. You know, we could say such things. Oh, wait a minute, I need to turn around and do that. But I think for now, let's keep it normal. And just do, like, regular warps, or if anything, warps that unsoft lock you. You know what I mean? Just those sorts of warps. Alright, here we are back at the hub area, the starts. We haven't gotten anything that would let us go to new places from here, I don't think. Like, power bombs would be the thing that we'd have to get to go down, like, that path further. So let's head back into Torvus. And actually, hey, this is gonna lead, like, nearly directly to Torvus. If I recall. Well, it's gonna be the path to Torvus, if I recall. That's right, path to Torvus. Still, I'm gonna look at the map and see if there's anywhere that we can go on the way. Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, rounds. Not unless we can get to the starting area, I don't think. Back to Aegon Wastes, and then we'll go to Dark Aegon through there. Oh wait. I guess this takes us right to Aegon. Okay, whatever. I guess it was just right to Aegon. Whatever. It's okay. Right then. So we're gonna want to go into this portal here, which not from here. The other, we have to go around. I really ought to open that door from the other side next time we're over there. Cool. Might as well save. Another card. Watched Running Man. Watched it last Friday, in fact, after the Friday stream. Didn't come up on the Monday stream. That stream was, you know, not so long that I got through all the cards that I had prepared. But, watched Running Man. I don't think I saw it before. I thought I knew what it was. I think I confused it with, like, Roller Derby or Roller Derby. The game that's like another movie about a game show future where it's all roller doming, you know, it's like the Roller Dome or something. I confused it with that, and it turns out it is about a game show thing, but it's Arnold Schwarzenegger doing it. And, you know, he's, kills a lot of people. It's very wrestling. It's very over the top. You know, all the, like, murder people, the people who do the murders. The murdering of, like, contestants and stuff. All those people are, all those people are, how's the volume, by the way, with that? How's the volume right back there? Was that good? Still a little nervous about that, but I'll take your word for it if you say it's good. I'll take your word for it. Anyway, I thought it was good, campy. It's It's alright. Maybe a 4 out of 5 if I were to rate it, though I don't usually rate movies, honestly, so, you know, if you ask me again in a week, I wouldn't necessarily have... I might change my mind, you know, but it was alright. The action was good. It was fun to watch Arnold murder people. And what more could you want? We need to restore power before we can go in. These guys are going to turn into dark versions of themselves. Anyway, I enjoyed The Running Man. I thought it was fun. I really liked it when like basically there's like murder people who murder convicts in like basically fixed fights. Like they come in with like flamethrowers and stuff, and the convicts just have to fight them with what they have. You know, they have like gimmicks and stuff. These executioners basically. And Arnold, he's being Arnold, he's able to like beat them all, and it's kind of funny that they all get killed, you know, one after another. It's also sort of the concept of the Monday night rehabilitation in Idiocracy. Same idea, where, you know, same idea where like convicts have to, you know, fight people who are trying to kill them, you know, as a punishment for, you know, their crimes or whatever. I don't think it's like one of my favorite Arnold movies, and I'll say that I think it pales in comparison to like, you know, Total Recall, Commando, the Terminator films. Those films are like much better as films. Hell, I'll say I watched Eraser recently. I think I like Eraser more than Running Man. It was just a little bit. I think the one-liners are better in Eraser, and I don't know, was more polished, I guess. That makes sense. But I understand it's like up to taste and shit. As far as another movie that I watched, hey, there's one other movie that I watched last weekend that I didn't know that I hadn't seen, and I totally confused with a different movie. What movie would... Oh, fuck me! I wasn't in the ball track there. What movie would that be, you ask? Well, I watched Hot Shots Part 2. Watched Hot Shots Part 2, which was surprisingly funny. I guess I realized that I didn't know what that movie was, because going in, I sort of expected it to be Caddyshack, and I had forgotten that it wasn't Caddyshack. You know, it's not a golfing movie. I guess I was confused because of the Sony game, Hot Shots, you know, which is a golfing game called Hot Shots. You know, Hot Shots Golfing. Not sure if it's called Hot Shots Golfing, but you know. It's the golfing games, Hot Shots. Apparently Hot Shots, though, in the movie, is about war and commandos, and, like, it's sort of like Airplane-like, you know, made by similar people. You know, some of the same people who made Airplane, they made Hot Shots as well. And, cool laser. Light beam. Sometimes you call it a light beam. If it's like wide, you'd call it a light beam. Or a ray of light. It was like really like super ultra narrow. I guess you'd call that a laser. I guess that is a laser. It's amplified light. It's in like a straight beam. I don't know. There's multiple words that you could use to describe things, I guess. Anyway, Hot Shots Part 2. I thought it was Caddyshack, and I did say, like, going in, like, isn't this the one where there's, like, some old guys who do all the comedian stuff, and then there's some young bucks who are just there to, like, screw? Because, you know, they couldn't have, like, Rodney Dangerfield at, like, the college party screwing, you know? I'm looking at the mixer. You guys sure this is good? Are you guys sure this is good sound-wise? Can you still hear me? Over, like, when it gets loud, you know, like when the thing is going. I thought it was gonna be Hot Caddyshack, where it's like, okay, you got a bunch of comedians, and they're making jokes, and then there's just, like, a normal 20-year-old guy who is there to be, like, to screw, and to, like, look at ladies who are 20 years old and go, like, oh yeah, I'm attracted to them. You know, Rodney Dangerfield can't do that part, because at the time he was like 60. You know, he was like 50. He was an old guy. You know, what do you want? He wouldn't do those things. It'd be ridiculous. But, you know, some guy who's not funny just in the movie to be like a sex guy. Anyway, Hot Shots Part 2 isn't that at all. It's more like Airplane, where it's just like a whole bunch of parodies, one after another. And I was kind of surprised by this. Though I will say, I do think that Hot Shots Part 2 is a lower tier of, like, satire than, you know, Airplane. Which, I think one thing that's interesting about Airplane is that the scenes that it is remaking, like, shot for shot, most people don't know them because they're all from, like, a movie from the 60s that no one ever heard of. And in fact, no one ever saw. Well, I don't know if no one ever saw it, but, you know, certainly you mentioned, I don't even know what the fuck it's called, Disaster Zone or something? You mentioned what that original movie was, and I don't think, like, anyone would know it off the top of the dome, you know? Not everyone would know it off the top of the dome. Whereas, like, the things that it is parodying in Hot Shots, you're just like, okay, it's doing Apocalypse Now, it's doing, it's very clear when it goes into a parody what it's doing. It's doing, like, Top Gun. This is the Top Gun section. Okay, I know this scene. This is from that. And I think as a result, it feels a little bit cheaper, a little bit more like parodies of today. That, you know, no one talks about the Fast and the Furious parody in the same way they talk about Airplane, you know? And I think Hot Shots is like halfway between Airplane and like, you know, Vampires Suck, the Twilight parody. Not to say it's bad, I thought it was very funny. There were a lot of great jokes in there. Made me laugh a good deal. I was watching it with my folks, made them laugh a good deal. Great pick for a movie night, you know, or for, you know, like, you know, after a weekend dinner, like to, you know, have family dinner on Saturdays. I say like to, you know, usually do, which is good. It's good to do family dinner. There's something in here. There's a pickup here that we can get because we have the boost ball. Let's go find out what it is. Wait, can we get it? Oh, we need to go in from the other side. Damn it. Oh, shit. I fucking didn't realize that. Whoops. I'm gonna go out and then do boost ball stuff. And that should let me go into there and get that key. Key is an essential item. We need that. So it's good to go get. Anyway, Hot Shots Part 2. I thought it was very, very good. Very, very funny. Little bit trashy, but that's alright. Definitely no airplane. Or no, like, you know... Definitely no, Naked Gun, you know, but it's pretty good. I'm gonna give it a solid, like, 4 or a 5? Maybe a 5, I don't know. For the era, probably a 5. Not like an all-time favorite, though. I'll make that distinction. I don't rate the movies I watch. I don't task myself to think about that and put numbers on them. So I shouldn't start now. I mean, part of that is like, yeah, I've never had like a letterboxed, and if I start now, oh my god, I would have to review every movie I've ever seen, and that sounds like one hell of a tall order. You know, that's one hell of a tall task. I'm doing that currently with video games, and I still got 5 years until I'm up to present to work through. And also, I haven't worked on it in a while, so, you know. Oh, hey, we could totally fight the boss now. And I think we have everything we need to fight the boss. Well, we don't have light ammo, but... And we honestly, really... We don't have the light gun. But maybe that's fine. Get that one squared away. A little bit of a stutter there. Worrisome. Worrisome. What was I saying? I reckon next weekend gonna watch Hot Shots Part 1, because I am pretty sure I never saw that, considering I thought it was all golfing. You know, you realize these things sometimes, you know? Realize these things, just like... I think the first... I watched Caddyshack a few years ago, and had, like, sort of the same revelation, the same realization, like, oh shit, I've never seen this one. This is all new to me. That's a missile. Let me double check. That's not like a special missile or something. No, that's just a regular ass missile. Pass. Go ahead and mark that off. We've been going about 2 hours. I'm willing to go pretty long on this stream. I don't know, like, how long exactly this randomizer would take me. Or if we, you know, would really want to do it in one sesh. That's a thing. What is that? That's the green translator? No, that's a visor. Green visor. I'm not sure which visor that is, but I'm going to put down, Echo? I think that's Echo visor. I'm gonna say Echo visor on that. We need the spider ball to get it. But, hey, it's good to know where stuff is, even if we can't pick it up right now. Does this work on the... If I do this, is it going to march in here and destroy itself? No. Probably too much to hope. I really need the light ammo so I can start getting some fucking capacity. Do not have that much of either beam capacity. By default, you start off with like 50. 50 per like beam. I did modify that down a bit and be like, well, give me 25 for light, 25 for the light or the dark beam, give me 25 of each, or 25 of one. And then for the echo, give me 25 of each. And then each of the upgrades, the capacity upgrades, gives 50. Decided to do that way so that the capacity upgrades would be like, you know, big rather than small. I originally had them where, I think by default they're like 25 each, and I said, I want them to be 50. In the regular game, I think they're 50 each, but, you know, maybe that was a silly thing to get caught up on, you know? Oh, you know what? We have all these missiles. Missiles maybe is the most efficient way we can do this. Cool. What do we got? Oh! That's Power Bomb. And also it lets us, it is an expansion, but also it lets us do the Power Bomb. See? I'm surprised it took us that long to find the first expansion. There's like a bunch of them, you know, in the pool. Same way there's a lot of missiles. Not as many as missiles, of course, but a lot of them. I'm kind of surprised it took this long to find the Power Bomb. The first of like 8 or 9 of them. I think we can get up to a maximum of like 10. Honestly, I'm surprised that the first bomb that we got was the regular Morph Bomb. Like, that just seems like, what are the odds, right? There's 10 copies, just through expansions, right? There's 10 expansions. And I set it up to be like that because I kind of like in, like, the 2D Metroids, how that works. Hey, that's finally got, like, some dark... Is there, like, dark ammo? Okay. Yes. I think we have, like, 100? I'm not sure what we have in, like, reserves, dark-wise. But I think we have, like, 100 or 75. Should be 100. For light, I think we have 25. This tracker only tracks in increments of 10. Maybe I should have set it up in increments of 10. Then, you know? Ah, well. Doesn't really matter. Boss time. Aegon Waste boss fight. That's nice. And we got double damage, so this should go, you know, this should go fast. And I think the thing that it will always give is going to be the key for the end game. These bosses, so don't expect any item or anything, just should be a dark temple key, which, you know what, I think technically we have 6 of them. We need to get all 9. I'm just gonna mark that off right now. we just gotta shoot this guy as it goes through the air, and then we'll shoot him again or something. We'll do like a morph bomb thing. I guess actually this boss, or at least this phase, doesn't accelerate all that much. Because we're gonna be doing damage in like sec increments here. Knock off his head. I guess that's gonna happen like twice as fast, but we do have to like do this whole. We do have to do like all the phases of this, I guess. Yeah, it's just gonna do set damage. Set damage. I'm really pleased with how this is going so far, I'll say. We've gotten, like, light beam aside, we've gotten pretty much everything I could have asked for so far. You know, like, all the main stuff, except for the light beam and the translators, we have. You know? And that's pretty sick. We haven't even touched, like, 3 whole areas of the game. You know, well, 3. What am I talking? We haven't even touched like 2 whole worlds. We haven't even touched the bog or the city. You know, the sanctuary. And once we can go over those areas, where is he? Once we can go over those areas, we'll probably find some good shit, you know? And also it's running really nicely, which I'm worried about. I was worried about. Like, I think this is running nicer than it did when I tried it offline, like, you know, months and months and months ago. I tried it in like February. Now maybe there's, you know, new version of Dolphin. I think I did upgrade my graphics card also at one point. Maybe those things play a role, but regardless of what it is, I'm happy. I'm happy. Oh my god, can I not? Okay, good. I was wondering if, like, the echo beam couldn't, like, reclaim shit. Reclaim those. And that could be a problem if they got all of them. I guess it's good that we at least got the... I say the echo beam, it's not called that. The, Destructinator, whatever the fuck. I don't know. How is the volume? Let me... I'm gonna pull it up on my phone and listen to myself real fast. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Oh, let me... Why do I have an ad for myself? Maybe I'm not logged in. Should not have an ad for myself. Unless I'm not logged into Twitch on, like, Chrome or something. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna check and make sure everything sounds good. I'll mute myself so you don't hear the audio when that happens. Let me see how it sounds. Let me see how it sounds. 1 second. Let me see how it sounds. Let me see how it sounds. Oh, that sounds great. Oh shit, I didn't mute, did I? Thought I pressed it, but I guess I didn't. Okay. That sounds all very good. Okay, I worried for nothing. I don't know, I just worry when the bars are like, they're sort of peeking into the yellow right now on the mixer. And that typically is like, for like the gameplay, and that typically is something that you have to be worried about. But, from what I can tell, it's perfectly audible. Audible. Like the company. Also, I think I'm happy with this, with the, light restoration that I chose. It's pretty fast, so, you know, if we ever need to, like, if we need to do, like, sprints through the dark without the dark suit, we could have, like, managed it relatively easily, but also we are taking some damage. We're getting low, relatively, even on this first boss, so I call that a success. I don't know how many are left. Gotta be close on like... Yeah, there we go. They're doing their whole laser dance again. I'm going to do a card. Been rewatching The Sopranos, finished season 3, and I'm now pretty far into season 4. Wonderful show. Season 3 and 4, they sort of blend together. You know, both of them having like the Ralphie part being like a big factor. In a way that like no other season. Jeez, these guys are crying a lot. Hopefully it sounds good. Oh, did I forget to kill that one? I forgot to kill that one. The Ralphie thing continues across the seasons in a way that is like, you know, no other season really does. Like, other than that, they introduce new characters and then by the end of the season, they're dispatched. Like, season 2 is like that, season 5 is like that, and then the final season is kind of like that. Except that the final season is really more like 2 seasons. Which I'll say, you know, Breaking Bad's the same way. That's like the one thing that I would say that they should knock off. You know, that they shouldn't have done it that way because it is a little silly. In Breaking Bad and in that, just have a season 6 and a season 7. You know, you don't have to be like, it's season 6, part 1. When's season 6, part 2? Next year. Oh, you mean when season 7 would be? Yeah. I feel like you can only do you can only call it like a split season if you have it like anime does sometimes. You know, where it's like, okay, season 2, part 1 is now, and then it ends, and then 3 months later, the second half begins, you know? A 3-month gap is about what I think is allowable in these scenarios. You got the dark suit from this fight, right? So, oh, there's the way out, way forward, whatever. Anyway, I should maybe focus on Sopranos season 3 and 4. Season 3 is phenomenal. I really enjoyed just about all of it, except for Employee of the Month, which is unpleasant and bad, and not bad, but it's like, yeah, there's a thing that happens in that episode that you don't want to see, and you don't like when it's dwelt on, you know? But it has phenomenal episodes, season 3 does, like, you know, Pine Barrens, fucking one of the best. an amazing episode. You got the last Livia episode, you know, which is also just monumental for the series. You know, very, very important. And also completely improvised for reasons. They had to improvise that on the spot for reasons. You know, the reasons were a damn shame, but goddamn, they worked with it and they spun fucking gold. I think the Gloria Trillo stuff is a really great. It's like maybe the best Guma, the most interesting Guma that Tony ever has in the series. You know? What else is there? Let me pull up an episode guide so I remember, like, what the fuck. Sopranos episodes. Mr. Ruggiero's Neighborhood is a perfect start for it. I love the another toothpick thing. Ooh, and University, oh my god. Amafu. That's like the resolution of the thing. And then Army of One. Oh, Army of One. That's a fucking great one. That is a killer season. Season 3. I love the stuff with, and a lot of those episodes just have, like, plot threads that are, like, specific to them that they execute on really well. And then they're, like, gone. And, you know, it's... Or, like, they add to the milieu. They add to the... To the shit really, really well. Like, University has the whole plot with Ralphie's Guma, you know, the stripper, Trixie, and she is just like an amazing character for that one episode where she's, you know, a big aspect of it. She doesn't really play, you know, I'm not gonna say what happens within that episode, but, you know, that's sort of her time to shine. I like it when they say another toothpick. That's very funny every time. Second Opinion, ooh. The stuff with Dr. Kennedy, that's very funny. Pine Barrens, like, enough said. He is risen. Ooh. The stuff with Jackie Jr. Jackie Jr. ended up being like the main big thing at the end of the season, since the Ralphie, you know, they were able to, like, for once, resolve things in a way that was not to a permanent end, you know, with Ralphie in particular, and was, you know, pretty good. And that was damn nice, you know, that they were able to do it just that one time. No permanent end, only a temporary end. But Jackie Jr., all that stuff. I do think with Jackie Jr., it loses a bit since he is the third dumbass young buck who comes in and says, like, oh, what if I did... Let me break the rules, and maybe if I break the rules, people will respect me. You know, if I do something really, really out of line, you know. I get out of line, people are gonna say, like, wow, you're so cool. Here's some authority. That's what like, a bunch of other characters have thought in previous seasons, and they've been wrong every time. These young buck characters who come up are like, how about if we try to kill Christopher or something? A main character. How, maybe that'll get us, like, up in the organization. Why? I don't know. Sounds like a good idea. It's not a good idea, dude. Don't do it. And then, you know, whatever the fuck happens. I'm gonna turn in the energy. No, you know, we don't have to now, but I will. I don't think it does anything for us. but probably a nice thing to do, you know. I think ending it on Army of One is perhaps the best idea, and the thing I like most, like how season 2 doesn't end with the Richie April storyline. It ends with Funhouse tying off like a completely different storyline with Big Pussy. Instead, Army of One ties... Well, first off, it does resolve the Jackie Jr. story, but also it focuses a lot on Tony's son, you know, and all that business, you know, and there's some pretty clear parallel between, like, Jackie Jr., who, you know, a son of a friend that, you know, Tony tried his best to mentor and to steer right, and he failed entirely, and his son, who is, you know, getting into trouble at school and finally gets expelled. And that all caps off in the beautiful scene where a thing happens and, you know, and then he talks about it at therapy and like, is just so distraught, realizing, like, man, you know, it's these putrid fucking Sopranos genes. We have the same issue. My son, oh, we can't do the thing. How are we gonna save this kid? And it's like so sad, and it just comes right off the back of like him, the Jackie Jr. situation, where, you know, he couldn't be saved, you know? It's tragic. You know, all that shit. All that happened. Goddamn. Is there a thing back here? That's for the spider track thing, and that's a thing that we don't need. There's nothing else in this room, right? Yes. I'm gonna mark this off. I can't do the translator gate yet. But... oh, you know why the translator gates are on the tracker is because you can randomize what color they are. I just stuck with the default colors. Thought that would be more intuitive for me, you know, in thinking about where we can go at any given time. I love all that stuff with AJ, and I feel like it's a beautiful way to end the season off. Like, yeah, you know, a lot of Tony's anxieties and... God damn it, wrong way. A lot of his anxieties and worries are about his son and his family, and, you know, since his ma is out of the picture by the end of season 3, the rest of the cast, you know, they have to step up their game, you know. I am being a little bit spoilery. I'm sorry if you haven't seen Sopranos. Hopefully this all like bounces off you, you know, in a way. I mean, it's a weird thing, actually, because in this case, you might have already known that was going to happen because, you know, it was kind of a big deal at the time that, like, the actress who played Livia Soprano, she died, like, in the middle of season 3, and they had to improvise. So, like, going into season 3, you would probably already know, like, okay, you know, this is a Carrie Fisher situation. You don't know how many episodes she can be in, but she has a limited number of them before, you know, whatever happened catches up, you know. And I think they put together a damn good season, despite all their plans being, like, completely messed up, you know, by that unfortunate incident. You know, that untimely death. I say she was very old. By that, you know, natural causes death. Season 4 is also fantastic. There's a lot of episodes in there that I really am enjoying. I'll say Season 4 of Sopranos has less of an identity than previous seasons. You know, it doesn't really have a new big bad. Ralphie sort of is carried over from the previous season as the big... I guess, like, New York starts being a bigger deal, but I would still probably first say, like, I like Ralphie. Ralphie stuff is a big thread. You got the episode Christopher, which I really like. People don't like that episode, I don't think. It's not a very popular episode, but I think it's fantastic. I really love especially the speech at the end, where, like, Christopher... It's sort of a weird episode about, like, Christopher Columbus Day, and Native American protesters are trying to, like, say that he was a murderer and all, which he was. That's historical fact. And like, the Italians in the Mafia, they don't take that kindly to it. And they do a bunch of stuff, and they make a big fuss, and eventually they forget about the St. Patrick's Day parade, and they go gambling instead at an Indian casino at the invite of a guy. And on the way back, Syl is just sitting in the car going like, oh fuck, I forgot. I forgot this was a Monday. I should have been there. Fuck. And then they have an argument where, like, Tony has had enough of this shit. He's like, no, you fucking... You think you got where you were because you're Italian? No, you got here because because you're smart. You know, what the fuck? All this fucking... Is our self-esteem so low that we need Christopher Columbus to be a good guy to feel good about ourselves? Come the fuck on. And after he says all that, like, Syl, he goes on, like, a different tirade. He says, like, oh, but it's not okay for us to call our sports teams the Braves or the Indians. And then Tony says, ah, fuck, take it up with Tommy, with fucking Freddie Valley when you talk to him. Because earlier in the and maybe that doesn't make sense out of context. Earlier in the conversation, he says, like, well, this fucking night at the casino had a cost. We're gonna have to talk to Frankie Valley and get him to play at this casino now in exchange for this night of frivolity. And you're gonna make the fucking call because this was all your fucking idea, dude. And he ended up with, like, yeah, tell it to fucking Frankie Valley. I don't give a fuck. What a thing to say to, like, someone on a racist tirade, you know? Just, like, tell it to fucking Frankie Valley. I don't give a fuck. Tell it to someone else. Literally anyone else, but specifically someone who's famous and has done a lot of, like, you know, a lot of, like, famous things. I'm not sure if we can get the items in here. In fact, my tracker tells me no. We can't. Wait, but what about the dark version? Like, Dark Aegon? No, we can't get any of the ones in here. Right, I think the way that this room works is you have to, like, you do, like, both versions. You do, like, the light version and the dark version. So we would need the light beam to get back to our reality. That Bubkus? It's either Bubkus or it's like Spider Ball or something. I think it looks like Spider Ball to me. Let me get close on the screen, see if I can make it out. Ugh. That's a morph ball. That's a morph ball thing. I think that would have to be Spider Ball then, right? Spider Ball? The one we don't have. Where the fuck is the Spider Ball here? So there's the Spider Ball. We can exit. I'm not 100% sure. Can Echo Visor get you through? My tracker is telling me I can't get it. I can only see it. And it's probably right? It's probably correct about that. Yeah, let's get out of here. You know what? We shouldn't fuck around for so much. Anyway, the last episode I watched was Watching Too Much Television, which is a pretty good episode. I'll say season 4 has a lot more episodes that I think are a little bit middling. A little bit middling, though. Like, I think that, but also ones I really like. Like, I really love Pyoma. I really love The Wait. No Show, that's a great one. No Depths, yeah. But, like, Everyone Hurts. Watching Too Much Television. Kind of silly. The whole, like, you know... can a wife not prosecute the husband? That whole plot line. Just kind of a waste of time, actually. Kind of feels like a waste of time, that one. I also don't like it when, the stuff with, the ex-Uma. Not Gloria, the other one. I think that thing is a little bit needless. I feel like season 4 is sort of like decides like, okay, Tony's gonna have some Gumas, but for once, they're not actually gonna be characters, you know? They're not actually gonna be a character that you care about. Instead, they're just gonna be someone who's like off-screen. Or like on-screen for a second. He's doing her or something. Oh, you know what? Everyone Hurts is the episode with Artie Bucco. When Artie Bucco does some dumb shit. I like the Artie Bucco stuff. That's very funny, him trying to be like a loan shark for some reason. And getting all up in his, like, being all, like, super depressed when he realizes, like, he doesn't have it in him to, like, go get money back. You know, go collect. Which, silly in retrospect. Like, you could probably have worked that out with Tony in the first place. Just say, like, hey, can you go collect? I can't collect. In fact, Tony probably should have said that in the first place. Well, you know, instead of you going over, why don't I send a guy to go over? You're not really, like, leaning on someone is not really your strong point, Artie. You know, cooking is your strong point. Other stuff, I don't know. We have two options right here, right now. We can go to Sanctuary Fortress through a way that I know, or we can go into this, fast travel thing. This. We can go in a elevator that leads back to I don't know where, at the start of regular Aegon, and see where it goes. Again, I believe. Well, I'm not sure where it will lead. My understanding was that Temple Grounds would always be in the center of, like, the hub. You know, most places, a lot of them would lead back to there. But so far, they seem to lead all over. Oh, hey, it thinks this is the first time we've been here. Funny. You know what? We can also have a look at the missiles that are over here. See if they're anything we need. Where is it? Isn't it supposed to be here? Oh no, that's a translator gate. It's in the dark side, isn't it? I thought there was supposed to be an item there, but it's just a... Just that there's a translator gate right there that we can't translate yet. We don't have the right one, you know? Okay, we out. This is the wrong way. You know what? I'm gonna remove the translator gates from my map. I don't need to track them. And they're all in the default place that they are, so I don't really need to think about them at all. I see them on my tracker, I'll remove them. Done deal. Oh, hey, that's one of the cache guys, isn't it? Isn't there a cache here? I thought there was a cache here. That's in cache 4. Shouldn't there be a guy that you can scan and get a hint? I don't know. What do we got? Sanctuary Gate. Sanctuary Gate. So we found now both elevators to the sanctuary. Transport to Aegon Waste. Transports to Temple Grounds, Aegon Waste is transport to Sanctuary Fortress, TG. Okay, so that should do it, I think. I have marked down that we have access to both ends. Why do I not see anything on my tracker then? Well, it doesn't know I have access to Aegon then. Also, wait, this is the hub. This is not. This is Temple Grounds. Shit. Okay. This is the gate. Okay, so the gate is the outside. Gotcha. Okay, let me shit. Transport to Temple Grounds is Orvis Bog, no. Sanctuary Fortress. Transport to Sanctuary Fortress. There we go. That's it. Sorry, leading in a bit. It's a little... need to see. Okay, so here we are in Temple Grounds. Well... there's a gate here. It's a green gate. We don't have the green translator. Well, that's not so useful. Okay, so whatever. We've been out. We can go outside there now. We have the power bomb, so more of the overworld is now. More of the temple grounds will be available to us next time we go there. Okay, you know what? We know where we're going next. That's good enough for me. We know where we're going next. We're not lost. We're making pretty solid progress. And we basically cleared out this first area. And hey, beat a boss as well. Very nice. Card! What's the mob like nowadays? Kind of wondering this, watching Sopranos, thinking about, like, you know... I'm gonna warp back to the origin from, the start from here, by the way. I was thinking about that watching the, Sopranos now. You know, Sopranos is is a very rare example of a mafia thing. It is not about the heyday of the mafia, when they were cool, you know, or when they ruled the streets or whatever. But about the modern era where, like, you know, they're sort of being run around ragged, you know? They live in, like, okay rich guy houses, the top members of them. But some of them just live in like regular houses or apartments even, you know. And like, it's clear in the world of Sopranos, by the time of Sopranos, organized crime has taken a major hit, you know, due to how law enforcement treats drugs, right? That is the most lucrative stuff to be in, but also a mobster dealing in drugs is their favorite thing because they can say like, ah, hey, we caught you with drugs. You know what that means? 30 to life. So you're fucked. You better work with us. This isn't like you go to jail for 3 months and you're out sort of thing. Nor is it a thing where someone can take the blame later on, or, you know, we have to prove like that you murdered someone in court. Like, no, we have the drugs right here. You're fucked. You know it. I know it. Let's fucking get to the part where you're being an informant, you know? Now it must be even worse, you know? Now there must be like even more, you know, now it must be even worse these days, like, as far as like what they can get away with, what they can manage, and such. And I gotta wonder, like, also with like the advancement of the internet, the Mafia now has to have like, oh, I thought that would break it. The Mafia now has to have, like, people whose job it is to be like... Wait. Oh, you have to shoot it on the other side? Okay. I am on the wrong side for that. I bet I must be able to find an elevator over there eventually. Whatever. They must have, like, tech people now, right? They must have, like, hackers and, like, scammers and other such criminals under their radar. Under their, like, purview, but also, you know, does that really make sense as, like, a thing to specialize in for the Mafia? I saw an article saying that, saying, like, the Mafia is out there pivoting to digital right now. I just gotta say, like, I don't know, man. I feel like the only... I feel like the best way to be involved in, like, internet crime is to be entirely anonymous, you know? No one knows who you are. You know, you don't have a physical presence, and no one can come arrest you or, you know, expedite you. Extradite you. You know, no one can do those things because they don't know who you are. You're no one. Oh, wait, I miscounted. I have only one of the power bombs. I forgot. I made it one per upgrade of power bomb that you get. This is going to be inconvenient for some things that require power bombs, huh? How do you get into the... Isn't there like a power bomb hole somewhere here? Under this, like, gate or something? Oh, there it is. They must have, like, tech people and, like, hackers and, like, the people who do, like, scams on old people who convince them to give up their credit card details and all that sort of stuff, you know? And it's much easier to do that, I think, when you're in India or, like, you know, you name whatever fucking other country where you could just do that stuff from and you don't have to worry about, you know, being sent away for life or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Do telemarketers get sent away for life? You don't have to worry about whatever it is that telemarketers get done to. I hope they get some sort of very awful punishment. Telemarketing is and scamming, particularly when you're doing the telemarketing, or scamming is a bad thing to do, and just annoying to everyone, and also nasty as a practice, you know. Anyway, I guess they would have to, like, pretend it was not mostly that nowadays. They would probably have to have a few, like, scammer characters like that. You know, maybe just, like, doing that as, like, a smaller part of their... Not, like, making up, like, a lot of the mafia or whatever, but, like, some... But I feel like, you know... Here's what I feel like. It'd be hard to see any sort of, like, confidence scammer, you know, any sort of, like, scam artist who, like, convinces old people to give away their bank account. There's no way to see those people as cool. You know, bookies, loan sharks, yeah, you could see them as cool. They break people's legs and do violence. Like, the people who, like, call old ladies and trick them, like, there's no way you could see those characters as cool, as relatable, as, you know, anything other than total losers, you know? That is just a loser thing to do. Scam people. Scam old ladies in particular. Like, you'd have to be some pathetic some pathetic piece of work. Almost used Hesh's weird Jewish insult, which I don't know what it means. I guess that'd be like a Yiddish insult. You know, the characters on Sopranos, they have like a vibrant library of like curses and whatever their ancestry is from. I'm like half Irish, and then half Irish, Hungarian, Magyar. I don't know. My dad knows more about our genealogy than I do. I don't give a fuck really. But I don't know any Irish curses, you know. My mother, she's like pure Irish. She's like 100% Irish, just about. My dad's just a bit of everything. From Europe, particularly. But I'm over half Irish and my name is Irish, so, you know, whatever Irish, you know, man is in my father's side of the blood, you know, it's, is the paternal line is Irish, I guess. If that matters. It doesn't matter. What is an Irish swear? Faith in Begorra? Is that's something that Irish characters in like media say? Maybe that's more of like a you know, something that like a real like religious character would say, like, oh, faith in Begorra, you know, not necessarily like a hardened criminal like Tony Soprano, you know, wouldn't say that necessarily. You know, that's not the hardened criminal thing. Faith in Begorra. I'm probably butchering it as well. I'm doing it off memory, you know. Surprise you, but I don't know how you say that phrase, that term. Anyway, if they were to do a AJ series, you know, about Anthony, you know, AJ Jr., Anthony, you know, Anthony Soprano, the son of Tony, they would have to do some. There's the gate, missile launcher. I can get the missile. I got the missile. Don't know why it thinks I couldn't get the missile. Do I have to scan that to get the missile? Is there an item left? There is. It's right here? Oh. It's over in there. Ah, it's nothing. Okay, cool. We got everything there. Let's see, we also got that tunnel thing over there. This we can't do. I think this might be a soft lock to go through here. But we can use the thing, you know, the warp. And the kinetic orb cannon might put us back where we came from. Or maybe it puts us up there, I'm not sure. Puts us up there. You know, maybe we can go to Dark Torvis from here. I think we can go to Dark Torvis from here with everything we have. Maybe Dark Sky Temple. Sky Temple Grounds. There we go. Bad with names sometimes. I forget, you know. Anyway, I don't know what they're probably not going to do a sequel series ever to Sopranos, and, you know, thank God. You know, hey. That prequel thing they did was terrible. No one liked it, and, you know, better off with them not just, like, shitting out something that's just bad, you know? Okay, I'm here in the Profane Path. And I'm looking on the map, there's nothing. There's nothing here. Or there's nothing that the tracker says that we can get yet. And the tracker knows that we can get to here. So it's not a matter of like, oh, there's some elevator bullshit that's confusing it. No, it just legitimately believes we cannot, you know, do it yet. Okay, so the Annihilator will let us go through the portals as well. Good to know for future reference. That's good to know. Wait a minute. There's an elevator here. The elevator will lead us somewhere good. Well, it'll lead us to somewhere. Anyway. Let's see where this takes us. This could be the next thing. Honestly, we could also go to Sky Fortress, but I would have to do some stuff with the tracker for that. To, like, tell it that we could actually, like, start collecting things. You know, worst case, I could make it ignore all logic. Or put in all the elevators. And that hopefully would make it so that it could figure out where exactly we can and can't go. Hey, we're in Sky Fortress. The entrance, the main entrance. Let me put, where was that? So that was transport to temple transport. I don't know, A, B, or C. Let's see. Okay, you know what? I can do world map. Look at the Sky Temple. Here's B. Here's A. Here's C. And that one was the one from this side. So that there is transport C. And it leads to Sanctuary Fortress. Wait. No, it leads to transport to Temple Grounds. Sanctuary Fortress. Okay, cool. I'm still seeing nothing on my map as far as things I can do here. So maybe we cannot... Maybe it's gonna turn off the bridge is already destroyed, so we can't walk over until we get the the spider ball, or maybe I'm entering in something wrong. I'm not sure. What? Oh. As much as I like randomizing the warp zones and elevators and stuff, maybe it'd be easier if I just had left them all alone, you know? I don't know. I feel like if it was all left alone, there's a good chance that all the portals would, like the first place that you went was just like the vanilla first place. Because, you know, that's how it happened here. We were able to go there, and because it doesn't require as much as later areas, we were able to, like, look everywhere. Find, like, a bunch of stuff. We can totally go in right here. These are commandos. Tough fuckers. We are a little low, but they're dropping pretty big health stuff, you know? Health stuff, you know, items. We have a lot of, oh shit, he's still alive. A lot of shit. Can we really not get anything here? It might be a case where there's like a translator gate or something that's in our way. Something insurmountable at this juncture. Like here for the thing outside, we would need the, oh, okay, I see. Light beam. Right. Right. We don't have the light beam. For, what's it? Yeah, shit. For the item out here, we would need the, well, first off, we would need maybe the spider ball. Well, no, that's just for getting across the bridge, isn't it? We would at least need, we would need the screw attack, the spider ball. No, the screw attack. Screw attack is what we would need to do a thing here. I'll say again, this is not a dead end. There's still places to go. Well, actually, literally, physically, this might be a dead end. Insofar as we don't have the visor to, like, get back to where we were. Literally, physically, this might be a dead end, but... because we need, like, a different visor to do that thing. And like, return from there, but... how about I just warp to... the... let's see, the Great Temple. We're gonna return to the starting point. We would do this via save, except there's no save stations in this area. So, you know, we don't have that option, essentially. Right then, I think from here we need to return. We finally need to go through that, yellow bomb door. Let me see if I can't map a few more of these like temple transports from the Great Temple specifically. So this one here, which is Transport A. Transport A is Aegon Waste from the Temple Grounds. No, wait, other way. Temple Grounds from the Aegon Waste. Transport to Temple Grounds, Aegon Waste. Transport B is Aegon Portal. Wait, no, this is... I had it right the first time. It's transport to Aegon Waste from the Temple Grounds is what that one goes to. This one here goes to the... Wait. That one goes to the Aegon Gates. That one goes to the Aegon Portal access. Okay, that one is B. Goes to Aegon Waste. One of the Aegon Waste ones, either to Sanctuary. I'm gonna say Torvus Vogue, Aegon Waste. I think that's right. Okay, hopefully that'll help the logic figure out like what we can and can't do. The tracker. So long as we have access to an area somehow, it should be able to figure it out, but, you know, or like, if it would have access defaults, the logic otherwise doesn't matter, you know? But some of these, like, portals, the originals might be hard to find. Or, like, they might have been, like, harder to get access to without this randomization, so by default, it might be, I don't know, sketchier, whatever. Alright, just a short walk to a portal that we haven't been into for a while. I think it was the first portal that we can go into. Sanctuary Vault Side. Check. And that is, Temple Transport. Temple Transport B. Should be transport to Aegon Waste, I think. Transports to Aegon Waste, SF. I think that's right. I'm not 100% sure. I wish that the tracker had like the same labels as the, you know, as the game did. You know, portal side, etc. Because yeah, I just don't remember whereabouts the originals. Which side is which, right? I guess I could look, actually. The side should be facing. It should be, like, pointing at the area it was originally from. Oh. I can do that. So that means it's from Torvis. This is from Torvis. Okay. So Temple Transport B is transport to Torvis Bog from Sanctuary. Where is it? Transport to Torvis Bog. No. There we go. Transport to Torvis Bog. Did we find the other one in here? The transport access? No, we haven't found that other one. Just the one from thing. Sanctuary Quadrant. What? Transport to Sanctuary Quadrant. Sanctuary Quadrant? What? Aegon entrance. So, let me see now. That would be transport to Sanctuary Fortress. Transport to Sanctuary Fortress. That one should be Temple Grounds. AW. Transport to Aegon Waste, Temple Grounds. Okay. Wait, how do I have that one already? Transport to Torvis Entrance. That one's default. Transport to Torvis Bog is... Do I put in the one that it transports to? Or do I put in the one that it replaced? Well, I might be doing this all backwards. Let me see if I can put in transport to Temple Grounds. Torvis Bog, yeah. I might be doing this all backwards in my tracker. Let me see. Let me look at the about the like about page. Manage packages. Let me look at the package and see what it says. 1 second, folks. Installed packages. Saved packages. Here we go. Oh, there's not like an information thing about it. Okay, there's nothing on the package that says how to use it. Shit. I might be using this all backwards. I feel. How about if I just put in ignore all logic for now while we're here? Tracking. Ignore all logic for now while I'm here. I'll figure out what I can and can't get, and on a room by room basis, because I'm pretty sure the tracker is very confused about where I can and can't go based on the elevator assignments I put in. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. This next room... It could also be, maybe, that... Maybe we can literally do nothing right now. I'm gonna blast these guys' heads off while... This room seems very loud. Is this room very loud for y'all? Well, we don't have the spider ball, so... And we don't have the dark visor. But... yeah, we can't get out of this room now, can we? This room is as far as we go in from this angle. From this route. I'm gonna unset all these fucking things just in case the logic is screwing us up. Or at least the logic is like all screwy. Because I don't know which way is it supposed to go. Is it supposed to be the one that it actually is, or is it supposed to be the one that it links to? Unclear to me. I'm just gonna leave them all blank. Whoa, we were really low on life, apparently. Those guys did a number on us. It's been a while since the last time we got any, like, new items. Oh, did we just, like, respawn? That's... Did we keep our progress or something? Let me see. No, we haven't been to... It says we haven't been here. Or several places anymore. And we lost an energy tank. Shit, what the fuck? How long ago was this save? I feel like I've saved more often than that. The fuck? Let me see. Of course we have the dark. Wait, what? Area suit? The hell? Boost Ball was so long ago, I don't even remember. Oh, it's probably under movements. No? weapon systems? I don't... Where's my dark beam? I know I've saved with the dark beam. Hang on, this seems like it reset us. We're reset. What the fuck? Hang on. This is the start of the game. I have saved. I have saved. We saved several times, in fact. You saw us save. We shouldn't be at the very start. Okay, there we go. 2 hours, 22 minutes. That seems like a little bit low, but that's probably more close to where we were. We're in the Great Temple. At a save station, right? Yes, at a save station in the Great Temple. We have 3 of those. We have our Dark, we have our Annihilator. Okay. I don't know how it fucking... I don't know why it reset us to nothing. Based on that, I don't have to save. I don't know how exactly that happened, but, well, shit, you know. Maybe I should be, like, doing safety saves on occasion. You know, I can just literally save wherever using that debug-ass menu. Did I lose anything? It's been a while since we got anything good. I'll say that. Yeah, we still have the key. We still have just about everything. What was the last thing we got? I don't even remember. Probably saved since then. Bombs? Let me see. Morph ball systems. Bomb systems. Power bomb. Yep, we still got that. I think that was one of the last things that we got. In fact, we can look on the map and see... temple grounds here. We've been over here to this whole area, so that was relatively recent. There's the compound. This area, I do like this stuff right now. I'll, like, take a shortcut over to the Torvis area. We definitely went over here at some point. How do we get over there, though? Sanctuary Spider Side. We definitely went to Sanctuary Spider Side. I don't remember. We didn't go through the service entrance. We didn't get access to any of this stuff, so... How do we get over here? We died. I'm gonna give myself one fast travel. I'll fast travel. I'll warp to GFMC. Save us some walking. We were just there relatively recently. It's fine. We're not gonna do this, like... Oh, you can just go into the warp menu and then hit B to exit the menus. That's good to know. We'll go over to the compound. Oh, hey. Ah, we're here. We could also just, like, walk there, but... I mean, that's sort of the thing that can be a little bit of a drag. With this randomizer in particular. Is like, to walk from one end of the game to the other. You're just walking. You know, there's not really much to say about traversal. Or, like, you know, even, like, combat or anything. Just like, no, I walk in here. I walk in there. I go through some warp, some pipes and stuff. And, you know. Not sure if this is something we can do something with right now. Let me turn off ignore logic so I can tell. Weird noise. I think... Yeah, we don't have grapple beam, we don't have screw attack. We can't get over there. That is a power bomb, though, so it's worth getting. This area was perhaps not as good as I thought it would be, but whatever. Get the egg on waste. Can I get the great... Anything to do in Dark Aegon right now? No. Great Temple. There's fog. Oh, that's probably a translator case. Okay. Well, I think I'm out of ideas, I'll say that. I don't know where exactly we can go next. This whole area is out of the question. Can't get over here. We would have to find, like... Get to the landing site. We would have to figure out how to get to Torvis. I guess that's the question. Are there any more elevators that we can get to right now from the areas that we have available to us? In these areas that we have, which fortunately we can see that they're all still marked. Except for this one, which, well, actually, no. Oh yeah, well... I don't, you know... We went in there and we couldn't get any further, so yeah. We can't get any further into there, we can't get any further into here. Nothing we can do in Sanctuary, so just put that right out of mind. Not worth thinking about. What about the other portal? The other elevator in Sanctuary? Where's the other portal in Sanctuary? The other fast travel thing? Is there 2 elevators in Sanctuary? Yeah, there's ventilation area A. It require and that there's the portal over there. This requires the light beam. That I think requires Spider Ball. That thing there. So we can't get that. Central Mining Station. Spider Ball or Light Beam. One or the other, I think, is needed for that. We might be able to do Battleground right now. We do have the Dark Beam, which will let us go out there and fight a guy. And I think you would get the Light Beam from there anyhow. I think that might be it. I think that might be the thing that might be where our light beam is hiding. Okay, so this was a ways to come out here. And actually, it's faster to go there. It'd be fastest to just, like, warp back to the origin. The Great Temple Sanctuary. As if we had just done the save warp. So this one, you could just do from any save station, but we're just going to do it from the menu. That tool is just so powerful, that ability to just warp wherever. It's just, like, so handy, and, you know, if I ever get to the point in this where I'm just like, I don't fucking care anymore, you know, if I ever got to that point, you might see me, like, start to abuse it a whole bunch, you know. You might start to see me just, like, popping it out and just doing it, and just, like, you know, traveling places using it. Places that I have been in, I will say, I would not travel to somewhere I hadn't been with it. But, like, it just comes down to, like, okay, now we gotta walk for 5 minutes back to where we were, like, an hour ago. At what point do you not just say, like, yeah, okay, let's pretend this game has a fast travel system and just, you know, go to that. Again, we could easily make rules and say, like, you can warp to any elevator you've been in, and that's it, you know. But, like, warping directly, you know, maybe not the best idea. Wait, how do we get... Where's the Aegon? Oh, no. It was, it's over here. The Aegon entrance, right? No, that's Aegon entrance. Where's the other... One of these, isn't it? I'm turning around. This guy went the wrong way. We could make a rule right now that it's okay to warp to any elevator. In the interest of time, in the interest of, like, you know, taking off a little bit of the walking around. Oh, portal. Access to the portal. Portal and gate. I was confused because I thought gate meant portal. This is access to the part where there's a portal real close. I see how I got mixed around there. Another card? I can do another card. Been playing Oracle of Ages. Beat the 4th dungeon. Yeah, I started that up over the weekend after finishing Oracle of Seasons. And I'll say, you know, I don't think I ever finished Oracle of Seasons. I had it on the game on the 3DS. 3DS Virtual Console, and I just never found the time for it. And was really happy to actually finish it and find out, like, oh yeah, it is really good throughout, actually. Like, just damn solid, light, and straightforward. And I'll say, unfortunately, there are things about conversely, there are conversely things about, about Oracle of Ages that I'm not liking so much. They introduce a lot of, like... They do a lot more with, like, the writing in that game than in Seasons, which means that... Which basically boils down to, before you go to the area that the tree tells you to go to, you might go there and find out, like, oh, it's a dead end, what the fuck? Then walk back to town and find out, like, Link, a cutscene has happened. You must do a thing before you return to the area that were told to go. And you say, fine, okay, I'll do your cutscene. Now I'm gonna go back to the place where I was, right? And will it have changed? I don't know. You go back and you find out, like, oh, it has changed. But it's still a dead end, though, right now. And then you leave, and then a cutscene happens as you're leaving. And it's just like, why not fucking just have the character meet me at the location? Why do I have to, like, go there and fucking, like, run into a dead end and, like, spend 20 minutes, half hour, banging my head against walls going, like, can I do something here? Doesn't look like I could do anything here, no. Why is that necessary, I ask? I just don't understand why you would make it that way. No? Why make it so that you have to, like, fuck around and like, just do some weirdo trial and error stuff and just, like, I walk to here, I talk to a guy, and then I have to go place. And a lot of times, it's like, okay, the next thing you have to do is help this person out. Okay. And it's not like helping this person out is what unlocks the next area. What unlocks the next area is because you help that person out. Because you help this person out, a completely unrelated NPC appears elsewhere in the level. And elsewhere in the game. And you now have to go talk to them to proceed. And it's just, you know, mildly annoying. I would describe Oracle of Ages compared to Seasons as mildly annoying. I will say some of the time travel manipulation stuff, like the way that it works where there's set portals, but then you get like additional songs that do additional things. That is pretty neat, I'll admit. But I still think I'm still not like the biggest fan of how it works, you know? I still just wish that I could... I still just wish that it was, oh, I see the problem. There's a light portal there, so that's why it said I couldn't do it, because I can't. You need the light to proceed. Crap. Dark Oasis, I don't think I can get that yet. Thing. I think that requires, like, light suit or something. What about that? I think that requires the dark visor or something to get that. I'll say it's not on my my tracker right now. What can I get? Where can I go right now? Nothing in Sanctuary can be done. And I also have no access to any elevators that I haven't tried yet. If I could get over to this area here, I could do something. But the only way I see is through this elevator or through this area that requires stuff I don't have. Unless we can, like, go into the dark areas. Let me see. Dark... Great Temple. No, Sky Temple. Sky Temple grounds. What the hell? My tracker is being very weird about Sky Temple grounds. It's showing all the maps of all the areas rather than Sky Temple grounds, which is annoying. And also, there's no tracking information on it. Let me see. Sky Temple grounds. If I ignore all logic, it's too small to read. Oh, for some reason, it depends on the size of the window. If the window, my tracker is small enough, it's makes it really tiny. Okay. Not ignore all logic. Okay, it says there's nothing I can get in Sky Temple grounds. Temple grounds, there is one thing. There's one thing I can get, but it's blocked by a gate. And it's assuming that I'm starting from the ship, which I'm not. Which I didn't. But I don't see anything else it could be. You think you could shoot the maybe you can shoot the shit from, like, the other side. Oh no. In this next room, Dark Oasis, let's look closely. We might be able to do a thing now that we have power bombs or something. But I'm pretty sure you might require, like, the Dark Visor or something to actually do it. Yeah, I think you need the Dark Visor. And probably the light suit as well. Yeah, I don't think we can get that quite yet. Dark Oasis, it's one of the places that there's, like, caches, right? So it's a cache, basically. What we have to get, what the next logical item must be, has got to be somewhere in you know, this area here. Also, let's just check and make sure. Yeah, you can see that those require these spider balls. Spider ball singular. So we can't get it yet. Things are going pretty good at the start. We got, like, almost all the beams pretty quickly, but this last beam is just eluding us. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. I think a problem with this game is a randomizer. Again. It's just like when you get to the point where you're lost, you really are just walking. You know? You're walking and shooting a door. Maybe an enemy now and again. But, you know, what are you gonna do? That's the game. It's like exploration. Like wandering around these areas. Just what it is. Already seen that one. Maybe we can actually get this. I mean, I don't know why it says we can't. So maybe that's the key. How do we get there is the question. Right and then a left. Just a little bit of walking. Anyway, Oracle of Ages. I'm not quite feeling it as much as it was seasoned. And I'm definitely having to like check a guide more often for this one, just to be like, okay, tell me what the fuck. I do think a weakness of it, as far as like ease of gameplay, right, is that like in the other Oracle game in Seasons, right, it's very simple to see like where to do the gimmick, where to do the game's like time travel gimmick or season swapping gimmick. It's just a stump. It's always out in the open, very obvious. But in Oracle of Ages, the warp spots are sometimes hidden under like bushes or rocks or whatever the fuck. So you kind of have to just, in some cases, you'll be like, what the fuck? I don't see what I do next. And you'll just have to like uncover a random rock and, you know, do a thing with it. And you'll say to yourself like, oh, god damn it. Spent like half hour, maybe 15 minutes, like looking through an area. And all I had to do is lift up a rock to find the teleportation thing. It's annoying. And, like, not quite as good as how it could be, you know, if it was just plain and simple and you just, like... If you just, like, if it wasn't so fiddly, right? If it wasn't so moon logicked. Now, I'll say I do think it has, like, better... It's not as foregone as Oracle or, like, Link's Awakening, which I found to be very, very moon logic-y, very, very confusing, and very, very hard to intuit, like, where the fuck do you go next? The tree still tells you where to go. It's just that sometimes the tree is wrong. And sometimes what you really need to do is go back to town and take in a cutscene before you can return. And then go back to town again and take in a different cutscene. And then return one last time to actually do the fucking thing. You know. Alright, what's the deal here? I'll say, like, these zones, they're not, like... They're faster, but they're not, like, fast enough where they instantly, like, fill your meter. Or fill your life, you know? When I was a kid, sometimes, like, when I was in the Dark World and I was really low on life... I would just, like, you know, set the controller down, go to the bathroom. You know, set the controller down, do something else for a while waiting for my health to recharge. There was probably a better way they could have done it versus just, like, gradually taking damage versus, yeah. The way they amp up the danger of the Dark World. and like make it manageable therein. You know how you could do it? You could do it like, okay, while you're in the outside, you're just constantly taking like temporary damage. And as soon as you enter a light bubble, all the temporary damage is healed, but only the temporary damage, not any damage sustained otherwise, you know, through like combats or something. Or it could be like an oxygen meter. Could be like an oxygen meter. Or like, oh, if you spend too long in the dark world, you will start to take damage. Or something like that, you know, like, you burn through this, like, shield of light. And, oh, I'm starting to worry that this portal might put us somewhere where we can't do a thing. Like if, say, for instance, there was a light door between us and whatever item is over there. Okay, good. Good so far. Okay, that looks blue. Okay, you know what? This is one item the tracker got wrong. Didn't know that we could do. It probably just didn't account for the, hell fucking yes. It probably didn't account for the fact that we could do that. The fact that we could use the disruptor beam instead of the light beam to get back to the thing. In fact, I'm gonna activate the light beam, and then I'm gonna toggle off this one so that it knows that we got it, the tracker knows, and I'm gonna turn it off because we still don't got it. Let me exit this room where the music is playing. Oh, I can also just kill them. Let's see, where can we go now? We've finally gotten the next item in this great chain of mine. I can get this, but I'm pretty sure it's Bubkiss. Some sort of big glowy orb. I think it's just nothing. But you know what? It's kind of on the way, so we might as well, just to be 100% sure. We can get this thing over here now in the main reactor. That required Spider Ball, and that's now what we got. Anything in the Great Temple grounds? Nothing new opened up. But there is a power bomb we can get at the sanctuary entrance with the spider ball. So we do have one option in sanctuary now that's opened up to us. Okay. Okay, so we have a few items that we can try, but, you know, still be a little worried insofar as, like, it's just a few items, you know? Not lots of items, a few items. And if it were to not be in any of these places, well, I don't know. I just don't know, man. What do we want? Well, the light beam. We want the translators. Light beam, translators, light suit. Grapple hook, the water thing. That is about all we need right now. Maybe that light thing up there isn't nothing. Wait, could it be the The water pack, the thing that lets you, like, low gravity. It's hard to see what things are from a distance. Let's go up there and actually... It looks like the energy transfer module, which is to say Bubkiss, but let's... Yeah, okay, it is that. It's Bubkiss. Okay. Wanted to make sure, because maybe it was the low gravity booster thing, the water booster, the one that lets you jump high underwater. No. Where the fuck are we going? We need to go. Turn around, turn around. Also, is there anything in Dark Aegon we can get? Oh, we can get... It was some sort of scan visor thing. There was some sort of scan visor thing in Dark Aegon. Actually. We're in the tunnel that requires the spider ball. Oh. It was green, so maybe it was the green translator. I'm not sure. It could be a translator, could be a visor. Would green translator let us do anything right now? I'm not sure. I should probably... You know what? This is a faster way of getting around, probably. Except for the fact you have to open doors. Okay, here. Hey, buddy. Here we need to go to the left. Past that guy. They're shooting at me, but no matter. You need to go to the left through here. Left through here, and then down here, and we need to do this thing right here. Oh, also because we have the boost ball, we can do this thing right here. You need both. Right, so there is at least one key item that we can get. I'm just not sure, like, what it would give us. I guess if it's the Dark Visor, it would be the ability to do... If it's the Dark Visor, it gives us the ability to do... Okay, that's... Super Missile! I was about to say that's Bubkiss, but that is not Bubkiss. That is the opposite of Bubkiss. That's great. That's wonderful. That's... How many doors have really been blocked to us by lacking a super missile? Well, this one for one. Oh! Oh! Now we can go to the battleground. We can also in the Dark Realm now do this. But not through these light doors, but through this super missile door over here. Holy shit, that's great news. And also there's a one on the way too. Okay, you know what? Hey, this is perfect. That was a perfect get. There's not that many places that it opens, you know. But it's gonna be great for combat and also gives us more places to go. In general, including one place along this loop. This loop here that we're on. Let me see. We want to go... We want to go like this. And, you know, it's been a while since we saved. When we pass the save station, I'll do a save. For safety, you know? What was I saying? I was talking about... I was talking about Oracle of, I think I was talking about Oracle of, Ages. Is that the last thing? The last card? I forget. I think that was the last card, because I remember if I pulled this next one that's in my, list, which is, Marvel Snap. Hey, I've been playing, it's just got Dakin, Jeff, and Spider-Ham. Dakin's the season pass card, you know, that they do a season pass card every month. Spider-Ham, I cashed in my tokens for the first time. No, actually, that's not true. Jeff, I cashed in my tokens for the first time in forever. And finally got enough for him. And Spider-Pig, I got with the seasonal... The premier boxes, you know, the big boxes that you get every 10 bucks. That might contain a rare card. One of a couple of rare cards. And the one rare card that I didn't have in this week's set is Spider-Ham, so I feel good to have gotten that on the second try. I'm enjoying gambling with those. I'm not doing the thing where I save up 4 of them and just pop them until I get what I want. No, I'm just popping them immediately. 2 per... Fuck me. And with a dark burst. So yeah, I've just been like triggering them. For those who don't know, Marvel Snap is a CCG on phones. Mostly on phones, though it's also on, you know... It's also on PC, but it's not really. It's just the phone version blown up a little bit on PC right now. Perfect. Get up there, I just have to, like, I do a spider track thing, right? Yeah. Damn it. It's basically a card game made by Ben Brode, is his new indie developer, with the Marvel license, of course. Formerly, Ben Brode was at Blizzard, working on Hearthstone, and Marvel Snap is his solo thing. It's a card game where basically it's based around 3 lanes. Each lane has like wacky effects that you have to like play around. And also there's like a gambling, like a double down system where you can double the stakes at any time and the opponent can either retreat or keep playing. And they can also double it, and also it doubles at the end of the thing. Ooh, Grapple Beam. I mean, I'll say with Grapple Beam, I haven't seen any Grapple Beam points, I don't think. So, not the most useful thing in the world, but it's a key item. And, what more can you ask for right now, you know? What more can I ask for, right? Anyway, so talk about the new cards. The 3 new cards that I've gotten since the last stream are Dakin, who is a, he's a 3/4. Basically, by the way, Marvel Snap, there's only 6 turns, typically. So, and you know, your energy source supply only scales up accordingly to 6 or 7 if you play a certain card that makes it so that there's a turn 7. Well, it makes it so that there's a location, which makes it so that there's a turn 7. The card creates a location. Oh, jeez. think that happened the last time we were like in this area. So something weird is up here with this room, as far as like Dolphin is concerned. Anyway, Dakin is a 3/4, and it puts a 1-cost 1/1 in your hand. And whenever that 1-cost card is discarded or destroyed, Dakin's power doubles, basically. Let's see now. We need to go into Dark Aegon through here. Wait, do we need to go through here? No. No, we can't do anything through this Dark Aegon. We have to go through the other Dark Aegon. The other door to Dark Aegon. Way over here. Okay. I played around with him. I don't think he's a build-around card. I think he's a card that, like, works well in certain decks where you can reliably discard the card. I did build a deck based around him where basically it's a surfer deck wherein, like, the goal is to play Magic to give yourself 7 turns, to play Wong to double up the effects, the on-revealer effects of all the cards, and then do, like, Dakin to get, like, 2 of those things into your hand, then do, like, Gambit to destroy some enemy cards, 2 enemy cards, and also hopefully discard those things to double the motherfucker. And I also put MODOK in there to also discard it. Though I think I changed it out for Sarah at some point because I think Sarah might be a better fit for it. And also I'll say I played enough of this deck to get Dakin up to 3D, which I hold myself to. Every card must be at least 3D, every card in my collection. It's not like a variant or something. I only get variants up to pop-outs. That doesn't make sense, don't worry about it. You upgrade cards visually, and that's how you get new cards, the progression in Marvel Snap. Anyway, I only played that deck enough to get that guy leveled up. Then I switched over to a deck to get some use out of Jeff, which is my lockdown deck, which is a pretty good deck. I've enjoyed playing it previous seasons, and I actually mixed it up a good deal. I actually changed it up. Sort of ideas to slam down a bunch of points, and then, do Storm on turn 4. That turns one location into you cannot play any cards here after the next turn, and then do Legion, which turns all the other locations into that location, which means that on the last turn of the game, turn 6, all locations say, you can't play cards here, you can't play cards here, you can't play cards here. And, if I'm already winning at that point, I'm feeling pretty good. And also, Jeff is a card. If you don't know what Jeff is one of the cards I got that I haven't had before. Very rare card. And what Jeff does is you can always play Jeff anywhere. Jeff cannot be stopped from being played. Professor X, stormed out locations, even the Space Throne, Jeff can be played on them. And, in my lockdown deck, it makes sense to have Jeff as a turn 6 play, or whatever. I can also play it earlier, and then move it around onto, like, Kraven's location. Do I still have... Actually, I'm not Kraven's still in this deck, right? It's under the chat, so I can't see it. Actually, yes, I can. I can move it. Oh, no, I guess I took out Kraven. Guess I took out Kraven, actually, come to think of it. Still, I could play him early if I have no other 2-drop play, and then Sunspot would get 6 energy on last turn, If you don't know, each effect card has a different effect. I'll say a weird thing about Marvel Snap is it's hard to, like, understand what the cards do if you're watching it and you're not playing it. But when you play it, it does an amazing job, like, introducing you slowly to every card. Like, basically, whenever a card comes up that you haven't seen before, it full screens it and goes like, hey, never before seen. Look at this. Shit, I went backwards. It goes, never before seen, look at this. And you can read it and really, like, internalize the effect. And honestly, there's kind of not a card in the game that I don't know the effect of. Just through, like, sheer, having played it every day for the last, most of the last year. It came out in like October, so yeah, we're coming up on, I guess we're like at the 10-month mark, me and Marvel Snap. Anyway, I played enough of those to get like those cards upgraded, and also I tried like plugging in I tried plugging in Spider-Ham into a couple decks. Spider-Ham is a 2-drop, 2-power that turns the biggest card in your enemy's hand into a pig with no special effects. So basically, silences it, in other words. Makes it so that it won't do whatever it did do earlier. Which, I'll say, trying out that is just like a card you play. I've always thought that Spider-Ham is really good when I've seen others use it, right? Oh, and by the way, while we're here, we need to go get this here in the junction site. Then we need to go over here to the battleground. That's our thing. Which way should we go? I guess to the go to the right here. I played a bunch of Spider-Ham, and I've always thought it was really powerful, but I guess also it's really powerful against my decks, the decks that I tend to play. I have, playing it, found that there are a lot of cases where it'll backfire on you. Say they're running like a card that has really high power, but a negative side effect, you know, which is sort of a genre of card in Marvel Snap that you see a lot of. And if they're running that sort of card, and you remove the ability of like Infinite Knot, for instance, which is a 6-cost, 20-power card that cannot be played unless if you played a card on the previous turn, to turn that into a card that you could just play on turn 6, that is like the worst case scenario for this. That's the Emerald Translator. Okay, good to know. I wasn't sure what it was. It's the Emerald Translator. What does the Emerald Translator help us do? Emerald Translator. Anyway, while I think Spider-Ham is a great card to put into any deck where you don't really have anything you really want to play on turn 2, and if you just want to play a very strong card and have that be that, Spider-Ham is a great one. I do find in all my decks that I play that I don't really have any holes, any spots left for just a card that is just good on turn 2, right? I'd rather have no turn 2 play than lose some of my flexibility in other areas, it turns out. And I'll say, like, after I finished fucking around with all that, I went back to my main deck right now, which I think has changed a bit since the last time I showed it, which is a Nimrod Phoenix Force deck, where the basic idea is that I can get Nimrod, which is a card that copies itself to the other locations on destruction, or Phoenix Force, which is a card that merges with a destroyed card and then can move as well each turn. So the basic overpowered combo there is you either play multiple man and destroy it, which multiple man, when it moves, it creates a copy of itself. So after you merge that with Phoenix Force, it becomes a really high power card that's making copies of itself every time it moves, and you use more cards to move it around more. Or you use Nimrod, and you probably also Shuri this to make their powers really high too, and just like do a bunch of destructions on that Nimrod to put it everywhere. And with Magic now, having a turn 7 oftentimes means that I can do Venom Absorbing Man on turn 7, which allows me to destroy everything in a location with Venom and get all the power on that card, and also cause all the Nimrods to go every which way. and then do it again with Absorbing Man, who copies the ability from Venom and destroys everything at the location. And what I've found is that with magic in play, I now have more time to do my shit, to my bullshit. So if I say cannot Shuri the Nimrod and destroy it, then I can bring it back with Phoenix Force and have an even stronger Nimrod, and then destroy both of those and have even more stuff. So I'm finding that like Phoenix Force is actually more powerful in this deck than I first expected. I sort of expected it to mostly be just for the sake of comboing with Multiple Man, but it turns out it also works really well with Nimrod, which is a surprise. And all of this is because they chose to make Magic, which is the card that makes it so that you can have a Surge 7, into a 3-cost like 2 weeks ago, which turns out to just be an amazing thing for a lot of decks who want the game to go long. Like, and previously it was a 5-cost, which, you know, in a lot of decks is non-negotiable. You know, you can't give up your turn 5, even if it means you're gonna have a big, big turn, What is that? 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 Oh, it's the screw attack! I thought it was not cool for a second, and then I read it and like, oh shit, it's screw attack. Why is screw attack? Why did it look like that? What the hell? Thought it was gonna look like a screw. God damn. Well, I'll fight this guy for an energy container. That's fine. I need more energy containers. Screw attack, huh? Oh, also we can't get the in cash now. There's another thing we can get because we get the screw attack in Dark Torvis, or not Dark, in this area here that we're in. So it was a good get. Oh shit, they're just fucked up by the super missile. Like, just fucking one-shotted here. Anyway, been mostly playing that. Wow, that's good. It's worth noting that I do have double damage, so that's probably also a factor here. Double damage super missile. Pretty strong. How many of these fuckers are there? Rule of 3, guys. Not 5, not 6. Very good. More health, the better. I don't think we can get that yet until we have the Dark Beam. Let me check and see what it says. Yeah, just the Battleground key. Okay, gonna head back. We can't go through that door because we don't have the Light Beam, of course, but we can go all the way around. And, you know what? It'd be faster to warp home from here versus like walking. Here's what I'll do. I'll warp to the Great Temple, the starting location, as I could do if I went to any save point. And then we'll go from there. Because portal entrance is like right there. And I'll also do a save right here. Why not? Just as a precaution. Aegon portal entrance to our left. Very good. I'll say with Marvel Snap, I would love to mess around with these decks more, but like these like new and hot decks, but right now I have this tried and true deck, and since the new season is a new season, you know, and I've been to Infinite the last 2 seasons, I kind of just want to get back to Infinite, and then I can mess around and do fucking bullshit as much as I want. Once I know that I don't have anything to lose by, like, you know, anything to lose, like, from, you know, losing. Once I have nothing to lose, I will totally, wonder if there's anything we can do here. No, it doesn't look like it. Once I have nothing to lose, once I'm back in Infinite, which is basically, by the way, it's like rank 100. Once you get to rank 100, you can no longer drop below rank 100, and basically that means that there's no risk to playing Marvel Snap anymore. At any rate, nothing beyond just like, oh, getting to a higher, like, Infinite level, which doesn't matter and doesn't get you any rewards or anything, or any real prestige, or any real that much other than, like, personal satisfaction. Right now, I will say I am right at, like, 97. So I have climbed, like, most of the way up from 73, which is where it puts you if you're in Infinite at the end of a season. I've climbed up from there already, and hopefully, you know, hell, by the next stream, it's well possible that it's very possible that I might have, you know, made it. To Infinite, you know, and whatever. Or it might be by the stream after that, which I will say there's not going to be a stream next Monday. I have jury duty, but I'm going to figure out when is a good time to do a stream other than that. And, you know, we'll have something. I'm sure. Teach me to try to fucking use the new ability. Fucking low-hanging ceiling. That was unnecessary. How about here? There we go. That's how you use it safely. I will say, again, as far as streams I want to do, I have been thinking about some sort of Pokemon stream with, like, the 2 new online games, you know, Pokemon Stadium 2 and the trading card game. The 2 of those, and also maybe some Pokemon Unite, which again I'll say I really like. I really like Pokemon Unite, and whenever I play it, I have a good time. And then you know, Pokemon Unite is a game you absolutely could base your life around. You know, similar to how I keep up with the dailies in Marvel Snap, you know? You could totally do that for Pokemon Unite as well, but Pokemon Unite is a game I just like to stop in on every year or so. And I'm sort of thinking that would be a great time. I've heard that there's Mewtwo in it now. That was one of the things they announced. Or coming to it or something. And maybe when you complete some event, you get Mewtwo for free. I want Mewtwo. Maybe I should go do that event. I don't know. Okay, we have to go this way because that's just, you know, there's we can't go through the light door. It is what it is. I could do a Sunday stream, I guess. Maybe that would be the thing, rather than like a Tuesday stream. Maybe it could be a Monday stream, I don't know. Well, I think with Pokemon Stadium, I really need to decide on that, and like soon, because, you know, I need to round up some people if I'm to like put on like a minigame, a little bit of a minigame thing, you know? last time I had Shagalicious, Betsap, and Jayhawk on. Maybe they could come back again. Last time it was planned to get like Glower, who is a big speedrunner. Speedruns Paper Mario and has like the best times, a lot of the time. Though apparently isn't listed for some reason, some drama, I don't know. Not important. Anyway, nearly got Glower, but apparently he was sleeping. I do wonder if I could like put together more collabs. I'd really like to have more collabs. Well, I don't know if I'd really like it, but I think it'd be cool. I think that'd be a good idea. Put together some more collaborations. Really wish I could do one with like, start of the year there was a great one with Judo who is just a really cool dude, and it was fun having him on while I played some Persona 5, which is one of his favorite games, and also one of mine. Oh, that's something. Amber. Ha 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 ha. What does that let us do? Oh, that lets us get an item in a... There's at least one thing that we can do with that. I'll say. Right soon. And where's the portal out of here? I don't think we can get that yet until we have maybe the light suit or something. Anyway, shit, yeah, our options are pretty well... Fuck you, dude. Off me. Our options are pretty open now, having both of those translators. The light beam, I would have preferred. I would have preferred the light beam, but the translators are going to probably do a lot of work in the overworld in particular. In fact, should we... I'm gonna save and then let's return to the hub. I think it might be faster to just like... Yeah, I think it's faster to go out this way. To go back this way versus walking. I have also done some... Okay. So back through there. And there's one place that we can get now with the translator. New translator. Wonderful, lovely, exciting, rad. Oh boy. So we need to go right from here and then left, and we'll pass the thing on the way, the doodad. All right. There's the dark portal over there that we would have returned from. I think this was faster. I think this was a good deal faster. We would have also had to go through like several more of the like dark pirate base doors places before getting back to even here. Oh wait, no, we wouldn't get back to here. We would get back to the regular pirate base. Hey, hey, hey. Also, hey, we can get like some hints. There's a hint, I think, over there that we can get. Whoa, oh, oh, oh! What is this? What is this? Oh! Light beam! Light beam! Fucking finally! Ah! Ah! There's a lot of shit we can get right now. Consequently. Both in here and in Dark... Actually, Dark Agon looks like it's pretty much, done, but... Yo, there's stuff we can get now. Okay, that was the best get. That was the best thing we could have gotten. Let's see, looks like there's something down by the pirate base. Oh, right, because we have the light beam. Shit, I went the wrong way, but you know what? This works as well. Oh, wait, because I also have the spider ball, so I can just go up here. With this, we can open a thing. We can open some walls and stuff. Like a whole thing. But don't worry, they're pushovers. I have the double damage, you know. I like double damage a lot. I think maybe I could, hey, that's light ammo. That's pretty good. We now have like 100 of that. If my calculations are correct. I think I like, what's this guy saying? This guy is an in-cache, so he'll tell me like, energy transfer model. Bubkiss! That's Bubkiss! Let me just open up Dark Agon real fast and put in ignore all logic and just go ahead and like just go ahead and mark that off. Bubkiss. Good. Okay. Agon Waste. Okay, perfect. Now I'm gonna turn around and we're gonna head to like the central boss fight area, the mini boss area of the overworld. That's where we need to go next. Weird that the light beam and the dark beam would both be within Agon, but I guess actually that makes some sense, you know? A lot of the other worlds are like more speckled with like light doors and dark doors, such that you would need both of them to get around and get like very far into any other world, other than the first one. The Annihilator Beam, that's the one that's a little bit of a surprise. Now, I will say I might have, in some cases, I forget which, made it so that they were in multiple places. Like, they were 2 copies of them shuffled in. Just to make it a little bit more manageable of a hunt for some of these items. But I didn't do that with, like, most of the items. So most items are in one place. Maybe it'd be cool if just have, like, multiple copies of everything. You know, just to make it so that we're getting stuff more often and not getting, like, I assume, quite so stuck ever. I assume if there was more copies of everything, you would just get stuck less, but maybe you would just... Maybe the logic would still have it so that there was one thing you definitely had to get. And, you know, until you get that one thing, you can't move on, right? So happy to have the light beam. We're gonna get so much. We're gonna open so many doors. And also shoot enemies with it. Y'all don't even know. There's a lot of light doors, I'm pretty sure, in this game. So, you know. Can I just, like, screw attack over this whole arena? Damn it! I could not. Gotta go around now. Let's see. This room will have... This next room has a thing I can get. And, you know, now that I have the screw attack, I can also deal with that room in the overworld where there's, like, platforms separated by pits. You know, I can deal with that. That's a power bomb. Pretty good for, you know, hey, we now have more than one of those fuckers. And also, hey, another elevator. Let's see where it leads. That is the power bomb. There we go. Which way? This way. Yes, the way I'm pointing. Wait, can we get up there? Oh, we can't get up there. I'd do another card, but we're about to get what could be a good item. And then head into a thing that's definitely going to take us... I guess, actually, shit. We've been to all the like, elevators in, we found all the elevators, I think, that lead to the sanctuary. So this has to lead to Torvis. This has to lead to Torvis right here, right? And I guess there must be... The two other Torvis ones must be in Temple Grounds. Wait, was that something back there? We got it, right? But I don't think it was anything, was it? Let me check. We were over here. Oh, no, I didn't get it. And hey, this is, you know what? This is maybe the worst place in this level to go to, because I'm pretty sure you cannot exit from here until you go here from the other side. Okay. Okay. Also, I don't have any power bombs. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you can't get out of here. There we go. I'm pretty sure you can't get out from the other side, so there's really no point in staying here. This one's a dead end. But hey, I'm pretty sure we can also get to like the other Torvis portals wherever they are with the translators we have, and also with the items that we have. So Torvis, I believe, is on the table now. Oh, and also there is the hole in Great Sanctuary we haven't gone into yet. In the Great Temple. There are doors in the Great Temple now that we have access to with the translators that we have. A lot to think on. I mean, I guess all the doors now will be open in the Great Temple. That's nothing. Okay. I'm going to warp to the Great Temple. Since that is our starting location, it is like totally cool. You know, this is what would happen if I did the warp thing at a save. There's a save, like, right over there, isn't there? Why don't we go to the save and do it there, just for like, the, fairness of it. You know? Just to stay as vanilla as possible here. Or, like, as by the rules, I guess. I don't know. Maybe there's, like, no need to walk through these chambers that I've been through a lot since, you know, Aegon has been our main haunt. This stream so far, it's been where most everything has been. It's been where we have, like, the most access. We haven't really been able to get beyond Aegon yet. But also, hey, that wasn't so bad. It was only a short walk. I'm going to warp now and prove that I can do it. I don't have the guide, or not the guide, the manual. Wonder if there was one, or if they just stopped doing it by this point. Manuals at some point stopped entirely, but it's funny, actually. Manuals, they stopped at a certain point, but it was like really... It wasn't when digital games became a thing. That's what you would think. You would think like, well, digital games change everything. It wasn't that. It was like GameCube era. It was like 360 era, actually. And I think the reason, if you think about it, is actually pretty straightforward. Hey, yeah, we can go there now. But also, there's a whole lot of areas in, like, this regular-ass Great Temple that we can go. I'm gonna go back to the regular Great Temple and clear it out before we go to Aegon. Well, I should at least see where it is, and maybe we'll go from there. This will be a Torvus. Actually, I said the wrong thing, didn't I? This will be... I don't think this is going to be Torvus entrance. I think this is going to be the other Torvus. The other Torvus. I believe on the map, I see that where the Torvus entrance is, and it's where the Torvus entrance is. It's vanilla. In fact, what does it say? Torvus Temple Access. Yeah, so this is the Temple Access area of Torvus in particular. I think this means that at this point right now, we can get to every elevator in the game. So, we no longer have to worry about any weirdness with, like... I no longer have to worry with any weirdness with the tracker. It'll know what I can and can't do at any time. It just doesn't know, like, the most efficient route to anywhere, which, hey, why would it? No, it doesn't have to know that. I have to know that. You know, I'm the one who figures that out. So, hey, we can get to Torvus now. I want to do some Aegon stuff first, though. Eh? What's wrong with this thing? Are you supposed to come here the other way? Now, let me try to turn the camera around or something. Oh, I can't. You can't control the camera in this game, can you? I don't get why there's an invisible wall here. Is it something like you need to I mean, I don't think you can even scan that thing. Maybe you can't scan things from outside the room that they're in. I don't know what's going on there. I vaguely recall something like that happening, like the last time I tried. No, that's not a way down there, so... Why is that blocked? What the hell? I don't understand. Is it like some sort of order of events thing, like I need to go somewhere else first? I don't know, let's focus on the stuff outside where nothing is blocked. We're gonna go to the temple grounds. I say outside, everywhere is outside here. Except for inside the sanctuary. Alright, down to the temple grounds. We're going down to the temple grounds. And we're gonna do a thing. What thing? It's a thing, don't worry about it. What exactly are we going to do? We're going to go down to the temple grounds. Right? Go down to the temple grounds. You know what? Let me just say this. There's a lot of stuff we can do down there. A lot of just, like, stuff that's been locked up for us. And I think where we want to go is specifically around the horn. Okay, so we're here, right? We want to go around here to here. So basically we're going like, the entire way around this whole path. Which is a bit long. We could also... You know what? I'm gonna warp back. Fuck. The tracker was covering where it was on. And we're back. Hello. Seems like I lost connection for a second, and then I reconnected, and then I thought I didn't reconnect, so I stopped the stream again, took a little bit of a break, and now we're back. I checked what the VOD was on Twitch, the VOD that cut out around 5 hours. I can see that the last thing that happened was the bit where I accidentally killed myself and had to reload saves and do some stuff. Long story short, we didn't lose any progress there, and I have since done a little bit of walking. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. I'm gonna start the timer again. The timer is honestly a little bit high, perhaps, because I didn't think to stop it until like a minute before we started. So, yeah, whatever. Timer, it's just there for shits and giggles, I guess. Not the most accurate thing in the world. You know. Starting the timer now. Let's get back to it. Anyway, I guess I'll stitch these videos together at some point, as I tend to do when VODs get interrupted. I like to stitch them together into one single VOD. I'll do that later. Right now, what's important is that we got basically a ton of stuff. The world is our oyster, and there's a ton of things we can get here in the Great Temple. A ton of stuff we can get. And then Torvus Bog, we just got access to that, and it's pretty much unfettered access. We have everything we need to get, like, pretty deep into it. Honestly, like, Sanctuary 2, we can go right into that whenever we please. Whenever we please, Sanctuary is just waiting for us. You know, and that's all pretty good. That's good news. I'll probably delete the 2 minutes where I thought I was connected, but also I don't know what that random part is. Probably won't fold that into the VOD, but we'll see. I'll take a look at that and see if it's usable. I think you'll find it's just me like in the middle of a random conversation, which, you know, isn't exactly the best now, is it? That's a power bomb. You know, as much as power bombs are great, I don't know that I really care enough to go get it. Also, by the way, can we do anything in the Sky Temple grounds now? Yeah, there's 2 things that we can do in Sky Temple grounds now. How about that? That's pretty good news. Stuff to keep in mind, you know. Make sure of something real fast. Good, okay, yeah. Just needed to make sure that we were live, that the tracker was keeping track. That's happened before, tracker just stopping updating. Damn shame, and especially if I don't notice. If ever you notice, let me know. That would be damn handy. I'm gonna pass on that one. We gotta start passing on items that we don't absolutely need. Speaking of items we absolutely need, hello. There's one. In a hive key. Okay. We just need 3 more keys for the 2 levels that we have. And then, you know, whatever items you need to beat those bosses. And then whatever items you need to beat the, King, what is the final boss? The King Ing. Emperor Ing. There we go. Oh. You can't get through this end now, can you? Yeah, the motivator unit is on the other side. Okay. So... where will this one be? Like, how do you get to here? Spider side. How do we get over there, though? I feel like we've gotten to Sanctuary's fortresses, we've gotten to the Sanctuary entrance, which I guess is not the spider side. This one must lead to... well, we already have our way into Torvis, so we don't really need a way into Torvis, honestly. Though, going in the front door, I think that would be, like, easiest way. We don't have to have that be the way. We can go in a different way, you know? This VOD will probably take a while to get up. It'll probably not be like tomorrow or maybe by Saturday, I don't know. I'll have to... I guess maybe none of these VODs that have like gone awry like this have been on Thursday, because the problem is it takes a while for the video to like export from like certain software. I guess here we just need to like, I can use Windows Media Thing, and hopefully it'll take only a few hours, or only like 10 hours or so. I set it up before I sleep, and it's done by the end of tomorrow's workday, I guess. Okay. Where do we get... How do we get to where we're going? Vault side. Go to vault side. Transport to Temple Transport Emerald. Go to Sanctuary. Remind me, in Temple Grounds, that's lift over here, lower Torvis. So that one's not the way we get into Torvis. How was it that we get into Torvis again? You know what? We had a bit of a technical interrupt. We had a bit of a technical kerfuffle. Let's make a rule. Okay, it's 1:45 in the morning, a.m. New rule. From here on out, I can teleport to any elevator I've been to before. That's my new rule. So let's go to Sanctuary Fortress. Transport to Sanctuary Quadrant. I don't know what that means. Sanctuary Quadrant. Where about is that from? A little confused on that. Let's... What does this return from? I couldn't find it earlier on the map where this is from. It is the Temple Grounds. Oh, Sanctuary entrance. Okay. Right, that's right. We had to go through a one-way thing to get to it. Right, that's right. Okay. I'm remembering now. Sanctuary quadrant? It's a weird way to describe this area of the map. I'm sure you play this randomizer enough, you get used to this stuff, and you figure it all out, and, you know, you get a little bit more efficient about how you search, and maybe even, if you're really, like, good at the game, you could use some, like, some, you know, some glitches to get around some obstacles, and, you know, go outside of logic to, like, you know, get something done, you know? How do we get this? Okay, this is the first time I've seen, like, a pretty severe performance degradation. It's a little bit framey here. But you know what? I was kind of expecting the whole game to be framey, so that's fine. That's acceptable. You should be able to, like, hold down the button to, like, charge a thing up, because yeah. I bet if I kill, like, a box or something, I'll get one. Yeah, what do you know? Oh, that... Okay. There's an item in here, I want to get it, or at the very least, I want to see what it is. With what I have, I should be able to get it, so there we go. Let me see now. Very fortress. Here we are, yes. Pulling up the map so I have it on hand. Alright. What I was saying is, I guess none of the times where the stream was like went down was on a Thursday, because Friday stream makes it complicated, because I don't want the export to be going during the Friday stream, because that would obviously, you know, that would be an issue performance-wise, I imagine. I want it to be done like well before then, ideally. But you know, when exactly am I to, like, do that, right? Is this a power bomb? Oh, cannon fire. Okay, shit. I always forget. I say I always forget. I forgot what exactly the cannon can do. How much it can destroy. Oh, and hey, by the way, disconnect aside, we still have cards. I still have more cards I can roll out. Here's the problem. It doesn't really look like... It sort of blends in with the background. It doesn't really, like, stand out as being like, hey, destruct me, you know. Card. Still a ways away, but I have an idea for extra life. Yeah, I have an idea for extra life right now. Let me tell you about it. I have an idea for extra life. That'll be in, like, November or whatever, so, you know, still, like, what's it? Couple months away. But here's my idea. It's not gonna be anything really high concept like the randomizer roulette last year. Not really anything that's, like, a big quote-unquote challenge. Do you get over there with the cannon, or do you use just screw attack? Okay, yeah, cannon. Light ammo. I'll take it. It's not going to be anything like really high concept. Anything like that's really going to be like a big challenge or a big to-do. What it is going to be is long, and it is going to be is one series of games. And it's going to be Mario Party. 50 turns of Mario Party 1. Oh, geez, those things really damage you good. That's probably why I tied a while back. I just let those things explode all over me. Much to my, shouldn't do that. Yes, okay. It'll be Mario Party, 50 turns of each game. Going, like, through the series. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I don't own 4, so I'd have to buy it. But I have 5, 6, and 7, so, you know. Would be able to do that. I think we have to back out now. I don't think we can get any further in this route, because we don't have any visors. I guess that's a big hole in our inventory right now. Visors. I'm trying to hit B. I thought it would... Oh, shit, I'm hitting X. I'm hitting Xbox B. Duh. Ugh. Okay, where do we want to go next? Again, on account of being really late, I'm giving myself the ability to warp to any... Specifically, to any elevator I've been before. I think it's time to start doing Torvis. It's not on the thing, but that's because there was some save file shenanigans earlier. There was some save file stuff earlier, and I died, and lost it. Where was it though? Wasn't in... Oh, I remember where it was. I remember where it was. I'm going to warp to the Great Temple. Temple Sanctuary. And it's through the gate that we haven't opened yet. We opened it earlier, and then we left. We said, let's do something else. And then, wait, was that on stream, or was that part of when... No, I think it was on stream. That wasn't after the accidental death. I will, though, just go ahead and quickly do a save, just to be safe. It's late. We're gonna take liberties. I will say, a thing I like about my favorite randomizers is very easy to fit them into 6 hours, right? Maybe because I'm new to this one, or maybe just I haven't found the settings that are right for me. But it's hard to fit this one into like 6 hours, or maybe 7 hours. I don't know, unless you start like doing teleporty shit, which, no, kind of feels like cheating. But also alleviates the fact that, yeah, you do have to like backtrack a lot, and wants to do that a whole bunch. Here we are in Torvis Bog. Let's not go this way first. Let's go another way first. And go another way first. Yeah, I want to go this way. I want to go towards the entrance. I kind of want to finish off the overworld areas. Okay, we can see that. I got it. That's nothing. We don't have to get that. Beautiful. Go through this area. There's some screamers. I think this will get us one item, and we can see another item. No, we can see one item though, and it's Bubkiss. That's the portal chamber, and it's nothing. No fucking around with that. Perfect. I mean, we might... Is there anything on the other side? On the, Dork Torvis side? No, I think it's just for that. Torvis Bog, okay. Where the fuck is this leading? Oh. This is not where I wanted to go. There's a save over there. And over there is the portal that'll take us to the overworld. Yes, that's right. This is Torvis Bog. Take it in. Over here is the transport to the overworld. I think. This takes us to the overworld. From where, we can go additional places. Because this whole area of the Great Temple, the Temple Grounds, was one that we've just haven't had access to. We couldn't access it from this side for reasons. because we started, like, in the middle, rather than, at the ship. If we had the ship, we might have been able to go here a lot easier. But the ship is, like... I'll say I don't like the ship as a starting point. It's sort of like a long walk from anywhere else, and as a result, like, as a central location to branch out from, I don't think it's very good. There are better central hubs in the game, which is why I decided to start myself at the main one of those, you know, the main central hub. Alright, that opens up that. What is it over there? Oh, that's a translator gate. Nothing. I think this door is a super missile door. So we don't have to mess around with the dark world here. Though if we did, let me see. Let me see what the Sky Temple Grounds has here. Bubkiss. Okay, cool. Big old Bubkiss. Don't have to worry. And nothing that we can get at any rate. There's one of the last gateways that we can get. This would lead where now? Let's see where this leads. Ah. This is the last one. We now have our full run of the place. Where does this lead? Torvis? I think we already have all the doors into and out of Torvis. So, where exactly? Oh, another Sanctuary Fortress one. Right, this is the Hall of Mystery. Which, let me see. Yeah, we can go get that. We can go get that, that combat thing over there. Why not? It's right there. Tell you what, I will do a save. It's fucked up how it starts on death. Death is the first thing. But... oh, crap, I was hitting... keep thinking Xbox B to close the menu, but I got it on a different B. Let's go get that. Another thing, by the way, you can do if you're just looking to, like, cheese it, if you're looking to be like, okay, I give up, let's just, like, I don't even care anymore. You know, let's say you're like that. Let's say that you're in that state of mind. What you can do is that when you save, it does the save station effect, which is to say your health is back at maximum. So you can totally cheese it by saving in the middle of other stuff. It's a missile, it's junk. And I don't see anything else here that we can get right now. Nothing in this wing of the facility is marked as green. Let's exit. Though we can go to Ing Hive from here. And you know what? There is stuff to get in Ing Hive in this area here. Let's do that. 2 things to get over in Ing Hive. I'm still worried that sounds really loud. It looks really loud on the mixer. 2 things to get over here in Ing Hive. That the tracker says we can get both of them. And then I think we leave. We head back to Torvis for more Torvin. That's a missile. We can take that off our list. Beautiful. No fuss, no muss. A little bit of a fart there, you know. Okay, we go over here. The other item is through here. How do you deal with these guys? Light? Echo? Maybe just a charge beam. Charged light. Yeah. Bubkiss. Okay, I'm gonna warp back. We'll warp back to, let's see now. Warping to fast travel is hard because the fast travel, they all change names. Transport to Temple Transport. There we go. Wait, is that right? Temple? Wasn't it Sanctuary? Shouldn't it be Sanctuary? Oh wait, I was doing Great Temple stuff. I was doing Great Temple Grounds. One second. I was on the Temple Grounds. Right here. No, not right there. Yes, right there. Sanctuary Spider Side. Temple Grounds. Sanctuary Spider Side. Ooh. All right. Now then, I could take the Morph Ball track, which why not, hey? Let's do that. Also, there's a hint, like, right there, so let's get it. Hint right there, let's get it. Wait. Violet. Chica? Yes, I know that. They're preset. Sky Teas are with the big bosses. Big boss men. Next time we can start. Maybe if ever I do this again, maybe we'll just start with the overpowered ability to just warp or wherever. Just in the interest of time, you know. I guess the difficult thing about this game as a randomizer is what can you do really to speed it up? Well, first off, obviously you cannot fail the Morph Ball sequences. But, like, other than that, what can you do to speed it up? A lot of it is walking, and, you know, maybe you could turn into a Morph Ball and boost around, but you still have to unmorph to open doors. The doors themselves have to load. It's not gonna be the most fast thing in the world. Here is this whole thing. It's a missile. It's worthless. Okay, we're turning around. Still, though, at this point, like, all we have to do is go places and check things. And, you know, the order doesn't matter. We should come up with a rule this where... Okay, I'll say this. Right now, we can warp to any... Right now, I am allowing myself to warp to... a beam-related upgrade. I already have all the beams. Fine. Right now, I am allowing myself to warp to any like, elevator, you know, in the game. I'll say this, if I get the light suit, I will let myself warp to any portal in the game, any light and dark portal in the game. I guess any room with the... You know what? That's a little arbitrary, even for my taste, because it's not like I can make it so that I'm like warping to the portal. I'm warping to the room that has the portal. I'll say this: warp to any save station. I'll allow myself that, if and when I say if and when we get the light suit. Hey. Wait. Thought you shot them. Okay, now we open the gate from this side. So we can now, like, return this way. I mean, with our newly, like... I'll say... Going to save stations is like, I could go further. I could go to just like, I can go wherever the fuck I want. No limits, you know? And, well, that's a state of mind, you know? That's a whole thing. A mini boss? How is this a mini boss? What? Cool. What? Hey! Whatever, that guy had my light suits. Finally, hey. Okay, yeah. I did just establish. I did just explain what the plan would be. That is right. I'm trying to get my fucking emoji in place. That is correct. Now that we have the light suits, I'll just teleport around as much as I feel like it. You know, as much as makes sense, I guess. They changed stuff in No BS. It looks different. Weird. You can't see that. Don't worry about it. But it looks slightly different from how I remember it being. And I don't think I've updated, so it probably is just... I probably just clicked on something weird. Okay, we got our light suits. Any save station we've done before is fair game, as well as any fast travel point. Those two things. Can we just go through here, or do we have to, like, unlock a thing? Oh good, they come pre-unlocked, all the stuff. All the weird things. Okay, I think we're looking for like one of these. And, going through it. Going through it. Going back to the part where I lost connection. Kind of funny because I had just like I accidentally killed myself. Seems like a shame that like my whole reaction to that was you know, not preserved. Seems like the kind of thing you'd want, like you know. And I'm sure like when I get around to these VODs, I'm sure I'll make a clip of it, but what? Oh, you know what? I can just like go around. Kind of no point to it though. We've done this area. Where are we going next? Light suit. We can do that. So transport to Aegon entrance. Transport. Let's see. Great Temple. Transport to Aegon. Wait. Oh, this is the wrong one. No, I should have done. Sky, Great Temple Grounds. Temple Grounds. Oh yeah, there we go. Aegon entrance. Perfect. Okay, there we go. You know what? I should change the title to explain like some of the things we're up to. The stream's title, you know. Yeah, stream info. It's late, so allowing myself to warp. Okay, that will explain what's gone on at this point. Again, I can't warp everywhere, but I can warp to a save station or to a save station that I've been at, or at a elevator that I've been at. And I've been at all the elevators, so... Well... all the elevators that go between worlds, anyway. Between areas. An energy tank, I'll take it. I like it. That's a good one. Okay, I think it's time to bog. It's time to bog it up. Let's go to the bog and just like, you know, take it, you know, seriously. Transport to Torvis Gate. Transport to... Oh, right, it's vanilla. Torvis Bog. Transport to Torvis Gate. I got more cards. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to start like, you know, sort of clearing out Torvis as best we can. I do have more cards, though. Why don't I do one of them? Talk about what's on it. Don't I do that? Did you hear about the My Hero Academia, the movie? The fourth movie. They announced the fourth movie. They announced this over the weekend. You know, the My Hero Academia has had like some pretty good movies and some pretty okay movies. I think that the first one was just okay. The second one really kicked ass. And the third one was pretty good. Mostly just good for seeing more Black Whip. Well, now we've seen, like, damn near all the powers. All the things, you know. I'm not gonna... Let me be vague about it, you know, for those who aren't caught up or whatever. But, like, now... There's, you know... Now they have the opportunity to do a movie wherein Deku has all the powers or shit. No. Deku, wherein like everyone is like at their full powers, you know, everyone is you know, up to date and kicking ass and doing a bunch of cool stuff. And that alone should make for a good time. Seeing, you know, having some more opportunity to see them at their, like, tippy top. Which, I do think that's a criticism to make of the last season, that it was a little bit brief. That it felt like it was moving at a million miles an hour, and also didn't have time for, like, any big side things. You know, it was just like, okay, here's what's going on, there's gonna be one huge fight, and then you know, it's time to move on to, some other stuff here. You know, we can't exactly linger on it, but this movie is the opportunity to linger on it, and I hope they take it. I hope they, like, do a lot with it. And I hope it's just, like, a fun fucking 2-hour experience. Whenever that hits, I'm there. I don't know when the next season of My Hero Academia is. If they're, you know... My impression is, like, there's not that much of that show left. You know, they are basically in Endgame, and they have literally said... The keys to Dark Torvus Temple can be found in Aegon Way's Sanctuary Fortress and Torvus Fog. 3 of the 4 locations in the game, thank you. I guess it's telling me that they're not in the... They're in the overworld. We already had the light suit set, that doesn't do anything. There's like multiple copies of all the suits are incremental, and I put in like an extra copy or 2 of them. Really, it's a surprise that, like, you know, it took us so long to get the second one. Okay. Let me toggle that. I say toggle, let me mark that off on my tracker. This is a save? I think there's a save back here. Like I've said, I will let myself teleport to save, so the more saves we find... No, this is map. The more information we find, more places that I will have to go to as options. Which I think is a good idea. I think that's a good idea for how to do it, you know. Anyway, looking forward to that movie. Should be a good time. I will say I don't have all that many cards left at this point. But I think I do have here a little bit of an anime block. Wherein I can talk about, you know, some stuff, some actual things. Why does not this come down? I have to get to it from the top, don't I? How do I do that? I forget how you do that, but we can go... Oh, I think how you do it must be you go around the horn. You go around this way. In this room, there is a thing under the water here. See if I can see it, like, from here. Energy tank. I'll take it. Let's talk anime. Let's do it. After I toggle off some things. Let's see. Alright. Anime. I finished rewatching My Dress Up Darling. That's a 5 out of 5 show, and also one of my favorites. Goddamn good show. Really just watched it at a pace. Started rewatching it like last week. Watched like an episode or two a night. Until, you know, I finished last night. Damn good show. Enjoyed the hell out of it. And, you know, would fully recommend. I'll say of it. It is a romance with like some Dark Torvus Bog, Dark Torvus Arena. Hang on, let me Dark Avon. Dark Torvus Arena? Dark Torvus. Dark Torvus Arena. Hang on, let me find that real fast. That one of the ones in like the loop down here? Dark Torvus Arena. Where is the Dark Torvus Arena? Oh, Boost Guardian. Well, I'm gonna... Okay, we can go get that. Either way, if it's the Boost Guardian, or if it's the, or if it's just in the wall. Either way, that's not too far from where we are now. It's not really that far out of the way. I guess I hope it's, I mean, we probably have to do Boost Guardian, right? We probably should. We don't know if it has nothing. It could have something, you know? I think you're supposed to have a fight in this room. But I can just go around. Let's see now. We just passed there. We're in the Torvus Grove. There's an item down there. There's also an item in the meditation veranda. Veranda? That's not what it's called. Oh, the veranda is locked off until we kill the guys. We've seen these guys before, though. Coincidentally. This is not our first rodeo with these guys. Since we've been to Sanctuary Fortress. That's convenient. Dress Up Darling. It's a very horny show. I say horny. It's very, like, it has a lot of sexual content. So, you know that going in if you don't like that sort of thing. But basically the premise is... The premise is the star of the show is a, he's like a doll maker. He makes dolls, traditional Japanese dolls. He's sort of like a quiet boy, and he meets this girl who is like his exact opposite. You know, she's loud, outgoing, and cheery, but she has a really good attitude to her. She has a really good, like, personality and perspective. And she's very accepting and kind. And also, when she finds out that, like, oh yeah, he can make clothes because he knows how to use a sewing machine. He makes clothes for dolls. She immediately, like, ropes him in to making cosplay outfits, making costumes. And, it's just a really cool... it's just a really cool thing, you know? Just him... This guy, you know, sort of like hanging out with her, figuring out like, okay, how are we gonna make this cosplay work? How are we gonna cosplay? And also, hey, these cosplays, they're very revealing. you know, she's okay with it. She's down with it. She loves it. In fact, she's way into it. There's a lot of cases where her character is just like so like sex positive. It's amazing. You know, she'll be saying things like, you know what kicks ass? Underboob. I love underboob. And the boy is just like, I don't know how to respond to that. He's just too bashful. He's just too bashful. It's very cute. It's very good. She's a wonderful character. And, you know, they have good chemistry. The two of them do. I'm gonna make that and they're gonna die immediately. You know. Oh, hey, we don't lose health anymore if we don't do the thing because of the light suit. Fantastic. Love it. Anyway, Dress Up Darling, it's a hell of a good time. There were so many good scenes, so many good faces, so much like amazing content. The gratuity is used well. The sexual content is used well. There's like good gags based around it. There's like, you know, very funny moments, very characterful moments. Lots of good shit there. Loved it from start to finish, and you know, I stand by it being one of my top 25 anime of all time. Definitely makes that list. It's phenomenal. One of the best shows of last year. Would recommend y'all check it out. Now, there's one other anime that I finished since the last stream. Like yesterday, right after I finished Dress Up Darling, shortly after, you know, I finished rewatching Ayura, which is a short show. Only has a 5-minute runtime. Only has the episodes are 4 minutes long, I'll say. And a minute of that is the opening song, and a minute of that is the ending song. But also, there's a little bit of stuff that plays over the ending song every time, so it's not just the ending song. It's also like one more goof. And, you might have saw on the card, it said 5 out of 5 with a heart, because, yeah, you know, despite only having literally 2.5 minutes to, like, do anything of value, you know, despite only having 2.5 minutes to its name, I think that Ayura is just about as good as a slice of life as you can do. Like, the characters are immediately, you understand what their personalities are and what they're about. Ooh, he has it. The Morph Ball Guardian has it. That's an energy tank up there, so that means that, based on the hint, the Boost Guardian has the low G thing. Okay. Well, we have, hey, you know, we have the ability to, like, not take damage from the environment, and we're about to get another health doodle. An energy tank. And hey, we can even go in with a power bomb. How about that? That'd probably help, right? I don't know. I'm not sure what happens if you use a power bomb on this guy. You wouldn't have power bombs by this point. Those don't expire, do they? Okay, good. I got him out of whatever phase that was. I don't have, like, the Omega whatever the fuck. Okay. The characters in Ayura are immediately likable. They're immediately like their characters. You understand them, despite having so little limited time. They really have to like tell you who they are really quickly, and it really has to be obvious. And I think it is, and I think that's great. The jokes are good. It has great comic timing, and one thing I would really commend it for is having like the impeccable sense of being willing to spend time. You could see an anime like that, 2.5 minutes per episode, being very, very reticent to spend time, but this one is very much like, yeah, no, the first shot in the show is 30 seconds of pouring tea. The first shot is 30 seconds of pouring tea. We have 2.5 minutes here. Most of the first episode is tea. Well, that's not true. A lot of the first episode is tea. And it's good. It sets a mood. And it, like, makes it clear, like, yeah, despite the length, this is a laid-back thing. This is a slow-paced thing. Just drink in the atmosphere for now, and next time we'll tell you some jokes, And, that's using the time to make jokes land, to sell things, I think is great. I think they used their time well, despite just, like, how you would think you would have to rush with a episode length like that. They don't rush, and it's fucking great. Ira, it's a really great 4-minute show. Every episode is just really a delight. There's like some really well done humor, some really with like immaculate comic timing. I'll tell you one example. I'll tell you one little joke that they do in one episode. Okay. The setup is like, okay, the teacher says like, okay, everyone, you go home. You get like a half day today, and the one girl, the like energetic girl, she says to her friends like, and she's doing a little dance. She says, "Hey y'all, you want to come to my house and hang out?" And the other girls say, we really have this time off because tests are coming up, exams are coming up, so we really need to study. And then she says, "Hey, you want to come to my house and study?" And they immediately pick up like, we're not going to study, are we? And indeed, the rest of the episode is them not studying, pretty much, which, hey, that's great. Great little 1-2 there. We should really study. We're not going to study. They proceed to not study. And then there's one more joke after the credits. And you say, like, thank you, good night, If you're like me and you like to watch one last thing before bed, a short 4-minute anime episode is about the best thing. The only problem is there's only 12 of them. I would say if this show was like... If only this show got a bigger order, and there were like 24 of them, or, hell, with their length, they would be a good... They would be great if they had like, let's say, 50 of them, but they don't. It's all just 12 episodes, and 12 episodes are fantastic, but you'll get through them in like a week. And, if you like watch multiple at once, you'll get through them in like a couple of days. If you binge them, you can binge them in like, if you just go ahead and binge them, you could binge them in like an hour, Less if you skip the OPs and EDs, which, fuck, I'm backwards. I'm going backwards. Less if you skip the OPs and EDs, which I do not recommend. I think the OPs and EDs of that show are both fantastic. The OP is like weirdly obsessed with crabs. None of the show is obsessed with crabs. The OP is, though. It's a funny joke, that OP, in its entirety. Okay, so we need to go back to the thing over here. There we go. The OP is obsessed with crabs, and it's very funny. The ED is just a good, easygoing song. The segues well into the last joke. I would recommend watching them every time. I'd say it's worth it. I don't know. I always feel like if I haven't watched an OP in a night, if I'm doing like multiple episodes at once, you could see me skipping OPs. But if I'm not, if it's the first one, always watching the first OP of any show. You know, every show I watch the OP of it, unless I'm watching multiple episodes from the same show. As for the ED, you know, sometimes I turn it off in the middle after I like, you know, update. I update Analyst real fast, and then you know, I say like, okay, well, I need to watch another show like right now, so sorry, I don't have time to listen to the ED tonight. Which, you know, hey, perfectly fair, I'm sure. No one would begrudge me for not always listening to the EDs. That said, a good ED, I love it, you know, hey. And I'll let it play if it's, like, really good, I think, most of the time. Well, maybe it depends. Depends on how much time I have. OP, though. OP, you know, hey. OP comes before 20 minutes of an episode, so I already gotta have 20 minutes going in. So at the start, I'm probably feeling pretty good about time management and shit. I'm probably okay just, like, charging on, you know? Alright, that's Dark Torvis. Now back to Torvis Bog. Light Torvis, you know? I do wonder playing this game like this, you know? I did at some point want to do Prime 2 as like a full playthrough, but how different is this from a full playthrough, I guess is the question. We're kind of doing the first world first, the second world second, etc. It just has like random items strewn in. There have been games that I have done full playthroughs of on stream that I've also done randomizers of, but in the most case, they were games where I did the full playthrough first, and then the randomizer second, like Paper Mario. You know, Paper Mario was one of the first playthroughs on this channel, well before they were archived on YouTube. But like, you know, will it make sense to go back here and do like a full playthrough? I don't know. I guess I'll say I do have some overpowered abilities for like going through this area, and also there'd be a different progression in a lot of cases versus just like, you know, having everything. What is this? This is something over here. Power bomb. I'll take it. You know, 2 power bombs is a little not enough, you know. Okay. That was that. That is our 3rd power bomb. That fermented. Let me see. I sort of have it like poking off my one monitor, the tracker, so that the map can be big. But that means that the tracker items would be small. I always wish the trackers had, like... I feel like trackers should be, like, vertical, so that they're easier to fit onto a... Great, these guys again. I say again, I don't think I've actually faced these guys in reality. Wait, well, this is home? Oh shit, it just homes. Oh my god, that's so good. That's handy as hell. Oh my god. Hey, buddy. That's really good that the homing ammo homes. Like, usually you wouldn't have to take advantage of that, I think, by the point you got the Annihilator. You'd have, you know, the item that it was useful for. But since I don't, or like, you know, you'd have the Dark Visor. But since I don't, it turns out to be a good way to really fuck them up. Dangerous fella. you! What the fuck? That fucking bastard. Wow. Hey, can I just, like, drop a power bomb real fast? Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Power bomb, got your number. I didn't know you could do that. I guess it makes sense. The Power Bomb Guardian is the one with the power. It is one of those. Is a amped up version of one of those. I always liked in this game how the bosses were like amped up versions who use your moves that they stole from you. Like, that was a very cool... Fuck! Ah! That was a very cool touch. I've talked about Iura. I've talked about Dress Up Darling. Shows that I finished yesterday. Well, since I finished shows, I decided to let myself start a few new ones as well. Was originally going to start one, but then I realized, like, this one maybe isn't as slice of lifey as I was hoping. I should watch one that's a little bit more like just pure slice of life goodness. You know, a little bit more uncomplicated. I like that in like a final anime of the night show. You know, something to watch right before I go to sleep. Anyway, in particular, I watched Kono Oto Tomare Sounds of Life, which is a sort of slice of life, sort of music anime that has a little bit of a dark edge to it, but not like too much of one or anything. Basically, the concept is that the main character, it's about a high school koto club. Koto is a traditional Japanese instrument, by the way. It's about this club where a tough boy is trying to join it. A tough boy is trying to join it. He sort of has like the punk attitude, you know, all unpolite and stuff, and everyone turns out to prejudge him. They prejudge him a bit. And there's a whole aspect there of like, you know, there was like a dark incident in his past that everyone thought he did, but he didn't because... But everyone thought he did because he had sort of the right vibe for it. You know, he was sort of the type what would do that sort of thing. Sonic Boom, hey, that's an item. The powered up beam. Middle beam. They thought he was sort of the type for it, you know? And as a result, when he sort of fell under suspicion, he took the fall and took a lot of heat, and it was a whole thing. It was a whole dark thing. So in high school, he wants to join a Koto club because his grandfather played the Koto, and it'll be revealed in a future episode, I'm pretty sure. It'll be revealed he's also quite good at it. You know, despite the prejudice you'd have against him for being like, you know, a bit of a like, you know, a bit of a like tough guy, you know, a bit of like a, we already have that, but, right, the way that the way it looked like that is because I set it so that the screw attack and the grappling hook were incremental, and I decided to put like more of them in the world just so that, you know, just so like the screw attack wasn't like extra well hidden because I had to find two objects to get it, two specific objects to get it. That was my thought process there. Anyway, I'll say the first episode. Rewatching it, I've seen it before. I think I even said in the card rewatching, I'm pretty sure. What's this? Forgotten Bridge. Is the Forgotten Bridge? Yes, I've gotten whatever the power-up was here. Good, okay. I'm pretty sure. Right, that was the energy tank. I got the energy tank there. of which we have of which we have 7. Yes. So the first episode, I'll say what surprised me. It was like weirdly violent. You know, there was a lot of like bullying and characters being picked on, and you know, our main character falling under suspicion because, you know, he sort of seems the type and he's sort of in the area. And if my memory is right, after this point, it's gonna be a lot more... Hey, that's nothing. After this point, it's gonna be a lot more chill, a lot more relaxed, and a lot more just laid back and light. I think we might have seen the end of like any bullying. I say we. I think I might have seen the end of any bullying, any dark business, you know, and we'll be for the most part in for a very chill music anime about playing the koto, which is it's a traditional stringed Japanese instrument, which sounds very nice, I'll say. And there's another koto anime that I want to rewatch sometime soon, but that one is more of a drama than a slice of life music. It's more music dramatic versus music lighthearted, you know? Much more serious in its tones and in its like plots. Whereas I think this show is mostly just them like forming a club, getting more people, getting more members, and you know, having a good time, you know? That said, I was left a little bit unsatisfied after watching that episode, just because I was sort of looking for something like lighthearted to end the night on. You know, I was at that time looking for something lighthearted to end the night on. And that being a very serious episode with lots of bullying and violence and stuff that I was kind of not looking for in a first episode, or like in a slice of life show to end the night, I decided to start up a different show that was that promised to be restarted. I'll say I've seen it before again, like the previous example. Oh, that's ammo. Very nice. I think it's ammo. I think it's ammo. Light ammo. Yes. Very good. And actually, there's one more increment of the light ammo, so it can go up to 250. I started rewatching Let's Make a Mug 2, which is a pure slice of life anime about a girl that moves to town and realizes that her mother was a famous pottery maker back when she was alive, you know. And, you know, she joins the club that her ma was in, and she starts to learn how to make mugs and how to make pottery and stuff. And it's good. Oh! Hey, that's the last translator. What do you know? We can translate anything now.
Recording to logbook.
What? Hints, regular hints, emerald, warning. It's not a... I don't know if I call that a hint. Okay, I guess it doesn't have anything to say. Go figure. Anyway, what was I saying? I said what show it was, right? Yes, so Let's Make a Mug 2. Just a very good, upbeat show. The characters all are full of energy. They are, like, just so gung-ho about everything they do. It is, you know, the main character is really gung-ho, and then she has a friend that she makes in the first episode who is, like, twice as gung-ho, you know, kind of makes her look less gung-ho by comparison, funny enough, but she is very gung-ho in and of herself, to be sure. Did I get whatever the power bomb was on the Great Bridge? me go back. Well, actually, I don't need to go back necessarily. I just need to look over here. No, I didn't get the power bomb. There's a translator gate over there. Okay. I got this. I got this. We're clearing out Torvis pretty quick. I mean, by this point, we basically have the run of the place. The only thing we lack, other than keys, we're lacking... What were we lacking? We're lacking keys and visors, and that's it. Keys, visors, we get those, and we're golden. A little bit of a stutter there, but that's fine. Let's see, it's through, like, here? Yes, I need to power bomb this. Oh, an extra translator. Okay. I guess I did put maybe extra translators in just to be safe. Did they just go in order? No, I got green second, didn't I? Okay. Now, I'm going to remind everyone that I have allowing myself to warp to save points and also elevators. Main elevators, like the ones between levels, to be clear. Not like this one. So, what I'm thinking is I'm going to go downstairs, which I assume has to be open by now, right? There was some issue, like, stopping me from going through earlier. Yeah, okay, but maybe now that I've done some other stuff up there, there's some sort of sequence thing that lets me through. Which is good, because otherwise, I don't know what I would do. I guess I could warp. I could warp down here if I really 100% had to. But I see that as a last resort. I mean, fuck, if I'm blocked by a glitch, I mean, why not in that case warp? That's extremely reasonable, isn't it? My bet is that one of the keys that we need for Torvis is here. Been a while since we saved. Anyway, I'm really going to enjoy the show. There's 2 seasons of it, and also the thing about the mug anime that is worth noting as a plus for a last of the night show is that each episode is 14 minutes long, which is a good length, you know? It's substantial enough where I'm gonna warp to the save by the door, by the entrance. It's substantial enough where, ooh, A or B? A. A, gotta be A. And then we'll warp back to B. It's substantial enough where there's enough content for one episode, but also a little bit short, so, you know, if it's the end of the night, it'll only be like 15 minutes until you're ready to go to bed, you know, and sleep. Which I think is nice in such a show. Obviously for... Ooh, there it is! Yes, okay. There's a Torvis key for us. There's just 2 keys left in the game. I know that one Torvis key is in the Sanctuary. Let's warp back now. I know that one of them is in the Sanctuary from a hint we got earlier. So we should at some point hit up Sanctuary and start, like, you know, going through it and shit. But We do have everything we need now for Torvis, because Torvis would not require Dark Visor at all. And, you know, that's one of the main things we haven't gotten. So, you know, why don't we empty out Torvis right now? Go around the horn, you know, go around this whole loop and see what exactly is available for us to get. Really, really going to enjoy that. That is all I had to say about anime today. And, you know, honestly, I probably will reuse a lot of these cards for tomorrow. You know, for tomorrow's stream, given that it's only been like, you know, it's only been, it's only gonna be like so long between this stream and the next stream. So I might as well get that, I might as well reuse some of these topics for that as well. I like to, you know, in some cases where we're going long. Okay, you know what? I like to, in some cases where, you know, we've gone long, we're going long. Or, you know, Thursday streams, especially. I feel like it's a good idea, just in general, to, like, reuse some of the cards. I might change the order of them. I might add a couple. But we'll probably reuse most of them, just to, like, save me, you know. And also, hey, I want to talk about Dress Up Darling more. Oh, that's a Emerald Decoder, I think, right? I'm gonna get it just to be safe. Never mind, that was the Emerald. That was the green. Okay, you know what? We'll be safe. We'll be safe. We'll be safe. Not that far out the way. We could also at any point... Echo Visor! Okay, shit, that was not green. Good, okay. I'm glad I was safe and didn't just say, like, is that the green translator? No, that was a different item entirely. Good, okay. Which one is this? We're in south. Which one is south? Well, okay, it's the one on the bottom of the map. Shit, yeah, that feels good. I'm really happy to have, yeah, we only need 3 items left in the game. 3 items left in the game. And also we need to fight 2 bosses. So we're getting pretty damn close to, like, you know, to, like, what's it? We're getting pretty damn close to go mode. All things considered, you know. I know we've been going a while, and I know that there's whole worlds we didn't touch, but we haven't touched yet, but it's looking good. Hang on. Hint, hint, hint. An amber I don't need that. Look closely at that. That's a missile. That's a missile. This room, which is, I guess, the one to the west of, between south and west. Okay, good. Got it. Let's see. Dark Torvis. Is anything on the other side of this? I think this might be the way to the boss fight, so let's... How do I open that? Maybe I don't. Not from here. You know what? I can probably find another way to Dark Torvus here. Probably don't have to go that way. 3 items left. We got 2 keys. 1 for each area. Maybe that's another thing I would double up on. More keys. More extra keys. I don't know. I kind of find finding the keys to be the least... The thing I want least randomized, you know? Because it's just like, yay, I found a key that lets me, you know... that lets me into a room. Okay, cool. That's cool. I guess it's cool to be in a room, you know, that otherwise you couldn't get into. That's a cool thing. Okay, this is the catacombs. Let me check my map. Nothing here, no. Oh, I could also just see visually. Nothing here. Except the portal. One of these portals is going to be our way to the Grapple Guardian. I don't know which one, though. With this, we might be able to see before we actually get to the item if it's worth anything or not. This is the one. Power bomb. I'll take it. Power bombs are handy, and I don't have enough of them. This room has a missile. This next room, well, it has a thing that could be missile. Ooh, a hint. A major upgrade can be found in Torvus Bog Great Bay Bridge. Have I already been there? I've already been there. Great Bridge. Yeah, I've already been there. It's emptied out. Those guys are annoying, but it's fine. They can be annoying. Maybe I could, like, unmorph, like, as soon as I get up here. Well, whatever, that worked. Oh, the spider ball track. That's how I was supposed to get up here. That would have worked, too. And that also gives us a way back to one of the earlier levels, but it's not important. Emerald Translator, yes. Okay. Emerald Translators really look like the X-ray visor, apparently, or the Echo visor. Echo vision, you know? Okay, we cleared out this loop from our side, from the regular side, but as far as Dark Torvus goes, we can do Dark Aegon. No, I mean, actually, there is one thing in Dark Aegon we can do now that we've got some stuff. Dark Torvus, though, that's where we want to focus our efforts for now, I think. I'm going to warp to the save point. Like I've said, I'm allowing myself to warp now to save rooms. particular. Just save rooms that I've been to. More precisely. Gonna warp there. Going to save. And then, let's go down to the, to fight the big bad bog. The big bad alpha blog. Card? I got more cards. I think I'll rewatch Ghibli. I'm looking to rewatch Ghibli films at some point. And also I'll say, like, watch ones that I haven't watched. You know, sort of do like I don't know, a thing where I watch movies on a day-to-day basis. You know, I guess the ideal would be to watch like more than a couple a week, considering that there's like a bunch of them and shit. But like definitely something that's on my radar. I don't know when I would be able to do that though, because watching multiple movies, finding time for a movie is like hard for me. At least it is right now, especially because there's so much stuff I want to watch, as far as like other anime simulcast stuff, other such things, and the fact that I probably should watch them subtitled, right? I mean, in some cases, I do tend to like, I do tend to like grandfather in anime that I've seen for the first time dubbed into their dubs, but I'll be honest, I can't remember like most of them. I don't know that it would really hit me one way or the other, whether I watch them like subbed or dubbed. You know, it wouldn't really be all that nostalgic, except in the case of Porco Rosso. I remember that dub perfectly, 100%. I probably will watch the dub of that. Maybe My Neighbor... I don't even remember which way I watched My Neighbor Totoro, I shouldn't say. Maybe My Neighbor Totoro as well. Other than that, I can see doing the sub just as a rule this time. And if that's the case, it's gonna be harder to fit in, you know, compared to, like, say, Sopranos, where with Sopranos I can play it while I'm playing. I can watch it while I am playing. And perhaps, by the way, that's the answer. Like, I should start that rewatch series after watching Sopranos, after finishing my Sopranos thing, and that would be a perfect like follow-up. And also, hey, Sopranos episodes are like an hour. How long is a Ghibli movie? Like an hour and a half? If we're being honest, it's not that different in terms of the commitment there. In terms of the time commitment per episode. Alright, we've cleared off Torbus Fog, as far as I can see. Fantastic. That was the 8th energy tank, so I'm gonna mark that. Torvus Vogue, there's actually the room down here. The Alpha Blog. Motherfucker. Which, should we fight first, or fight second? Well, isn't this also a thing over here? This is also a thing. Oh no, it's a portal. It's a portal to the other side, where we can fight another boss. Fight the thing, we have to go in there and collect whatever it is. It's Bubkus, but we have to collect it anyway. Wait, do we have to collect it? I'm gonna collect it. Does this unlock anything? I guess also maybe we could just leave the boss room. You know, we have the ability to jump good. Hey, yeah, let's... Yeah, maybe that was a silly thing to do, just from, we don't actually need to fight this dude, come to think of it. I didn't think about that well enough. I should have, not. Probably the Annihilator Beam. Go Annihilator Beam. Always feels like you can get off about one shot during any of these. Probably not time for a super missile. Unless you time it really good. This boss fight sucks, what the fuck. Come on, dude! No, not like that! Is he not charging because I had like a shot charged up? Rude if so. Oh, I don't have enough to charge anymore. Wait, does missile do damage? From the back, maybe. You can damage him with missiles if you hit his backside? No, actually, it's yellow, not... Clearly, it's not, effective. I swear he didn't open his mouth that time. Open your mouth more, dude. I love this game. But, like, if there's one thing they fucked up almost entirely, it's the boss fights. The boss fights just, you know, they don't have long enough windows of vulnerability. Some of them are, like, tough to do, you know, and are, like, you know, the end of a game for a lot of people, you know, playing it casually. You know, they get to, like, the Morph Ball Guardian, they go, what the fuck? What the fuck were they thinking here? This is your boss, okay? And then they realize, like, what exactly they want them to do, you know? And it's, not good. No. Could be better. Hard. Have you heard of the Dave Matthews Band Poop Incident? Heard about this on brand new social media site Blue Sky, competitor to X, the everything platform. You know the site I'm talking about when I say X, the everything platform. Everyone knows this famous new website that didn't exist before. Anyway, what the fuck am I saying? The Dave Matthews Poop Incident. Apparently, like 10, 20 years ago or so, they were on tour. They were the Dave Matthews Band, and they happened to pass over a bridge, and they thought to themselves, well, this would be a great time to empty our tank of poop, our poop tank, our tour bus's poop tank. Well, it turns out at that same time, passing underneath the bridge was a boat, a tour guide, a guided tour boat, and 600 pounds of human excrement, specifically Dave Matthews Band excrement, covered the boat, full of like hundreds of tourists, basically. I think they were inside. I think it's like a case where it was an open air boat, you know, open to the elements, so, you know, they could probably smell it, but, they weren't, like, literally buried in it. But goddamn, imagine they could have been. They could have been. I think Dave Matthews Band, they paid a fine or something eventually on account of they really shouldn't have been dumping poop into that river. They really didn't have the permission to do so. The article I saw, I think it's apparently maybe some anniversary or something. The article I saw didn't like have any pictures or anything, but I did find pictures, and it is funny to see a boat, like a little boat, you know, with, you know, open windows, you know, no windows in the windows, you see, just covered in poop, just covered in poop. Funny thing to see. We need to go the other way. I wish there was a way. Here's something I would suggest, by the way, for the creators of this hack, you know, randomizer. Here'd be my suggestion. I would like it if towards you know what, I'll say, I'll frame this in a way that like explains in a way that like explains the problem first and why I think my solution would be a good one. At the start of the game, my slightly higher than normal recharging health felt like it was really overpowered in areas where, you know, I only had two things of health, two health containers. Energy tanks, you know? And as a result, it felt like they were filling up really fast and that I could never die in those early parts because I said to be slightly higher than it was, slightly higher than default. Well, now that I'm in the late game and I have like 8 energy tanks to my name, they really don't fill up all that fast, you know, relative to how much damage I'm taking anymore. So here would be my like good compromise solution there. I think it would be cool if the energy that like what's it gonna be? Power bomb, cool. I'll take it. I think it'd be cool if like the energy gained in these fields scaled up the more energy tanks you got. You know, I think that would make sense, and I think it would make it so that you know, in the early game, a really high, you wouldn't have a really high restoration rate, you know, such that combat in the dark was meaningless. But once you got into late game, you would have it high enough where you don't have to wait too long to refill your tanks. I'll say that, like, a good idea for that would be to make it so that it had a constant time that it takes to refill your energy tanks, like, regardless of how many you have. I think that'd be fair, you know? Also, maybe it'd be cool if it, like, was sensitive to, like, the context, you know? Like, if you're just standing in an energy field and there's no enemies around, it should maybe heal you faster, you know? Because it could heal you all the way if you just, like, went to the bathroom or something. Or, like, you know, stepped away for 10 minutes. Whatever. A minute or 2. Or 3. It could 100% you before you know it. God damn it. Oh, the homing ammo! There we go. Anyway, hey, we're in Dark Torvus now. We did that boss. We did, wait. There's the boss, and is there also another thing down there? Let me see on the map. Yeah, there's one more thing down there, actually. Good, okay, we can't forget that. I'm gonna go get that real fast. That could be something. Oh, hey. Was that what it was? Was that what I was looking for? No, but that was something. I'm a little confused by my tracker because I know there's one thing left down there. Can I not get it? Why could I not get it? I think I can get anything. I think I got everything I need to get this, right? Hang on, let me just lure those guys over to like one of these. There we go. Okay, now let's do this. I think this is how you get one of them, right? It's like right above here. Yeah, you know what? This wall goes up higher. It's not just a way to get to the portal. Oh, and it's Bubkiss. Bubkiss. Cool, okay. Back, where we were going. Anyway. Did I do another card? I got more cards. Not that many. We're pretty much tapped at this point. It's 3 a.m. We've been going for a while. It's 3:30 a.m. really. I'm okay of going real damn late. I've mentioned before I don't really have morning meetings anymore. So like... Man, I could go like real fucking late and then like start. And then get like a little bit of sleep. We only have like 3 items left. I think we can finish. I think we can finish by like 5, let's say. Hour and a half seems like a pretty reasonable goal to me. I know that, I don't have morning meetings anymore, and also, like, you know, I'll work more in the afternoon tomorrow, I think. You know. After getting, like, some amount of sleep. I manage, you know. Haven't been... I'll say, like, if I stay up until, like, 5 or so, there's, like, some weird engine noises or something that I'm hearing recently at night, and I'm just really bothered by them. It's hard to sleep when there's, like, weird engine-y noises going on, but, I'll manage. Really? It's hard to manage, you know, at least for me. And I did actually, there's not a card for it, but I bought some weird, I was like, okay, I love that these earplugs that I've been using recently, that they're non-replaceable, or that they're, sorry, they're not consumable. They are one-time purchases. I use one for the rest of my life, presumably, most likely. But I'd really like something with some more stopping power, you know, some more soundproofing for like when I really gotta sleep, you know. And honestly, I'll even if I like stop using these ones for like sleeping, I still think they're great for like, you know, going around the apartment and shutting off all unneeded noise, you know, making things nice and quiet. Hey, here's the Grapple Guardian. Okay, so I ordered some fancy ones. They're like, oh, you put this in hot water, and then you put it in hot water, and then you shape them to your inside of your ear. And I tried that, and it was crap. It didn't really work that well. They were all like funnily misshapen, and I felt like as I took like the moldedness out of my ears, I felt like while they were still pliable, they were sort of plying out of the fit. So I said, like, you know what, fuck that, I'm gonna return them. Which, you know, Amazon already said it was cool. I have already molded them into a funny shape, but I'm gonna send them back anyway. That's their fucking problem, that they made earplugs that like mold into a weird shape. I feel like if you want to do that, maybe you have professionals do it, rather than just, like, freehanding it. Hard to get around to his backside. He's facing me. For a second there, I wanted to, like, do a, you know, Metroid Prime 3 motion. Did we destroy the backside? I thought it would sort of curve. I thought it would curve around him and hit his backside. I think that'd be how it worked, but I guess, you know, hey, you're not supposed to have that weapon in this fight anyway, so why would it work properly? How about a power bomb? Worth a shot. Maybe I can stealth around this little thingamajig. No. Oh, right. The way that it works is this is the light one. So it's actually weak to dark at this point. And the dark stuff comes in and infests it now. Or does it? No, it's a guardian. Of course not. It can't be. It can't be light. It didn't start off as a not guardian. It was always a guardian. It's always been a guardian. You can like make him grapple the thing, and that'll like fool him or something. Maybe that's what we need to do here. Oh wait, this is all destroyed. Can't grapple this. Show me your behind. You need to show me your behind, man. I can't kill you if I can't get behind you. This fucking guy. Again with the bosses in this game. Like, this is just annoying. And we're probably gonna get not a key item here. If I had to guess. Maybe we should have headed off to the next world. I mean, all we're missing now is 2 keys, and we know one of them is in the fortress. Maybe it's time. One thing I will note, I did, at one point, I was cheesing one of the bosses in this, in like a randomizer seed, by like saving in the middle of them, in the middle of the boss fight, and you know, saving in the middle to like get my health back, and I died, and then it was all weird from there, because it turns out you're not supposed to save during the final Dark Samus fight. Like, that's a weird thing to do. And the game doesn't know what the fuck. Doesn't know what the fuck to do about that. So I think it was kind of soft-locked at that point. This guy is smart. He's facing me at almost all times. That's how you gotta do against when your B-coin is on your back. Just face your enemy and don't give them an opportunity to get in a single hit. Do I have to like get down a shield or something? It's hard to tell because... What's up? Tell me, tell me, tell me. Damage to its eye. Oh, shit. You can just... Okay, shit, I, you know... I forgot. The eye is the vulnerable point. I mean, I was shooting him that whole time, and it didn't seem like it was doing much. You know, the whole time he was like... I was strafing around trying to get behind. I was shooting all the same. So go figure. Okay, shit. I think in the future, I would also make it so that there were extra... keys, all the keys, extra of those. I don't like, you know, hunting for keys, bah, not really my jam. I like hunting for moves. Moves, they're fun and powerful. You know, when you get a new one and you're like, yeah, it's a new power, woo woo. You get a new, you know, can you blast through that with like a bomb? Denzium. I don't have any. I used them in the fight to no avail. I wasted them, in other words. So I guess we'll find another way to that, thing. Well, that was fun. More extras, I think, is the order of the day here. That would make things go a whole hell of a lot faster. I guess, I don't know. Let's see now. Okay, yeah, go through there. Into the passage, etc., etc. You know, if I'm allowing myself to go to any save point that I've been to, that would include the ship. And the ship has ammo refills for free. So, you know, maybe I should do that. Maybe that'd be a good idea. I fell in the poop. Is there a save point up there that we went to? Save station 2. Okay. I'm gonna warp to save station 2 here in Dark Torvus Fog. Save station 2. This is probably gonna take a while to export this whole fucking VOD. Whatever. Maybe also when I'm like planning on long ass streams such as this, maybe we can also just start earlier too. When I'm thinking like, yeah, I'll go late. I'm in the mood. In fact, warp to Temple Grounds. The landing site. Where is that? Landing site. There it is. Warp the landing site. Get a full refuel of my stuff. Is this just gonna... Do I already got it? No. Warp here. Save. I'm gonna warp back. Again, allowing myself to warp between saves, specifically. It being really, really late now. Save stations, and also, you know, wait, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? I think that was the wrong world. Yeah, this is Aegon. Yeah, this is Dark Aegon. And for Dark Aegon, there's only one thing we can get, and it's kind of a far walk from here. So, I'm just going to warp to where I actually wanted to go. Back to Dark Torvus, Station 2. We didn't see anywhere we haven't been, I'll say. Honestly, not sure if, like... At this point, it'd probably be good to move on to Sanctuary, you know, to Sanctuary City. There's a lot we can do there right now. We have our options. And also we know for a fact that one of the keys is there. We don't know about the other keys, but we know at least one... You know, where there's one thing. Just, it would be a hell of a coincidence if, like, if Sanctuary Fortress just didn't have anything other than that one item. God damn it. Hate that. Again, with that same thing. Oh, you can do it before jumping. Whoops. So now we have, then, you know, explosives, so we'll be able to get into that area. So that is good, then. Blow that up. Open the door. And let's see what we got here. There is still more that we can do in Aegon, Dark Aegon particularly. Probably going to be more productive to leave here, though. What is that? That looks like it's glowing. What are we missing? We're missing a key and we're missing a visor. Here we go. Not just a screw attack. Okay. Just a copy of something we have elsewhere. Let's see now. It says we can get Chica. Get Chica. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh! We don't need the key. Oh, shit. Also, yeah, hit B to get out of there. Right, because it's not like... There's like another way in here, isn't there? Wait, why would there be another way into there? Any save stations that we've hit up here? We hit this one here, Dark Falls. Okay, explore to Dark Falls. The tracker says we can go do Chica. I don't know how that works since I only have 2 of the 3 keys. But it might be a case where, you know, with the upgrades that we have, we actually can do it. Like, we're kind of only blocked off by either the keys or some sort of item that lets you bypass the keys. And we have the item to bypass the keys. In fact, wait. Do we also have the... If Chica is marked off, what about... Quadruped is green as well. Does that mean we don't need the keys? Do we need the Dark Visor to beat the game? Do we need the Dark Visor to beat the game? Let me see. Do you need Dark Visor to beat boss? To beat the final boss of Prime 2. Let me see. I think I saw something in like the Discord for... I did set it so we do have to fight the final boss. So if it's required for the final boss, either form, then it is required. But let me see. Let me check. What is it? Dark Visor. Dark Visor required. Let me see. Let me check what it says on the one in the randomizer itself. Because if the Dark Visor is not required, then we are in go mode. Let me like launch it real fast and look and see what happens. It had some text about disabling or enabling the final boss fight. It said that some things would not be required if you did that. Which things, though? I need to check. Real good. GameCube. Randomizer 6.11. I'm just gonna run it real fast. Y'all won't see it. Don't worry about it. Give me 2 seconds here. With the other one, I'm just remembering now that the keys are not required because there's a back door into that fight. using the echo gun, you know. And if you can use the back door, that's good enough. You know, that'll do you. And we absolutely can, I'm pretty sure. With everything we have, we can do just about everything. We can do just about anything. There's nothing stopping us from doing anything in particular. Play customize. I'm just gonna look at the customization objects. Goal. Generation. Location pool, item pool, game modifications, isn't it? Okay. It had some sort of error. Don't worry about it. If you heard that, don't worry about it. I don't think you heard that. Okay. Other. Menu mod and the warping. Where is it that you set how the end is? Maybe that's under logic. Let me see. Trick level. That has to do with, like, you know, enabling or disabling, like, glitches in logic. Not gonna do any of that. Guardians, hint show area and room name. Location pool, item pool. Exactly was that setting? Energy. Elevators. Yeah, I thought I set it to like, go between Great Temple and Temple Grounds. Shuffle regions. But I guess it didn't. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Starting area, door locks, translator gates, beam configuration, and other. Where the hell is it? I swear there was a setting that was like, you know, disable or enable the ending. Oh, no. Generation, goal. Hints. Location pool, item pool. Fuck it, I don't see it. Where the hell is it? Ah. Pulling my hair out here. Metaphorically. Elevators, starting area. Oh, is it under elevators? Why would it be under elevators? Oh, here it is. Okay. Go directly from Sky Temple to credits to Sky Temple Gateway. Changes the light beam in the Sky Temple Gateway to go directly to the credits, skipping the final boss. This changes the requirement to not need the final bosses, turning certain items optional, such as the screw attack and the spider ball. Does that include for Dark Samus? I'm really not sure if we are good to go. Let's pretend for a second. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pretend that we got the rest of the Sky Temple keys. Will it show me in Great Temple the end of the game? In the, not in the temple, the Sky Temple, the Ing Hive. No, in the, what's it call it? Where is it? Well, maybe it's not on the tracker because it's just like a single room. Well, I'm not sure. But we might be in go mode. It looks like we are. If anyone knows, I'll say this. If anyone knows, in fact, let me just post to the... Echoes help. Is Dark Visor required for either of the final bosses? Question mark? Okay. I'm not sure if it is required, but yeah, it's not a remote thing. This is all on the PC. We're still going, yeah? Twitch says we're going. On my phone, I believe we are going. Yeah, I see it live there. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go fight 2 bosses. It is time, I think, to announce go mode. In fact, we may have been in go mode for a while, and I didn't realize it because I thought the keys were required. They might not be. That's a rookie mistake, I suppose. A rookie mistake for sure. I will note I am allowing myself to warp between save points. That is a thing that has been in place since it was like 2 a.m. and I had a bit of a stream disconnect issue. So I said, okay, fuck it. It's time to start taking some luxuries. That's not the word. It's time to start taking some freedoms. I don't know. There's a word for that. It's on the tip of my tongue. Hey, I do still have a couple of cards left somehow. Here's one. How do y'all arrange your tabs? I always arrange my tabs in a set order. Always arrange my tabs in a set order, and the order never changes. Except when it does, you know, when a site stops being a thing, or whatever, you know. Whatever case causes me to say, like, it probably shouldn't be that anymore in, like, the number 1 slot, but I do have to have, like, you know, the same number of tabs so that they're all in the same place. So, you know, when one tab falls, another must replace it, and, you know, yeah. Right now, my number 1 tab in the first slot is, my first tab that I have... Oh, hey, double damage. Another one of those. The first slot that I have in my Chrome is AnyList. Originally, back when I started like doing this or paying attention enough to have like a set ordered things, it was... I think originally the first one was the guy with the glasses, you know, Nostalgia Critic. And then the second one was Spoony, who was another YouTuber before I don't know if it was YouTube or like another site, but another one of those early, not streamers, but like video creators. They didn't stream at the time. The technology wasn't there. But they created videos, and I watched them, and they were tabs 1 and 2. Eventually, I'm not sure how the order of it went, but I stopped following Spoony, and him, and at some point, the second tab became XKCD. Wait, no. Yes, XKCD became the second tab. I was wondering if it's second or third. And another webcomic, El Lagunas Shive, became the third. And those sort of stood the test of time, and they're still tabs now. Even if I don't read XKCD every day, I just keep the tab open because it will always have that space You know, it owns it. It's had it for like years and years, and it will continue to have it well into the future, I believe. How does this door work? Lock disengaged? How exactly can we get up there without the last key? I don't understand. How is that doable? I'm not following how it's in logic there. It'd be one thing if there was like a little shortcut or something, but I don't see any such shortcut. Are we actually not in anywhere near go mode? Maybe we need to find like one more key to proceed. One second, let me check the Discord that they have for echoes. And just search, I'm gonna search, what am I gonna search? I'm gonna search Chica without keys. How do you spell Chica? Weird spelling, I know. C-H-Y-K-K-A. Chica Keys. Chica Keys. Oh, Kia. No. Keys. Without keys? It's the lovely emo tracker. Maybe there's a bug. If only we could do Chica without keys. Okay. Not sure then why it's on my tracker saying it can be done. But not quite in go mode yet. I'm not ignoring all logic, am I? Am I ignoring all logic? I'm not ignoring all logic. No, I'm not ignoring all logic. What the fuck? Why would I ignore all logic? It really thinks I can go do it, but I can't. Okay. But we do know roughly where it is. We need to go to if there's just one thing we need in the game, one item, we have been told where roughly it is. It's in the good side. It's in the upper side, the, like, regular side of Sanctuary. So, I'll tell you what, let's warp to, go in the front door or side entrance. Let's go to Aegon, transport to Aegon Quartet. Okay. Transport to Aegon Quadrant. And, to be clear, can do either... No, it only helps. Okay. Dark Samus can be hit while invisible. Okay, so Dark Samus is going to be invisible, but we don't have to have the Dark Visor. Okay. I got an answer from the Discord. Good, okay. Very helpful. It's time for Sanctuary. We just have to get one key, and we know it's in the light side of Sanctuary, so that's where we're gonna focus our efforts. Light side of Sanctuary. Sanctuary Fortress here. I'm gonna avoid that boss fight if I can help it. That said, let me look closely at that wall. That looks like a visor to me. Let's go up and have a look at that. That could be something. Damn it. After we get the visor, nothing in the game. If it's the visor, it's not going to be useful for getting anything that we don't have and need. Because the X-ray visor, you know, can only show stuff that's hidden. Assholes down there. It can only show stuff that's hidden. Stuff can only be hidden in the Dark Realm. And we know that the one item that we really need is not in the Dark Realm. It's in the Light Realm. So, you know. Okay, you guys. You want to get killed so badly? Sure. I got you. And you know what? We don't really need to fuck with these guys even. You know what? They're showing us their asses. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We don't need to kill these guys. They're not gonna knock us off anymore. They don't have lasers. I don't think they're gonna knock us off. It's gonna be very hard for them to knock us off, like, after we get up, like, an inch. Okay, you know what? You guys are making it... I want you guys to survive this. I'm your one friend here. Also, hey, there's a hint. We should get it. I'm your one friend here. Ah! And you're, you know, being a real jerk. Being a real jerk to me, you guys. You know, you want to survive. Be a little cooler. You know, just relax and chill. Okay? I can kill you guys anytime. Fuck me. This looks like a visor, so I'm thinking X-ray. But it could be a translator, I guess. That looks like a visor to me. That's gotta be a visor. And that looks like relatively dark. I'll say, I guess like some of the item pickups, they're a little bit hard to tell apart in this game. But you know, I'm sure like when they were making this game, they were not really worried about you confusing items. I mean, what would be the point of that? Oh yeah, it's amber. Yellow. Yeah. Okay, let's see. That's a hint. Where are we? Trying to find on the map where we are, so I can mark it off. It's been done. We're on the first floor, I guess. Main research? Yeah, I think that's right. Hive Temple, that's not going to be necessary. We already have a back door. You know, You know, either more keys hidden in the world so they're easier to find. Or like just, you know, having the keys not be required at all. I kind of like the idea of just, hey, what if there were no keys? Is the thing in this area or is it in the dark side? I think it is in this. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so we do have to do this whole back and forth thing. At least if we want to be sure. No. I'm saving that mini boss back there until such time as we really have to. I like busting power bombs on these guys. It's always worth it, you know. Good use of ammo. Still have cards. Let me do cards. Cards. Time for an AI grab bag conversation. I'm going to try to touch on full self-drive car ride services. You know, ones where they're sort of like taxis, but they're full self-drive. Those have been expanding in cities right now, and no one likes them. There's also bad articles written by machines. The whole ethicality of it, and also what it means for the future. So yeah, that's the thing you hear people saying right now, is that AI is looking pretty crazy. You know, it's looking like that it might be the wave of the future, or whatever, you know? That, like, the way things are gonna go is gonna be very dependent on, like, you know, how this whole AI thing shakes out. And, you know, as an unrelated topic, there's also the question of, like, how ethical is it to use materials to train an AI that you do not own, right? Like, basically, you're training your AI to copy and paste from one place to another and make images that are, hey, look, it's the Dark Visor, fuck yeah. We won't have to, like, fight blind against Dark Samus, turns out. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice, I think. I guess I could be more jazzed, but like I said, that's the only use for it, and left in the seed, you know. Since I know that the last key that I need is somewhere on the light side, so we can just ignore the dark side, boss notwithstanding. You go from inner to outie, so green is first. My god, don't tell me it's gonna, like, make me do the whole puzzle wrong. Because I know I already fucked up. I know I already fucked up, so stop. Green. Oh wait, is it not? Is it not that order? I guess the order I just randomly was doing was correct, actually. I guess that what that meant is I did the correct order. It must have been a terminal that tells you what it was. I just sort of guessed. Whatever. Alright, we're ready to check this chamber. We already know it's nothing. And we also already have a way to it, so that was not necessary, strictly speaking. There's still a thing in the room before that, so we should probably go grab that. And, like... Actually, maybe a couple things? Let me see. Oh yeah, there's like the room over there. There's this room. There's this room. And then there's also a save station. I'll do all that then. And we could save, hey. Again, for those keeping track, there's just one item that we need, and it's somewhere in Sky Fortress. I have, by this time, you know, 7 hours in or whatever, however many hours we're into this run, pulled the ripcord and have warped around a little bit, but only to save stations. And also if I need to, like, get myself unsoft-locked or something, I did use it in that case as well. But mostly to save stations, and also to, like, the elevators, and also only ones I've been to specifically. We see a key. We see a key anywhere. We know we can go finish the game right now. The instant we see key. But hey, energy tanks help also. I am a little worried about the final boss. It's very hard, the final boss. And I will say, you know, the randomizer has... I have found infinite Fuck! I have found infinite missiles and such. Oh shit, I was talking about AI, and I got sidetracked by whatever, that puzzle. Back to the AI thing. So AI, it's kind of really unethical, but also the results that it makes are just inherently funny. You know, you see like pictures, right? Pictures have been like a thing that has big on this last year or so. Like, oh shit, look at this. It can now do pictures good. Pictures good. Why is there a laser wall? What the fuck? When did this go up? I don't remember there being a laser wall here. What's the deal with that? Is there something I need to scan? Oh, there's like a boss here. It's not really a boss, it's an enemy I fought like 5 times already. Because I entered the world from a different entrance. But whatever. Same difference. So it's very unethical, but also hilarious, and I feel like, you know, in addition to art, there is also the concerns about articles and stuff, writing. But there, especially, like, AIs just are the most absurd. While Google and Microsoft seem to think it's ready for, like, ChatGPT and all that stuff that they have or whoever has, you know, even with ChatGPT, which, like, is very good at coming up with answers that sound right, for what it's worth, even with ChatGPT, which I don't think that's his name, by the way, even with ChatGPT, even with ChatGPT, it does have a propensity for bullshit and to come up with, like, wrong answers and put together bad facts. And you can also see that in articles that are clearly AI generated. You know, I was watching a video the other day about, like, breaking one down and just how, like, all the logic was not all the things it was saying didn't make any fucking sense, you know. The way that it was written, the phrasing of it was all just nonsense words. Light ammo expansion. Okay, cool. All a bunch of nonsense words. I'm gonna warp to the, let me see. What is this place called? I can warp to here. The transport to Torvis. Quadrant. Warp. Sanctuary Fortress. Torvis, was it? Yes, Torvis. The results are just laughable, right? They're just full of wrong facts, and especially as in article form, you can find out, like, yeah, man, this is not true, this is not true, this is false, this is bullshit, what the fuck? You know, and it's good for a laugh, and definitely not near good enough to replace humans yet. And those who try are just, come across as fools, you know, trusting that what the machine said is right. I don't know what we're doing. We don't have to fight this guy. There's no point in staying here. We're fucking out of here. Oh, hey, another hint. Go ahead and get it. I mean, I'm not sure, like, what more we can find out. We already know that the last key that we need is somewhere in this area. Unless we found a hint for that specific key, that, you know, wouldn't be any good. AIs are good, but, and like very impressive, but also they are very much not perfect. And like, there's a lot of stuff they're just straight up not good at, you know? A lot of stuff where you can tell, like, oh shit, well, an AI wrote this because it makes no sense. You know, they're saying that it makes no sense and they're making things up. That's hallmarks of an AI for you. And also they can put together word salad because they're trying to make something sound like, look like what a person would write, but on some level, all they can do is like replace words for synonyms and make sure that the synonyms are used right. Which means you might have cases where you talk about, like, the speed limit of a ride, you know? You mean the top speed? Yes, the speed limit. Well, I can see how you got there, but speed limit and top speed are not quite synonymous. They don't mean quite the same thing in context. Sorry, try again. You know? They're not that closely related. You know what I mean? Of course, the place where AIs are perhaps the most dangerous is on the road, you know? Though, there haven't been, like, out and out that many, quote-unquote, like, accidents out there. There have been a lot of, what's the word, near misses. A lot of, like, people observing that, like, oh yeah, these fucking self-driving cars, there's some real fucking weirdos on the road. You know, they're making weird decisions, they're doing weird things, they're, like, stopping in places that they shouldn't do. I need to stop that ring if I want to get down there, don't I? They're, like, really just bumbling their way through cities, as if you let them, like, be full self-drive, let them be fully autonomous. And, you know, a lot of people who think they're self-driving and think they're fully autonomous, you know, those are the people who end up getting killed when, you know, they run full right into, like, the back of some big truck or something. But beyond that, there's also, like, places where full self-driving cars are being allowed to fully self-drive without intervention, without a person. Like in big cities like, you know, San Antonio and... not San Antonio, the other one, San Francisco. Not hard to remember the name of that city. There are a lot of them, just like roaming the cities, and people do fun stuff to them. Like they like do things like they do things like they I have to scan this first. Maybe the gyro has to be off before we can do that also. Like, we need to fully disable the thing. Okay, that's where we came. Do we need to, like, come at it from a different angle? Probably need to go through the Dark Realm. And people have been doing some creative stuff to, like, stop them. Like, you know, you can draw chalk lines around them and they'll obey them if they're the road. You put a cone on top of a car, a self-driving car, and it'll be, like, unable to do shit. I heard recently that, if a self-driving car's door is open and there's no one around to intervene, it just cannot go until such time as the door closes. Which, hey, that's a, you know, a fun trick for those listening. Like, you can totally fuck with you can fuck them up using that, actually. There's an invisible wall in the way. You're supposed to come in there. You're supposed to, yeah, you're supposed to have you're supposed to come in here as an entrance, as an exit. Okay. Can we start exploring from another side? Let me see. Or have we, like, connected all the elevator shafts that we've been to? Let me see. We've been here. Yeah, we've been from left to right, and the elevators are on left and right respectively. So we can't really warp anywhere to, like, get anywhere special. We can, however, go up there. Oh, right, that's not a real... Until you, like, pass a certain point in the game, that's not a real spider ball track. For some reason. I think you should mod that. You should mod it into being a real one from early on. I think it's weird that it's not, honestly. Can we go from here? Like, how exactly do we do this? I thought the way it works is that you did a puzzle thing over here. Oh, you know what? I'm being silly. After you do the puzzle, you have to jump in a... We have to redo the puzzle, huh? You have to jump in another morph ball thing. I forgot about that. Fuck, these are the wrong order. What am I doing? Okay, and there we go. You have to jump in this, I forgot. Okay. It's been a while since the last time I played this game casually. I did try the randomizer once off stream like 6 months ago, and I'll say, for that, I did it off stream. And also did it across multiple sessions. But goddamn, when I'm on, I'd rather not have two VODs. I say, as there's already been a disconnect that caused there to be maybe multiple VODs for now. Still, I'm gonna combine the VODs when they go to YouTube, which is gonna be a whole pain in the ass, let me tell you. But, you know, I think it's worth it. I don't know. I like having one instead of two. Don't like splitting things up. Unless they are literally from different days, you know? that case, yes, it'll be split up. That is a missile. Where does this lead out to? So that leads off to the Quadraxis area, where we fight Quadraxis. Oh, you know what I'll say? I should say, I did say if we see a key, we're good, but it could be the last Sky Tree. Sky Tree? The last Sky Key. Last thing about the AI. So, a key isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all. Last thing I want to say about cars is that self-driving cars as a service is that apparently they are expanding them, like doing a bunch more of them in like literally 10 timesing the amount that are on the street in San Francisco, which sounds just like a really bad idea to me. They should really not do that, but sounds like they're gonna do it, and sorry for those of y'all in San Francisco. Hope that you know, it's not too big of a fucking pain in the ass having like weird robots driving around being bad at driving, you know. Okay, flip this. Hey, that worked. Got it. That's a damn shame, and I hope that, like, the cities that I live in, I hope that it's a long time before we see, like, that shit in Dallas. Not that I, like, go to downtown Dallas ever. I'm in the suburbs. I kind of doubt that we'll ever have self-driving taxis in my neck of the woods, but I mean, our streets are just not, like, predictable, you know, in the way that you would need for this sort of thing, you know. They're just not predictable in the way that you would want. Suburban cities aren't. How many pedestrians? No, actually, that's not true. Opposite of that. I mean, okay, I'll say. Too many pedestrians around, like, inside the suburbs. Inside, like, the blocks. Inside, like, you know, a neighborhood. Outside of a neighborhood, no pedestrians at all, ever. You never see them. Unless there's a very specific edge case, like, you know, oh, this is the, outside of, like, very specific edge cases, like a road that leads to, or like a path that leads to, like, a hiking trail, you know, paths on a hiking trail. Those are the cases. Never, like, across a street. Never, like, you know, people crossing to get to the target. If they need to get to the target, they'll fucking drive there. They'll do, like, a whole bunch of maneuvers to get there if they really were to need that. But also, they're probably fine as is. Nice that there's no mini-boss in this world, or no even mini-event, just a room where the boss area is in like, Sky. I just keep saying Sky, and Sanctuary, in the Ing Hive, as it's called on the other side. Okay, just another one of those. Power bomb. Yeah, that's fine. I already got power bombs. Okay, that's that. I guess there is a question, like, should there be, like, more warping once we are in go mode? Like, could there be more, you know, more warping allowed? Like, what if I could just warp to the energy control rooms? Would that be cool? that'd speed things up a lot. And it's not like it's a really exciting time watching me just like walk back to where where we started. No. Okay, you know what? I'll say this. We get go mode. We get the last of the keys for Torvis. We get the last of the keys for Torvis, and I will let myself warp to energy control rooms as well. And no, hopefully we won't be here until like 6. I don't like doing randomizer streams in multiple sessions if I can help it. You know, I just think it breaks up the flow. I don't need to kill that guy. I just need to kill his head. Once his head is gone. How is he surviving this many hits? There it goes. I can now do this whole thing. Eh? Eh? Okay. This one, this one, this one, this one. Ah! Ah! That's it! That's it! That's it! We're in go mode! We have everything we need! Oh! Oh, we'll be finishing this up before too long, I guess. We have everything we need to finish the game now. Official. Official. That... Well, how long is on the timer? I will note the timer. It was running when the stream was down, and also while went to the bathroom during that. So it's not like exactly 100% accurate, but it's close enough. What am I doing? It's more there to just tell us. Also, by the way, what we need to find, tell us like how long it's been and such. I'm gonna warp to Sanctuary Fortress Transport. Like I said earlier, I already gave myself permission to warp, considering it's 4 a.m. To warp specifically to transports, just to save us a little bit of walking. That's it. Just to transports in particular. Transports, save rooms, and also energy control rooms. Those are the 3 things that we're allowed to warp to. Energy control rooms actually make sense, because they are the fast travel that's built into the game. There is already a fast travel system built in. It's those. I think we can go through here to get to the dark side easiest. Come on, come on, come on. Get to the dark side. I will say we have a save point very near to the other one in Dark Torvis, so we can very easily zip over to there after we take out the 3rd boss, which, hey, we're gonna start with the 3rd boss first. That's fine. Then we're gonna zip over, do the 2nd boss, and then final boss time. We haven't been to the area where the final boss, warp thing is, but we have every item, so there's nothing stopping us from doing it. Literally nothing. And we can also stop by the ship to reload our, we get our health and our, not our missiles, we have infinite of that, but our like, dark ammo back. Hey, hey! Screw attack. Good move. I know I'm not at a save station, but I'm gonna go ahead and take a save just to be safe. You know, I mean, I guess the last time I saved was before the second to last item. And I do know like where that item is. How the fuck does this work? Oh, I'm using the wrong ammunition. I'm using the wrong... I mean, actually, these things are... I think you're allowed to use just regular shots for those ones, but whatever. Also, you know what? My dark beam was hitting the crystal. Okay, so we go up there. That leads to the gyro. That's not what we want. Jump up here. Jump up here. Jump up here. Bing, bang, boom. There you go. I just saved, so we're good. And also, we're not gonna lose Quadraxis. Ain't that hard, you know? Oh, right. We need to not go this way. We need to go the other way. Right. There's a way around this. We're in this case, we're going through, let me see now. How do we do this? Shit, it's the other way from where we are. Oops. We need to go to the R side. We need to find our way to this area. What's the fastest way to get here? It's from save station B. Okay, okay, you know what? I forgot I needed to use a back door. I forgot I needed to use a back door there. My bad. We don't have all the keys for the Ing Hive, but there's a back door on that boss fight. We don't need those fucking keys. It's cool. Back on track. I have like 1 or 2 more cards. Follow up on Twitch clips more broadly. Fucking 8 hours ago, I did a some follow up on Twitch clips. The clips that I've been going through my streams of the past and going through and clipping cool moments and stuff, trying to make sure that anything good is like saved. You know. Okay, we can go through there, and there's how we get over there. Or turn to the left and go through there. Trying to make sure that everything good is saved, especially because I did hear that there was a discovery thing coming. But I learned a thing or two more about that discovery thing. Specifically that it will be a vertical feed discovery thing, which, man, I am feeling very resistant to the idea of like cutting up my stream into a vertical format. I just find that to be, you know, broadly speaking, distasteful. I don't know. That's maybe a silly thing to say about verticality as a concept, but you know, these streams, they're horizontal, and horizontal I think they shall be. And to know that, like, oh, that discovery platform that we're talking about You're gonna have to make them the same way you would do for TikTok or YouTube Shorts. Actually, the existing things people use for Discovery. You know, it's not like a new thing for Discovery where it's just a bunch of, like, featured clips and clips from people. You know, you specifically have to cut them into like, vertical forms. I find that prospect to be somewhat disappointing. Somewhat disappointing. But, you know, hey, whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. And maybe at some point I'm gonna have to bite the bullets, and they're gonna say, like, yes, it's vertical only, live with it. And I'm gonna say, like, okay, fine, fuck it. I will do the thing. You know, I want that Discovery engine. You know, I got loads of clips that people might enjoy. I guess I would have to, like, cut each one of them individually. But, like, what's that, a minute per clip? God, I hope it's like a minute per clip. Just, like, drag one box here for my head, and there you go. One for my face, one for the game, and there you go. One for my face, one for the game, there you go. You know, and just do that repeatedly until, you know, they're all, like, converted or something. I think we have to do, like, this whole business to open the way to the dark side. Be like the last non-boss thing, I suppose, that we do. Well, that and going out to the final boss area, which I haven't been to yet, in particular. Those two things will be the last non-boss type things we do. Which maybe it'll be, like, dead simple to make our way out there. Honestly. There we go. Open up. Off we go. Very good. Go mode, folks. We go through here. We go through a passage. We're in the boss fight. Because the passage uses the doorway uses beam types that you get by beating the boss. So normally you couldn't do this. You wouldn't be allowed to just, like, pass into these areas. But since we do have the beam already, we've had it from near the very start, honestly. Actually, honestly is a weird thing to say in this. Not sure why they sealed this off, but they missed a spot, so, you know, easy to get through. And here's the boss. Hey. Told you. Easy. No keys required for the sky. Unless there's one case where the keys would be required if the boss fight held the key. Which, in some setups is impossible, like this one, where the bosses strictly contain keys for the Sky Temple. You know, for the final boss. That is, strictly speaking, what they contain, what they have on them. It's another boss with, no, like, no, I guess the first boss, actually, other than, like, mini-bosses. Guess you have to, like, boost ball away if that happens. We're already taking a little bit of a beating, honestly. Maybe use more missiles. More missiles. And, you know, also make sure to grab all these Orbeez. Okay, missiles should do it. God damn it. You know what? Super missiles. I got them, might as well use them. You know how many legs Quadraxis has? You'll never guess. Y'all know. Anyway, I'm still working on doing all those clips and such. Still working on clips. I'm still really behind. I have the last few days tried to do, you know, more than a week's worth within a week, which means that I should be... Jeez, this one's loud. I'm not sure you can really hear me over this very well. Slow and steady, I guess. I think this Sunday I really need to, like, actually do, like, a whole week's worth, then do another week's worth during the week itself, and, you know, eventually I'll be caught up. I think I have, like, 23 streams as of yesterday, 24 as of today, to, like, do. What's the next phase here? Oh, right, there's a control tower. Do a super missile. What am I doing? Do I just shoot him? Oh, right, the... Right. More echo mode stuff. Get him there. Get the other ear. Last one. Beautiful. Well, I want to get caught up, and then I'm going to implement, like, a clip shout-out thing that, or, like, a thing whereby spending channel points, people can play a random clip. And I want to make sure that there's always random clips of recent streams, or else, you know, it's going to be stuff that at least is going to be, like, a month or 2 months old. And I'll say an interesting thing about, like, clipping up all these old streams is that, like, I need to, like, hit him. A thing that's interesting about clipping up all these old streams is, like, I'm always now just, like, going through, like, what I was talking about, like, 2 months ago, right? 2-3 months ago, whenever the last time was that whenever the streams are from, when last or, like, where I am in, like, fuck. I thought it wouldn't. So I'm always just, like, going through old streams and remembering, like, oh, right, that was going on at that time. You know, just listening to myself and sort of, like, you know, buttoning through it, obviously. I'm not, like, watching old 4-hour streams. I'm just, like, you know, sort of, like, bouncing around, being like, okay. Here's me talking about, you know, anime for 10 minutes. Okay, no clips there. Here's me, you know, playing a level that's fun, but otherwise, you know, not exactly anything remarkable happened during it. Oh, here's me with a really dumbass death, taking a really dumbass death and laughing my ass off. That can be a clip, you know, basically going like that. Anyway, as I go through, I'm listening to myself talk about things that I forgot was, you know, the thing, right? Like a couple months ago, like, oh yeah, I remember. 2 months ago, I was talking about maybe getting a bike. I stopped talking about that and forgot about it, you know, because I realized, like, oh, well, I can't just, like, refurbish an old bike. At least that's going to be nearly as expensive as just getting a new one. I might as well get a new one, and, you know, that does cost money, you see. That does cost money to do that. You know, and once you get right down to it, do I want to spend money? I wasn't sure, you know? And, just moved on. And it's funny, like, going through that and finding other such instances, other such things that I have just sort of forgotten about since those streams happened, since I just moved on with my life, you know? Sometimes you're talking about stuff, and it seems like, yeah, I'll do this thing, and then you don't do the thing, and, you know, just gets lost in the shuffle. But anyway, that's been a neat thing to notice, like, a neat thing to notice going back through those VODs, remembering, like, where I was 2 months ago. Hopefully soon, that'll be a thing of the past, though, and I'll just be able to just clip new stuff. Just clip new stuff. That'd be the ideal. Maybe just like one big clipping session on a Sunday. Maybe even in some cases after the stream itself. Just like that's how I did it, like when I first started clipping. I would end a stream and then I would just like spend an hour or so clipping clips from it. And then I realized, like, man, I'm stopping these streams at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I can't be doing this every night. Every stream night. That's just not feasible. And also, I kind of just want to, like, relax and unwind after a stream. I don't want to do any stream-related work, you know. But whatever. Hey! That's one boss down. There's 2 to go. Like I said earlier, I'm gonna let myself teleport and warp to the energy controller. I'm honestly not even sure if I really need to turn in the energy or if I just need the keys. I did something screwy by activating that menu. That was weird. Does the menu look a different color now? I don't know. Maybe it depends on what room you're in, or if you're in the dark or the light. Not gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna teleport to Sanctuary Fortress Energy Controller. Well, bam. Another piece of follow-up here. Follow-up on my next Mario Maker level. Progress and such. So yeah, I've been doing more experimentation. I found a few more enemies that I think would be cool in there. We turned it in. Hey, what do you know? Very good. Temple's energy is in. Fantastic. And I'm gonna warp now to... where am I warping? I guess, Dark Aegon Waste 3? 2? I think it's 2. I'm not sure, but one of these is really close to the boss. If it's the wrong one, we'll go to the other one. Anyway, level's coming along. Ideas are starting to develop. I'll say right now, I'm not sure if I want it to be flying part first or flying part second. I am leaning towards flying part first to make it, like, different from the previous cases where I've done... Oh, also, I Went to the wrong world also. It's supposed to be the bog. I was supposed to go to the bog. Let me see. What is that save station? It is number 1. Warp. Torvus, Dark Torvus Bog. And that'll be save station 1. Beautiful. I'm not sure, like, how I want to structure it, but I have enemies in mind, and the theming is starting to, like, take form. Like I said, like, 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, when Lord Bowser was here. The plan is to have it be, like, a big rainbow that's being, like, demolished, and that's why there's sawmills, like, saw blades tearing through it, basically, and they will be moving, I think, and they will be obstacles for you to get around, whether you're flying or not. And I think that'll be pretty cool. Whereabouts is it? Left from here. Here. Through here. Let's go. Anyway, it's starting to come along. It's still a ways off. I think this weekend I want to sit down and, like, really, like, put something together real good. You know, put together some kick-ass shit. You know, maybe... I can't bring a Nintendo Switch to jury duty, right? Like, they won't allow me to, like, play Nintendo Switch as I jurate. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't allow that, no, but I might bring it to... for, like, I'm sure there's times where it's, like, a recess or something. Maybe I'll do some making from, like, during, like, recess in whatever the court thing is. I'm not really sure how jury duty works. Is it just gonna be, like, one case, or is it gonna be, like, multiple? Is it gonna be, like, the whole day of cases, or is it gonna be, like, one big case? I really have no idea, no preconceptions. Going in with an open mind, I guess. Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting the item that you would have gotten in this world. Which I guess is not strictly necessary. You can just target them individually. Anyway, at some point I'll try to, like, start making it into more of an actual level. The key I always find is, like, getting down one part of the level that is like complete, that you look at and go like, chef's kiss, this is what I want to go with, this is the level. And then the rest of the level starts to form from there, like, ooh, the next bit should be, I jump over here and you do this, and then a whole bunch of stuff happens, you know. Ideas start churning a little more freely once there is a starting point that you can go off of, you know. And we're starting to get to that point. How about if we use super missiles? I don't know. Oh, I could also just, like, wade into the lava, into the goo. I have... I have everything I need to just wade into the goo after him, actually. I don't have to really wait so much for him to come to me. I can just literally take a stroll with the light suits. Isn't that nice? I have one more piece of follow-up here. New mouse. I got a new mouse recently, different from any mouse I've had in the last 10 years. Been using the same mouse for the last, like, 10 years. Problem is, they don't make it anymore, so I had to get a different mouse. And I've decided on one that's topped Wirecutter's list of mices. And, it's been alright. I've just mapped, like, all the side buttons. After some consideration, I mapped all the side buttons to middle click, so that I could have, like, a middle click that was, like, easier on the thumb or on the fingers than just doing the middle click with my middle finger. And that's been a weird process to, like, acclimatize to, because, like, those little buttons, they do jostle the mouse a little bit more than like clicking a top button would. I also find that I am like clicking the right mouse button a lot when I'm trying to just like click it normally. I find I'm just like accidentally right-clicking a whole lot just because of the way I'm used to gripping the mouse, I guess. Which is pretty unfortunate. Definitely annoying whenever I do that and I just have to go like, oh, God damn it. Oh, you know what? I can run at him. I can run at him. He's pretty far down. He's hard to shoot him. Even like from within the muck. Please come and, like, assault the platform directly, man. I just, I'm tired, man. Just, Chica, please. Chica, sorry. Chica. Just come over here. If you would be so kind. Wait. Well, this is home? No, it's not homing. Maybe it's just not programmed with those guys in mind, considering that it never would have the opportunity to, like, hit them in, like, natural, regular gameplay. Finally! Hey, buddy! Get ready to get, fucked. Oh, I ran out of dark ammo. Alright, that was a little bit of fucking. Very nice. I'll say I'm not, like, 1000% sure I want to keep this mouse. You know, I'm not 1000% sure that I shouldn't just trade it for, like, some other mouse. You know, something else. Something that's, I don't know, has a shape that I'm more acclimatized to. This ergonomic shape, maybe it makes the right mouse button just a little bit too prominent. I don't know. It's at an angle I'm not used to. Maybe in time I'll just stop accidentally right-clicking, but right now I'm definitely thinking, like, maybe I can do better. Maybe I can't do better, and I just have to live with it. I don't know. Remains to be seen. What? Oh, you can only, like, do beam attacks in here? From that position? And the thing is, we got double damage, yo. You know, like, from the randomizer settings. Imagine we had just regular damage. Oh, it's a tedious fight. Too much health. Too much health on these balls. Well, you know what? Too much health isn't the answer. Too few moments of, like, vulnerability. Like, if they were making themselves vulnerable, like, more often than, like, every 20 seconds. And, like, only, like, a slight bob. Like, that's it. That's the vulnerability right there. We need to be catching them more. Hey, buddy. Good to see ya. Whoops. Hit the fucking triggers there. Hit the map button, you know. Z. As it would be on this controller. Okay, you know what? Once I started, like, actually hitting him when he does his bob move, this has gone a whole lot faster, you know? He'll be done in a second, and then the second form isn't as bad. Hey, buddy. Okay. Another card, the last card. Shout out to Marie Callender's cheesy chicken and rice bowl. I eat a lot of like Stouffer's type meals, you know, like microwavable. You keep it in the freezer. They're sort of a complete meal, but oftentimes it's just like noodles with stuff mixed in, which is fair because that's like the easiest thing. That's like, as far as meals that like survive preservation and also survive like, you know, survive like the microwave and heat up really well. A noodle dish with some sort of like viscous sauce is a pretty good answer to how to do that. You know, is a pretty good answer. And for a long time, I think my favorite was for a long time, I think my favorite was their like linguine and beef with like a al pastor sauce, and I think I'm now more in the like cheesy, the cheesy chicken and rice. The rice is good. The cheese is that's so good, and you can't go wrong with broccoli. I mean, the other one that I mentioned also has broccoli. It's just a perfectly good vegetable to put in such a, you know, such a thing. Nice, we're almost done here. Is this like, this one does not get the, special mode. The special, like, in fact, I don't think it can have any special mode, actually. How do I do this? What was it? I forget how you put him in the vulnerable states. You just shoot him? Anyway, Marie Callender, shout out to them. You don't know that? Well, here's what it looks like. Doesn't that look good? I haven't eaten in 10 hours. I'm not gonna eat chicken. I'm not gonna eat any after this stream. No, I'm gonna save that for like tomorrow. Like before tomorrow's stream, I'll have some cheesy chicken and rice. I have just one thing of it right now. The last time I went to the grocery store, I got like two things, you know. I got like two things of it. There's another one that's like rice and beef and like and that's kind of it, and it's more of like a tangy sort of thing. I don't like that one as much. I like the cheese more than I like weird tangy flavor. Cheese, you just can't go wrong with it, you know? We got this fucker's number. Boom. That's the last boss. The last non-final boss. Given that it is 5, I kind of wish that I set it up where you didn't have to do the final bosses. But part of me thought that would be anticlimactic, and you know, thought, you know, oh, let's set it up that way. Let's set it up where. Let's set it up where. Oh, I forgot to toggle off the last one. Let's set it up that way. I can now go to the final boss. Isn't that something? I'm not sure if you really need to get all the energy, like all the other energy guys transferred over, but I'm going to do it because, well, that to me is just part of finishing the game, is getting all the energy out of the Dark Aether. How can Dark Aether collapse if it still has dark energy left? I don't know. That's more of a philosophical question. I guess. Anyway, Marie Callender's hell of a meal. We're almost done here. We just got the final boss to go. Let's do it. Again, allowed to warp to save points and fast travel points, and I'm allowing myself to warp to save points to save points, elevators, and energy control stations. Well, I guess not these ones. The ones I've been to, first off, and second off, the ones in, you know, ones in light aether. Hey, this is the last thing. Eh? Oh, we probably need to, like, step through the door or something for this cutscene to activate. We got the energy. Oh, right, it's Torvis. Haha, I forgot. It's Torvis. That's right, shit. We did Torvis second. Yo, hey. It's easy to forget that we're doing this in a weird order. And we didn't have to. We could have done it in the regular order, but I decided to do it in a weird order. Alright. And that opens the in-game fast travel. Also. And like one more item, which, okay, we might as well grab on the way to, Oh wait, you have to go to, Invalid? Why does it say invalid over there? That's weird. Let me go check in with my man in the Great Temple real fast. Well, I said I could warp to energy controllers, so that is one of them. And I can also warp to the first room, which, by the way, when I set this up, I set it up so that the central room that we're always returning to, if you do like a save warp, you know, is the room below, the Great Sanctuary in the Great Temple. Respect. Respect to you as well, my man. Wait, why is there a second one of you? Oh, he's giving me a cutscene for... Right, the way that it works is I haven't been here since, like, the start. So it's confused about the number of, like... There it is. Oh, and... the item that you get for beating all of those fuckers. The item you get is the last key. That's funny. If we had held ourselves to finding that last key, we never would have finished. It would have been impossible. I'm glad I remembered that you could, so long as you have the echo gun, the disintegrate, whatever the fuck it's called, you can do the last boss of the last world. I'm so glad I remembered that. Because, yeah, it would have been impossible. Would have been impossible to do it the way that I thought I had to. You never have to get the keys. You never have to get the keys. I'm pretty sure. Now, more than ever, I'm pretty sure those keys, ignore them. Ignore the Sky Temple keys. You get one, it's a dud. Alright. Let's just warp one more time to the nearest save point. You know what? We'll warp to the ship. I'll warp to my ship. That'll be a pretty good place. And this will be the last warp that we do. Temple grounds, the landing site. Because this will be the last warp. And I'll also take a save as well. No. I'll do that. Because it'll recharge our ammo and our health and our everything. Power bombs, the whole 9. Full work. Why is this the last thing that we're going to do? Well, let me say. This is the last. We are in the last sprint here. You know, we've been in go mode for a while. We've beaten 2 bosses, the last 2 bosses that were left before go mode. You know, that were left from before go mode. And now, we just have to go fight the final boss. Where is the final boss, you ask? Well, we have to go into the Dark World. And, we have to go into the Dark World. Go to the part that's right under everything. In the dead center of the whole deal. And then go up a thing. Right now, I'm heading towards... Is there a portal up there? No. Not on top. Maybe on the other side. Not sure. Portal's over here. In this room. This will be the portal that we use to get to where we're going. And, let's go fucking in. I wasn't sure if it really would be possible to do this all in one session, and it kind of wasn't, but also, hey, I've been staying up late recently. It's fine. I don't have a morning meeting tomorrow, and, tell you the truth, I've been up at like 4 or 5 a.m. Kind of a lot recently. Too much, I'll say. Too much. But, you know, that was never gonna change maybe on a Thursday night with a long stream on it. Anyhow. This VOD, probably expect to see it like midday Saturday on YouTube. Let's say like maybe Saturday night. Little later than usual, but it's gonna have to process, and I'm not gonna do any editing, like, right after the stream ends. That is a non-starter. No. I'm gonna take a bath after the stream. I'm gonna maybe watch, like, 1 episode of an anime. A short episode of an anime. Maybe multiple, I don't know. I'll think about it. I mean, hey, it's only 5. I could stay up later. Is there not a path? Okay, yeah, this... Wait, how do you get to the end game? Where's the end game area? Gateway. Okay, yeah, this is the right way. This is the right way. You go around the corner here. Right, okay. I was a little worried there, like, wait, do you get it from somewhere else? I mean, it'd be appropriate if you had to go through, like, the first warp zone. The first warp that's, like, near the start of the game, you know? If you had to go through a warp that's in that first tutorial path, I guess. I guess you could call it. But, no, it's not there. It's somewhere else. Is the ship the nearest, like, save point to, this area? I guess, right? Like, there's no save points in the dark, in this area. This stretch of darkness. So, yeah, this is it. Oh, there's a save point up above, and I'll tell you what, I'll do like a save state, between, like, killing Mr. Ing and, Samus. Dark Samus 3. because I don't want to have to do either fight twice. If I screw up one or the other. Hell yeah, we can do a thing. Let's go. Let's go get it. Here we go. Wah ha ha. Let's go. Wee ha. Hoo hee. It'd be cool if you could set the number of, here's another suggestion. Set the number of keys that are required for each of them. Like if there's only one key required for each boss, that wouldn't be bad. Then you'd be mostly looking for the items that you need, rather than the keys. I don't like looking for keys. I like looking for items that have effects and abilities. Keys, they're not as good as items. Let's fucking go. Here we are. We're in the Sky Fortress, the Sky Temple. Why do they call it that? Because it flies. The other one has big, gigantic, ginormous legs. In the Light Realm, it has big supports that have elevators in them. These ones, they just fucking fly. This one just fucking flies, and the only way up is to teleport. Using, like, a weird key-based teleporter. It's cool as hell. Let's go give the Emperor Ing a piece of our mind. Kinda wish I just set it to just end the game. But, no, I had to be fancy. I had to, like, actually beat the bosses. And I'll tell you, like, the last time I did, like, Dark Samus, it took me a while to figure out how to do it. But, it wasn't that long ago. Well, like a year or two ago. I think I can remember the process. And also, I do have the double damage, so any health bar should go faster. And super missiles, unlimited ones of them. So that'll help too. I now do not regret any overpowered thing I brought in. Fuck it. I'd rather fuck up these bosses real good versus just like, have to try really hard, I guess. And do like fucking laser stuns me. Not good. If you do like a multi-laser on it, like a multi over there, does that do like more damage? Maybe not more damage, but like enough damage to take out like multiple at once. That's not bad. Woo! That super missile like fucked him up real good. Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, yeah, every hit has taken one out. We don't need to use super missiles on this or anything, just... Oh god, that audio probably was all fucked up. I reckon. It was fucked up for me, I don't know if it was for you. I'll say that. I hate that laser beam. Like, it just prevents you from doing any attacks for a while. Nearly perfect. Oh, I could also, like, just shoot these things with the light beam. That actually works a lot better than missiles. It's faster. I am burning through ammo, though. Damn it. Gotta get in the hole. Get in the hole. Clamshell design. Boom! Okay, this is the morph ball phase. We gotta crawl around, you know, do some night... It's night crawlers. Always Sunny. I haven't rewatched that show in a while, but I watch clips sometimes, and I have refreshed myself as to what Nightcrawlers is. It's exactly what it sounds like. This is Nightcrawlers. We have to kill these arms. That's what we need to do. We're setting all these arms on fire. As soon as they come out, we fuck them up with the bombs. We also should be picking up as much health as we can. That is a going concern. You know, health, and you know, we're not getting any back from the environment anymore. We gotta get them from enemies. Is this room filling up with gas? Oh. That's no good. Oh, it looks like it's coming and going. It's coming and going. Okay. I think that gets both of them. That's a double. Very good. Where's the last one? Here it is. Too soon. Ready? There we go. That's another phase done. And rule of three. 3 phases? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking rule of 3. That's the last phase. That's his like signature look. And like a trophy in Smash Brothers, he'll look like that. Oh, you know what I should use? I should use the Echo Beam, the Devastator. A little bit of a hitch there. Something about the audio. It's weird here. Let me make absolutely certain that the audio hasn't, like, slipped or something throughout this whole 10-hour stream. I'm just gonna, like... undo it real fast. You won't be able to hear anything for a second. And redo it, just to be 1000% safe. On, like, really long streams of, like, PC games, should probably do that more often, but, I don't think about it that much. Hopefully it wasn't a problem at any point. And if it is ever, tell me. I don't need the tracker anymore. I'm just gonna put the... This whole stream I've had, like, the tracker off to the side and the rest of it in, like, a smaller window. And I'd make the window bigger now, but there's kind of no need for it. Considering that, you know, I would have to, like, resize things if I did that. That'd be silly. Let's not do that. Open wide. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Running a little short on the destroyer rounds. Open up. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Light beam is not as good as the Devastator thing or whatever. Boom! That's it. He's defeated. I'm just gonna, like, do a quick, save state of some kind. Yeah, just gonna do a save slate to slot, 1. If that were to not work or something, then we'd call an audible and say, like, yeah, we won. If I were to, like, get glitched out or something, let's say, for sake of example. And, like, something went wrong with the Dark Samus fight. Call an audible and say, like, okay, well, that's close enough for me. We got everything. We, by all rights, had it in the bag. Just something happened. And that kind of happened with, like, a Ocarina of Time randomizer thing. I was doing some, a multi-world type thing. I was doing a multi-world type things with some friends, and every time we entered Final Ganondorf, the game just crashed on all of us. And, well, there was just no way around it. We had to call it and say, like, yep, okay, we've won, but, you know, as far as, like, as close to winning as you can get, given the circumstances. That's, like, off now, right? Ugh, wish I had I wish I had ammo for my gun. Spent it all on the big bad guy. Yeah, still. Maybe it's wiser to save your ammo for the time-limited fight where you're up against Dark Sam, you know? Hey, here's Dark Sam. We fought her once before. There was a fight that we skipped entirely in the middle there. But that's not important. Don't worry about that. We're kind of on a timer here, Dark Sam, so, you know, fucking hurry up and like, let me shoot you. I'll say another thing. I don't know about the idea of having this Dark Samus fight be after the countdown sequence begins. I think a countdown sequence should be at the end. Nowhere else. No. Having a countdown sequence like in the middle of the game, or like in a boss fight during one, I just don't think that's right. You should be running during a countdown sequence and, like, that's it. I guess the thing is, like, in this game, well, what is there to running, right? Like, it would just be walking, you know, and, like, studiously avoiding combat. That's, like, all it would be. Which, you know, where's the fun in that, right? What are we doing wrong here? Are we doing something wrong? I feel like we've not been able to do any damage for like a while now. You know what? When all else fails, scan. Phase on exposure as registered equal to the visor. Okay, but when do we hit her, though? Hit it, though. I mean, time's a ticking here, and we're just fucking avoiding attacks? Come on. I think we're doing damage. Oh, is this the thing where we need to, like... hold our beam up and, like, absorb the little bullets? Is that what this is? Yeah, that is it, isn't it? That, unintuitive, to say the least. Even knowing that was gonna be a thing, I forgot it, and, just assumed, like, yeah, you gotta shoot her. Like, what the fuck is with the whole... Doing a new mechanic that you've never tutorialized in the middle of a countdown. That is sick. That is evil. That is just evil design right there. You are evil. These boss fights, man, they fucked up. This ain't how it should be. And also, if you walk too far back, you lose your charge beam because of the phase-on back there. Fucking! Too late to fire it. How are you supposed to figure this out? Maybe the... Does it tell you right now? You know what? I bet it tells you right now. Draw in expelled phase-on for use as well. Okay, you know what? It does tell you, but only at, like, when you scan at just the right time. Otherwise, it don't tell you shit. Did that work? Oh yes, it worked. Good, okay. Feel like we got barely any damage there, and we have 3 minutes left. Just fire your little fucking things, okay? No explosions. There we go. Just come onto the ground, let me kill you. Come onto the ground, let me kill you. Wait, what? Oh, she had another blast in her before she dispelled and came down to the ground. Okay, getting all close and shit. Okay, the charge is one thing. We're 2 minutes left, and it's quite close. Fucking phase-on. I stepped in the phase-on. And also, like, from this first-person perspective, you can't really see where the phase-on is. So, it's not really like, it doesn't really feel like a thing that's like, it feels unfair. I can't see what's behind me. I can't see what's at my feet. You know? I can't see what's at my feet, let alone behind my feet. Oh god. Our energy is low. I'll reload. Wait. Did it save? I don't see a save. I thought I saved the slot. Oh, no, I saved the slot 1. Okay. I saved the slot 1, but let me load that. Okay, okay. Okay. Try 2 here. It's way too fucking late for this shit. No. Again, I'll say I think that they should not have... This fight, I don't like it. Doing a whole new mechanic in the middle of a timed boss fight? You gotta be out of here. Fucking... I mean, I guess it's true, like... They said, I think, at some point, like, oh yeah, we all played the game so much, we were so good at the boss fights. That's how we came to say things like, "Oh, take the like zone out of the the boost guardians fight. That'll be good." You know, that caused, I think, a lot of people to quit, and you know, they did other such things that I would say were not the right call. Maybe for a hard mode, but not for normal. You know, they just way out of whack with all that. You know. Okay, so this mode, it was a while until she went into, like, particle mode, right? Didn't we have to, like, do some other damage on her? Like, using, the Echo Visor? And you know what? Come to think of it, come to look at it now. Looks like when she's in, like, Echo Visor mode, she can't do her big defensive move. Oh, it's over. Okay, we finished that phase already. Fuck! I swear I was standing in place there. I was holding the shoulder button, standing in fucking place. Oh, I guess also you can damage her even if you don't do the big move. You don't do like the secret move. What the fuck? If the little poopy things hit you, does that take you out of it? Man, this game is fucked up. I could also do that thing I mentioned where I do like a save in the middle, and that would make it so that I got my health back. But you know, doing such a thing would maybe have a screwy effect on like reloading. Oh, you know what? Actually, if you reload, I think it starts you from the start of this like escape sequence, so it wouldn't be like losing your whole stuff. When I had a case where I like did some stuff with the menu and it got all fucked up, so it's going to take a save as well. Yeah, those things, if they hit you like normal style, they just disrupt your shit. I hit her. I hit her. I hit it. I hit it. Dark Samus is an it. It'd be cool if Dark Samus in Smash like had some of this flair that she has, this unique flair. You know, you could really make Dark Samus into more of her own character if you so chose. But I don't know, that's probably not a good use of like Sakurai or anyone's resources over at Bandai Namco, I guess. Damn it. I keep on missiling. I should not missile. More light beam, let's say. How about? 4 minutes left here. Oh, you know what? It's maybe not the phase-on that's causing me to... It's maybe when I just get hit by the little shardlets. The dark shardlets. Is it phase-on or is it something else if it's made of, like, dark ether energy? That's phase-on. That's phase-on. Phase-on's the reason for the season. The reason why this whole planetary split happened. And, like, it seems like all the Phazon ended up on this side, I guess. This is Phazon land. Son of a fucking bitch. One of them hit me. We're very close here. Boom! All right, finally. Okay. Been streaming for like 4 hours since it went down. That was around 5 hours. Around about 9 hours to complete this whole thing. Warps, including some amount of warping, and also some amount of time lost to the stream going down. That was way too long. We shouldn't have done that. We maybe should have split that up. You know, maybe when the stream went down was the perfect opportunity to just come back and say like, yeah, let's call it off for now. But hey, we did it. Fuck. There's no more skipping of cutscenes. This cutscene cannot be skipped, unlike the previous ones. I guess because it's the end. And, you know, all that's left after this is credits. Well, folks, we beat it. I will say I have beaten it when I tried it, like, offline, like, in, like, February. I also beat it back then. You know, like a different seed, obviously. And with slightly different settings as well. I think I might have done it, like, twice even. But this is the first time I've done it on stream, and I'm just really pleased that there were no performance issues. It handled really well. Beautiful. Couldn't have asked for a better, like, couldn't have asked for more from this game. This like, performance. I went in this fully expecting to say, like, okay, I guess it won't work. I guess we were not going to do it. I guess, hey, let's just do a little bit of Metroid Fusion. That'll take me around 2 or 3. Well, honestly, I could do Fusion and, like, Fusion Randomizer in, like, 1 to 3 hours, you know? It'll take us, like, at most 3 hours, and then we'll be done. And it'll be a nice, tidy little stream with a part at the top where we tried in vain to get, you know, Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer to work, but it just worked, and it was, good. I'll say, the part where Samus is really slow to walk around everywhere does eventually make you want to just take use of the warp features that they've added, as well as other quality of life, like, things that you can use to get yourself out of a hole. Like, if you end up, like, losing an item due to, like, some sort of weird bug or something, you can just, like, edit your inventory to have that shit. Or if in the middle of it you say, like, I don't want to fucking collect any keys anymore, you can just give yourself all the keys using that menu mod if you really wanted to. No one is stopping you from playing it how you want to play it. Or, you know, whatever. I feel like that was really loud. Some of that final boss fight. I hope y'all were able to hear me. I was told earlier that it should be louder, that people want it louder. Well, I hope that was, consistently good throughout, and that, like, volume spikes didn't cause any issue with audibility. Hell of a thing, hell of a night. Look at all these people. They did a good job making this game. The boss fights, kind of the only problem, but still, I love it. I love the progression. I love, like, the night, the like, dark world parts. All the times where you go into the dark world and you have to do, like, some weird routing, and it feels so dangerous and tense until you get, like, the light suit and the dark suit to a lesser extent. I think that, they do not replicate, they never replicate, oh, time. Hey, we're way past time, actually. I'm not used to using a timer to time these silly-ass runs. It's probably a good deal less than 9:12, honestly. we probably lost 10 minutes to the downtime and to other such things. Let's see what it says. Mission final. Let's see what it says. 6 hours is what it says. Heck, we were streaming for 9 hours. That can't be right. I guess maybe we died a couple times, but we didn't die for like an hour's worth. In-game time, what are you gonna do? There's our official time, folks. 6 hours, 1 minute, I guess. Including some deaths, it's maybe a 7 in-game time? I don't know. And we got like 64% of all checks. Items, I guess. But, you know, we checked like 64% things. Most of the game we had to check. There was a lot of the game, though, that we either studiously avoided after seeing it was nothing, or was able to skip entirely. Like most of Dark Sanctuary, Dark Hive. We were able to skip most of that, which was nice. As well as most Sky Fortress. That was a hell of a stream, and I wish that the connection wasn't lost like midway through. Tell me that we didn't lose connection just now. Looks like we haven't. The Twitch thing is saying that we have. It was a shame that we lost connection there for a second in the middle there. I'll have to tie these VODs together in post, but yeah. Solid thing. Solid shit. Let me go ahead and pull up the schedule. Pull up the old stream schedule. I'll be back tomorrow. Kind of today at this point, Jesus. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central. 12 hours from now, I guess. Ugh, you know, how much time does that leave for sleep between work and, you know, getting that ready? That will be 6 p.m. Central tomorrow. No stream Monday. I have jury duty. But like a week after that will be StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, the start of that replay. That'll be a whole long series. You know, we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to that. Wings of Liberty was one hell of a game, and I remember the campaign being quite good. StarCraft 2 is one hell of a game, and I remember the first campaign being very good. I'm looking forward to going through the other two, which will be separate playthroughs, like with other playthroughs in between. So we'll do Wings of Liberty, something else, Heart of the Swarm, something else, Legacy of the Void, and then I think after all the StarCraft is done, I think after that the big thing will be a whole big replay of Mario Odyssey 100%. I want to get every moon on stream for once. I've done any percent a couple times, and that's easy enough to do in like a single session, you know, even like a part of a larger stream. But like 100%, that's gonna be like multiple. That's gonna be like a bunch, and I'm really looking forward to that. But that's long-term plan. That probably won't even be until next year. I don't know. I don't know how long it'll take to go through StarCraft. StarCraft might be the main thing for the rest of the year, actually, for the next like couple of months. But with like other things in between, you know. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. I don't know what I'm gonna do next Thursday. Probably something non-randomizer. I don't know. We'll see. I want to do a Pokemon night at some point. Play a bunch of the Pokemon games that came out and are coming out. Maybe that'll be next Thursday. Or maybe we'll do a bonus stream. Honestly, with this stream going 10 hours, I feel like let's take it easy next week. Let's just do next Thursday and next Friday. And just from Friday to Thursday, just nothing. Just a big break. And I'll be doing jury duty, so, you know, I won't have it too easy. Maybe I'll do a making stream. Maybe I'll do a making stream on like Tuesday or something. That sounds like a good idea. I'll probably be ready for that by then. I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm going to put in a raid. Thank y'all for stopping by and watching and chatting a little earlier. Some folks were chatting a little. I only see Krinsone and Akitsuna online, and they don't have a lot of viewers. I'm gonna go with Krinsome, who is also doing a randomizer, Majora's Mask randomizer, which is also a bit of fun. Maybe at some point we could do another run on Majora's Mask randomizer, but I would want to set up some settings where it's really easy for me to do it in one go, rather than having to do two, and rather than having it to take like 13 hours. 7 is about the limit of what I want a randomizer to take. 7 or 8. Maybe, hey, 9 wasn't that bad on the whole, but I'd like to get it down to like 7. If I could find settings for this that were more like 7, more like 6, I'd be into it. Final thoughts on Prime. Prime Randomizer. The walk speed is a problem. The fact that a lot of it is just like walking from room to room as you go. It just doesn't feel very fast-paced as a result, but I like going through the rooms, I like finding the items, and it's just a damn atmospheric game. I had a good time. Maybe not one of my favorite randomizers, but pretty damn solid. Pretty damn solid. An A-tier randomizer, I'll say. S-tier would be Paper Mario, DK64, Manage Cap, and Fusion for me. A would also include Majora's Mask. I need to find maybe with better settings it could be S for me, but A. Okay, I'm gonna see you tomorrow in around 12 hours. Y'all have a good one. Bye, folks.